Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motang, hakuna kogabu.
You can only see, but you can never debel. You can only see, but you can never debel. You can only see, but you can never debel. You can only see, but you can never debel. You can only see, but you can never debel. You can only see, but you can never debel. You can only see, but you can never debel. You can only see, but you can never debel. Listen, you can only see, but you will never want them.
And there it is right there. Ipade Dojobo. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me know if you can't hear me. I'm not sure. If anybody can hear me, please indicate in the comment section. So Good to see you. Good to be with you. And always a delight in your company. So always a delight in your company. So I'm here to delight in your company again. Hopefully you delight in mine as well. Another session kicks off. Another day, another dollar. So yesterday again we had to exempt ourselves from the goings on just for reasons of needing sleep. It can be quite wearing sometimes. I'm sure a lot of you have an appreciation of that. Just endlessly hours on end, it can be quite wearing. Sometimes you need to take a break from it. So sometimes you need to take a break from it so that you come back refreshed and ready to go. So refreshed and ready to go, and here we go again. So here we go again. So here we go again. But before we go anywhere, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Immediately click on the like button. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Of course, the meat and drink of anybody that does this is always the subscription. So click on the like button, click on subscribe, hyperlink that says StreamYard. That invites you to the studio. So all those endless back and forth, those outlandish comments that you hear, that you want to throw your coffee at the screen. So you don't have to throw your coffee at the screen. Just come into the studio and debunk it. So that hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to do exactly that. Because the opinions often expressed on this platform are often instances quite sharp and quite jarring. And I can imagine that people listening have visceral responses just to what, So if it jars your senses, just hop on. You already know the space, of course. You'll be given the chance to either agree or debunk. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and that invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's pinned in the comment section. So let's start to reactivate that space, and you can be the first person to reactivate it. So buy your host cups of coffee. Let me represent that. I don't often promote that, but maybe I should really. So do all those. So what are we contending with today? What are we contending with today? As ever, always plenty to go through. But before we even go through anything, let me show you this. So now, this in itself is not anything that makes its way anywhere near the headlines of a newspaper. So this is not a front story news under normal circumstances, but given the circumstances we're under now given the circumstances that we're under now in Nigeria, this makes the news. Following a series of unheeded warnings to markets in Lagos to shun filth and embrace proper environmental hygiene, Loma.gov has selected Onyegbo and Alaya Biagba markets. So this is now I've sealed, not selected. Let me give you that again. Following a series of unheeded warnings to markets in Lagos to shun filth and embrace proper environmental hygiene, Loma has sealed Onyegbo market and Alaya Biagba markets. So Onyegbo market and Alaya Biagba markets were sealed. So you'll say, what is the big deal? Of course, that is exactly what should happen. And the reasons why those markets are sealed, of course, you cannot argue with this. If they've given, following several unheeded warnings, we heard, so if they've given them warnings that this is not the currency, and they continue to pile rubbish and they continue to pile rubbish in this way, then nobody really can quibble about these markets being sealed. So this is Onyegbo market, and this is the reason why it was sealed. So that's Onyegbo market, and you can see even more of it. After countless warnings, they've had to seal that market. And this is Alaya Biagba market. So you can see exactly why these markets were sealed. So that's Alaya Biagba market in Ajegunle. So that's Alaya Biagba market in Ajegunle, and you are asking me what the big deal is. The big deal is that these two markets are predominantly dominated by Yoruba business people. So that's why it went under the radar. So substitute that for an Igbo-dominated market, and of course, the rest of the narrative. So this is just yet another example that without fear of foul means anybody that falls foul of the regulation, they are weighed upon. So these are now 2 Yoruba markets being sealed. We don't hear Madam Obiese Kwesele screeching and squealing all over social media, but substitute that for a Southeastern market, and you know the rest of that narrative. So you know the rest of that narrative. So I just thought to bring you that to highlight a point. So I thought to bring you that to highlight a point. Let me bring you this now, still within the same prism of narrative. Let me bring you this. Choosing Port Harcourt as venue for Igbo Day celebration is a move to dance on the graves of the Ikwerre people murdered by Biafran soldiers during the war. Ohaneze in Igbo have all the time now to look for a new venue in any of the southeastern states, because there is no venue in Port Harcourt. So, so this is a mischief making of his. Actually, let me bring you. Let me play you the clip that describes it even more. So let me play you a clip, and then we run some commentaries on it. So plenty of spaces still in the comment section for people who want to join.
Iwurona People's Association is calling the attention of the Inspector General of Police and heads of other security agencies to the proposed hosting of Igbo Day celebration September 29 at a yet-to-be-disclosed venue in Port Harcourt by the 2 factions of Ohaneze and Igbo. The group, in a statement by its President General, Monday Wehere, and Secretary General, Igwe Onyeche Woforum, said such a meeting by both factions of the Igbos is aimed at causing the breakdown of law and order. It said that the Igbos have 5 state capitals and numerous other cities where the Igbo Day can be held to honor their fallen heroes and not in Port Harcourt. The statement also said that the Ikwerre people are not Igbos and there is no Igbo-speaking part of Ikwerre land as claimed by the organizers. The statement recalled that the proposed Igbo Day celebration scheduled to hold in Port Harcourt in 2017 was aborted by patriotic Ikwerre people, relevant government and security agencies. The statement further said that Iwurona People's Association has already set aside September 29 to remember Ikwerre martyrs killed by Biafra forces during the Nigerian Civil War, and that there is the likelihood that the undisclosed venues may clash with its own venue for the Ikwerre Martyrs Day.
So that speaks to all of the language of mischief making right there. So that speaks to all of the language of mischief making for Ohaneze in Igbo to choose Port Harcourt as the venue for Igbo Day celebration. Well, the people of Port Harcourt will have it that Port Harcourt is not Igbo land, but Ohaneze, of course, they insist that it is. So that clash brewing. So we see how that plays out. So we keep a watching brief on that, see how that plays out. So from that to this, 10 billion. You remember, of course, over the last however many sessions, over certainly the last couple of sessions, we've been mocking the Ghanaians and how their economy has collapsed. Well, the Nigerian economy is near collapse as well. The Nigerian economy near collapse, 10 billion debt, CBN default on payments to banks, dollar nears 1,000 naira. So there's almost it's almost a certainty that there has to be some sort of an intervention in that space. That naira just hemorrhaging value. For no other, it's not so much that you don't want the naira to find this equilibrium, but the rate at which it is hemorrhaging, it doesn't make for good business planning. The market cannot absorb the rate at which that currency is hemorrhaging. So if it had fallen sharply to 1,000, then the market could make the adjustments. But the rapid way that it seems to be losing 50 naira, 100 naira every other day, the market cannot adapt. We are seeing it in the petrol prices. We're seeing it everywhere. So some sort of intervention, almost an inevitability. But then, of course, there is shortage of naira. There's a shortage of liquidity, of dollars, I should say, within the Nigerian space. So 10 billion debt, CBN default on payments to banks, dollars near 1,000 naira. Over 2 weeks after the Central Bank of Nigeria promised to clear over $10 billion foreign exchange debt owed Deposit Money Bank. The Apex Bank has yet to do so, according to correspondents. This came as the Naira was sold for 990 to the dollar and 995 by Bureau de Change operators on Friday and Saturday in Lagos, Abuja, and Kano. On the investor and exporter forex window, the Naira, however, appreciated to 747 to the dollar on Friday from 772 on Thursday. But I don't quite understand why there's still so much chasm in the price. That's just where it is. So if it's trading at the CBN desk at 774 and is trading at the black market at 995, that's too wide a chasm for that to be the case. You know, because there should be, we don't expect a totality of convergence, and nobody has that expectation. But the chasm, I think it's all down to liquidity anyway, because they free floated it, but it's all down to liquidity. I don't know. Because even if it's down to liquidity, it should still mirror the exchange rate at the Bureau de Change. This came as the Naira was sold between 990 and 995 by Bureau de Change operators on Friday and Saturday in Lagos, Abuja, and Kano. On the investor-exporter forex window, the Naira, however, appreciated to 747 to the dollar on Friday from 772 on Thursday. Anybody that knows how to play that dollar game, they'll be laughing all the way to the bank. The immediate past acting CBN Governor Fola Shonobi on September the 6th, 2023, said the Apex Bank had concluded negotiations on dollar debts with commercial banks, disclosing that all forex exchange backlog will be cleared within 1 to 2 weeks. According to him, deposit money banks have assisted the Apex banks to clear the majority of its overdue forex forward contracts at maturity. As such, he cites the CBN. Well, somebody will have to give an interpretation of that, but the way I'm interpreting it is that local banks have helped them to clear external contract dollar owed, but then those monies are now owed to the local banks. That's really how it reads. According to him, deposit money banks have assisted the Apex Bank to clear the majority of its overdue forex forward contracts at maturity. As such, he said the CBN had reached an agreement to reimburse the lenders within 1 to 2 weeks following the extensive debt restructuring talks that lasted over a long period of time. In response to questions about the backlog, the banks have been working with the CBN on various structures to clear them. So what happens is that at maturity, they can make the foreign exchange available to those that need it. So what's the default? I'm not quite saying where the default is yet. We are discussing with them so that we can structure their own. So we are working towards clearing them in the next 1 to 2 weeks. It is something we have been discussing for a while. Shonobi had told an audience at the forum in Lagos. However, multiple top bank executives told correspondents on Sunday that almost 3 weeks after the promise, the Apex Bank had yet to make good its promise. I wonder if there's a penalty built into that. There must almost certainly be a penalty built into that. They said the development had put banks in a very tight FX liquidity position, a situation that has made many lenders to temporarily suspend several FX transactions, including school fees and personal travel allowance applications. Findings show the situation has also worsened dollar liquidity at the parallel market as bank customers shift to the black market to meet their FX demand. So that really explains the chasm. That explains the chasm between the parallel market, which is the black market, and the official CBN market. So they mop up very quickly what CBN makes available, but for reasons of low liquidity, there's no dollar in the system. So for reasons of low liquidity, CBN cannot fully satiate the dollar demand of the nation, and then that spikes up at the parallel market. So that's sort of a colloquial understanding of that. But let's move on very quickly before we lose everybody who get lost in all of these crunching numbers. So let's go to this. Yoruba Council seeks return of Akintoye Igboho orders from exile. So now that they have their son in situation, now they make demands. The Yoruba Council of Elders has urged the federal government. Let's say again. The Yoruba Council of Elders has urged the federal government to, as a matter of urgent importance, create an enabling environment for the return of all involuntary exiles who are victims of past draconian regimes. The Yoruba elders said that those in exile include the personages of Professor Banji Akintoye and Chief Sunday Igboho, who were harassed for advocating proper and dignified treatment for their law-abiding kinsmen. The elders spoke in a communique signed by YCE scribe, Elder Oladapo Oyewole, and Publicity Secretary Elder Niyi Ajibulu. So essentially, you get the gist of that. Let's go on from that to this. Breaking tribunal affirms Sanwo-Olu as governor of Lagos. So I'm not quite sure that we had any expectation other than this. The Lagos State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal has affirmed Babajide Sanwo-Olu as the duly elected governor of Lagos State. Recall that the People's Democratic Party's governorship candidate, Olajide Adediran, popularly known as Jandor, had headed to the court to challenge the victory of Sanwo-Olu at the March 18 governorship election. So I thought Rhodes Vivo also challenged as well. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, had declared Sanwo-Olu of the All Progressives Congress APC winner of the March 18 governorship election. Sanwo-Olu had won the election by a landslide, defeating Rhodes Vivo of the Labour Party, who came second. The Lagos State governor polled, so it goes on to give us the results. However, the tribunal's 3-member panel, in its judgment on Monday, September the 25th, 2023, dismissed the petition of Jandor. So more details to come. So that really came out when the story broke. That really came out when the story broke. So more details to come. So we wait to find out more on that. Let me play you to the Kegites and then bring on the panelists, and then we'll carry on with the conversation. But before I go to the Kegites, let me play you this.
I came back there and told somebody, you don't go to look for foreign investor. Anybody who tells you going around the world to look for foreign investor is wasting everybody's time. Foreign investor is like bee and honey. If you put honey here, how the bee will come in, nobody will tell you. I told you Macron finished G20 meeting, flew to Bangladesh, because Bangladesh has just ordered 10 Airbus 350. So you have to go and see them, because they're coming. If you look at all the economic analysis, go and Google where Bangladesh will be in 2030, where they will be in 2050. Nobody knows where we're going to be. With all this lying joke and everything, and people think it's about A or B or C. No. A deputy governor was just asked, you didn't go to school. He said, it doesn't matter. But you filled it. You were the one who said, I went to this school. Nobody forced you. If you know it doesn't matter, you would have said, I didn't go to school. So we imagine your ingenuity as somebody who didn't go to school and was able to come up to this. But don't say things. We have now reached a country where, like Ben said, where people say something and do something else. I asked a woman to queue. He told me, whenever I queue, I don't get anything. This happened to me last year. So whenever I queue, I don't get anything. And after the tribunal decided our case, I called the woman and said, I'm sorry. Whenever I queue, I don't get anything. Because we had somebody going around the world saying this is how he's going to conduct the election. Everywhere he goes, he said, it was the night that I heard what was called real time. Suddenly, he said, no, he can do it anyhow. Why didn't you tell us it anyhow? So that we can behave anyhow when we are voting as well. That is your country. That is what Ben is preaching today.
All right. So that's that. Before I play the K guys, let me actually give this as well. This has been making this this has been making the rounds in the news. But before I read it out, let me bring on the panelists that we do have. Still plenty of spaces if you want to come join us. Emeka certainly joins us. Living Kaizo and his bunch of rebel rousers. Adanle Koko, father of the bride, you know, regular as always. War Peace takes time off from playing daddy to come and talk Nigerian politics, and Thomas is with us too. So we go with those. But and if you want to come join, then the link is in the comment section. Thomas, if you're there, please paste the link. Article's aide accuses Tinubu's government of misleading Nigerians with 10 big lies. So these 10 big lies now, I suspect if I do the re-upload tomorrow, I'll probably use that as the headline. Frank Shaibu, the special assistant on public communications to former Nigerian Vice President Atiku Abubakar, has unveiled what he described as 10 big lies that have so far characterized the administration of President Bola Tinubu. Shaibu, in a statement issued on Sunday, said the big lies were evidence that Tinubu's only plan was to use propaganda to deceive Nigerians rather than do any proper work in rescuing citizens from the bottomless pit of bad governance they had been pushed into in the last 8 years plus, plus 117 days of the administration of the All Progressive Congress. Atiku's aide asked Nigerians not to be deceived by the apology issued by the special assistant to the president on media and publicity at Juri Ngalale and other aides to Tinubu. He said they were only sorry because they had been caught and not because they were penitent. Shaibu said the fact that Tinubu had more media aides than economic and security advisors was enough to prove that his administration would rely on propaganda as state policy. My advice to the Nigerian media is to always fact check any claim made by this government, as this would help maintain their credibility. If the Tinubu government says it's money, go outside to verify if the sun is shining, he said. Atiku's aide listed the following as the 10 lies of the Tinubu regime I have compiled so far. So let's go to the list of 10. Fuel subsidy. Bola Tinubu claimed in his inaugural speech that fuel subsidy is gone. However, the oil price at $94 per barrel and the naira at 1,000 naira to $1, the price of diesel has risen to about 1,000 per liter, whilst petrol remains at 620 per liter. It is obvious to the discerning mind that petrol is now being subsidized. So you can make that argument, and I think we've made that argument already on this platform. UAE visa ban. the government falsely claimed that the United Arab Emirates had lifted the visa ban on Nigerians, which later turned out to be untrue. NASDAQ bell ringing. Tinubu claimed to be the first African president to ring the NASDAQ bell, which was debunked as a Malawian president, whatever his name is, rang the bell on September the 21st, 2021. Meeting with President Biden, a statement issued by Ajuri Ngelale quoted U.S. presidential envoy Ambassador Molefi as saying that President Joe Biden is asking to meet with you on the sidelines of the UNGA, which never happened. Number 5, exchange rate. Tinubu claimed to have retooled the exchange rate to a reliable, dependable one-figure floating of the naira, which is far from the current exchange rates. So the floating of that naira, I cannot say categorically, I cannot concede that that is untrue. Because he's floated the naira as far as the government influence on that currency is. But whatever happens outside of government in the free market space, then that's determined by demand and supply. So that chasm that we see between the CBN rate and the black market rate, it doesn't necessarily belie that the naira is already floated, because we know it has been floated. And there's consistency in the pricing as well. What you want to really be looking at is not so much the chasm between the parallel market and the official rate at the CBN. What you want to be looking at are any sharp movement in the exchange rate at the CBN. So that's really the movement that should interest anybody. Number 5, exchange rate. Tinubu claimed to have retooled the exchange rate to a reliable, dependable one-figure floating of the naira, which is far from the current exchange rate. Airstrike in Niger. The government claimed an airstrike against Niger. The government claimed an airstrike against terrorists in Niger, not Niger, but Niger. Airstrike in Niger State. The government claimed an airstrike against terrorists in Niger State, but it later turned out that innocent citizens were killed. So yes, it's an unfortunate side effect of airstrikes. We've seen it with the Americans and we've seen it with everyone else. It's an unfortunate side effect of airstrikes that there will be collateral damage. That is just a fanciful word to tell you that ordinary innocent people will get killed when airstrikes take place. But that doesn't belie that they struck at terrorists. $10 billion FX injection. The central bank claimed it would inject $10 billion into the foreign exchange market, which has not happened. Well, it has not, but it's different from it will not. Inclusive government. Tinubu promised the government with prejudice towards none, but key appointments have favored one section of the country. So there's an argument there, and there is a counter argument against it. NNPC loan claims that NNPC obtained a $3 billion Afrixim loan to stabilize the naira has not materialized. So they did not say that I can go and bring the story so we can reread it. They did not say the CBN had secured that loan. They said the CBN was applying for it. So number 10, Student Loan Act. The Student Loan Act signed by Tinubu covers only tuition fee, whilst other educational expenses have increased in government schools. Well, there is only so much, unless, of course, you are Soludo, that you can declare a free education everywhere. So out of all of this list of 10, the only one that really coheres, maybe 2 that really coheres, is the NASDAQ one. That one is a categorical lie, and they were. I wouldn't even call it a lie. I will call it an exuberant misinformation. That's probably a better way to put it, an exuberant misinformation. That is to tell you that Ajuri Ngelale, he rushed to the press to quickly spin that yarn without fact checking it. It couldn't have been an outright lie because it's so easily debunked, and it was easily debunked. So that was an exuberant misinformation. But no more exuberance from Ajuri, though. That's just the thing. So the UAE visa ban, that's not been debunked by the UAE. So I'm not quite sure what that means. So out of all of it, actually, only really that NASDAQ ringing of the bell can be categorized as an outright misinformation. An outright misinformation, but now to inform us correctly, Emeka, yes, there, of course, Adanle Koko there as well, World Peace, the Prime Dot joins us, Ekene from Alaba, we got Joel of Nashville, the man with the data, Lata Ola in the building as well. Let's kick it off with Joel of Nashville. Joel, you're up first.
One man, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. How you guys doing? Kulata.
We're good.
Kulata.
With the Kulata with the data.
Kulata, are you there?
It's there. I think it's probably sipping on champagne or something.
Oh,
you know,
okay,
this people,
okay.
That champagne lifestyle.
Well, one man, it has been an interesting time within the political circle. You know, sometimes I just go by the topic and, go by some things that I saw.
Joel, kick it off with whatever interests you most. So you don't necessarily have to go with the list presented, whatever is foremost in your thoughts politically. But yeah, carry on.
Yeah. So one man, I'll
sorry. One last interjection, and then I'll let you flow. So because we have a full screen, I'll allot 5 to 7 minutes of monologue. So you go first.
Oh, okay. All right. So one man. Okay, let me just start. Let us be organized a little bit. So let's start with this headline, right? On this list, I just want to pick out about maybe 3 things. Subsidy. Subsidy is back. Now, I understand that Tinubu's government is a young government and he's trying to do many things at the same time. But there seems not to be some organization. It's like we have a government that speaks from both sides of the mouth. We have a government that is not quite aligned, in terms of thought, like everybody is doing what they want. Ajuri is saying what he wants to say. Wike is demolishing. Everybody, I think there is no cohesion, among the team of Tinubu. Probably now we are seeing the CBN governor being appointed and the Minister of Finance and all that. So probably we might see something. But this guy wasn't so far away from what we have on ground.
Let me ask you a question. Are we looking at teething problems or are we looking at incompetence? How are you looking at it? Is it teething problems or incompetence?
One man. I don't want to say it is a competent per se, because I was in Lagos State when this guy, what's his name, was the commissioner for finance and all that. And he did a good job. I won't say it's competence per se. I would say it's just, I think it's organization, right? Tinubu and his team is so much in a rush, to prove a point, right? So everybody in their department is trying to prove a point. But I think they are leaping instead of, really crawling as at this time. I mean, it's only 100 days. They should be crawling by now, learning the processes. Whatever thing that is going to be put out there must be well beaten and thrown out there. And when it comes for defense, somebody is out there to defend. But it's like everybody is doing what they like. And that is my fear in the Tinubu government. Hopefully, with the announcements of ministers, then we can start having, having a cohesive front from the Tinubu government.
Do you think they should be cut some slack? And by the way, I'm I agree with you somewhat. They seem somewhat to be rushing it to prove a point. But do you think they should be caught a little bit of a slack, a bit of a rush of blood to the head, the excitement of it? Maybe they are having a senior moment, a rush of blood to the head.
Yes, they should. I'm cutting them. I already cut them a slack because of the amount of days they've been in office. So that's the slack I already cut for them.
But there's not a lot of room for too many faux pas in governance, though. So we won't cut them that much of a slack.
Yes,
especially that jury.
Yeah, but one man again. You see. I don't want to say. Look, one man. The issue there is this. I believe wholesomely that if Tinubu's government were filled up with people from the southern part of Nigeria, that this government would have moved faster than it is right now. They would have been more coordinated. Look, one man, there is no gainsaying. If you want to dig oil, you go to Niger Delta and you dig oil. If you want to get cow, you go to the north and you get cow. When you need brains to work on your economy, you know where the brains are. I believe that is part of it, because look, one man, I have tell me if you can remind me of one minister from northern Nigeria. It's not like a tribal thing or regional, but sometimes we have to say the truth. Show me one minister from northern Nigeria in the past 24 years that came out and will say, oh, this guy did exceptionally well. It comes from the education these guys acquire. It's deeper than this, one man.
Joel, what of Rufai? Sorry, I was busy. I couldn't get to my phone when I was in my game. But El Rufai is probably
okay.
arguably the best minister we've had since 1999.
No. It's still debated. Hold on. No. Soludo is south. I'm talking about north. El Rufai is an exception. You and I will agree that El Rufai is an exception. Tell me one other person. Okay, now when you come to the south, now you say which ministers have done good in the past. I can name 10, 20.
All right, name them. Name five. Name five.
Okay, in the past, okay, I can name. When Bola Ige was there, things was really tight.
Are you going that far back? I said
24 years. I said 24 years.
Was Bola Ige in the part of the Fourth Republic?
Yeah, he was a minister of justice, right?
All right, yeah, carry on.
Under Obasanjo, he was killed.
Under Obasanjo, right. Then when you see when Bola Ige speaks, I wish some of us could go back. When he speaks as a minister of justice, you listen. You understand me? Just like what we are experiencing with even Umahi right now. When he's talking, you see that he's talking from a point of experience. Right? Soludo, the banks today wouldn't have been what it is today without Soludo. We can go to even the time of in fact, let me use the time of the glory days of IBB. Look at the minister that made the way that period. It was still from the south.
You see, that's a loaded question because you've come prepared, but you've caught the rest of us off the hop on the hop. I'm sure if we had the moment to think, we can think of 10 northern governors that have done excellently well. El Rufai not surpassed by anyone.
One man. The thing there is that it does not lie, right? It does not just lie, because you see, when we talk about things and legacies people have left behind, we still point out to them. We can still point to what they call it. We can still point to Nitel, right? We knew what it was before, and now what it is.
Joel, if you see Ribadu as a minister, he did exceptionally well.
That's another one. Yes. He wasn't a minister, though.
He was a minister of what?
No, look at his role as a minister, because it's like overall head of that thing. So forget about the name. It was like a minister.
Either he is one or not. I don't want to say, give kudos. I'm just saying, like, I'm not trying to create a divide between the South and the North, but sometimes we have to start looking at these issues. Are we really having round pegs and round holes, or are we just giving people positions?
Well, we have federal character within the Nigerian Constitution. So
one man. Even with the federal character, I still believe there are more knowledgeable people in the North than what we are being presented. That's the thing. We cannot. I mean, that is my own side. Now, if you look at the Igbo government now, it's kind of flat. You understand what I'm saying? Let's be honest. This is me talking.
Sorry, Joel. I did say it was a monologue, but you cannot say something as outlandish as that without me giving Ribadu the right to reply. So, Ribadu, did you hear what Joel said? And because I'm trying to think very hard, but I suspect it will roll off your lips quicker. Can you list 3 or 5 ministers of northern extraction that you will consider as being successful within the Fourth Republic? Ribadu.
Yeah, hello, good evening. I hope you can hear me because I'm in a very remote place.
Ribadu, yeah, we can hear you. Joel has started with his wala again. Did you hear what he said? And do you have a response to it?
Yeah, I think I understand the dimension he's coming from, even though he did not put it very well. You understand, but I think I understand him. You see, it's not just about when you're talking of the North. Is a North is a very complex region in Nigeria. Okay, and most of our federal governments, majority of them, almost 70% of them are not just on merit, but rather based on political compensation. But I think it's beyond any doubt, and the kind of caliber of people we have in the north when it comes to technocrats. You understand? Even before you go to ministers, if you see some of the very complicated or complex parastatals that the northern had, they did very, very well. Okay, we don't even need to go to ministerial position, but if you also want to go, you see, you when you talk of somebody like Dagash Alamin Dagash, when he was there, you know how well he performed. No, a Rufai that you guys were talking about, that one is a public knowledge. But if you really want to know what the northern are made of, check the parastatals. Okay, just check those big parastatals and try to see their achievement. But nevertheless, this is not even the reason why I'm here on this platform. One man, something is happening, especially if you know that I don't think. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you are dipping a little bit, but we can make you out. Carry on.
Okay. The reason why I come to the platform is that something is happening. It is happening in a very systematic manner that I don't know if people are about or are grasping the event that it's unfolding. I don't know if you guys are aware of what happened in Kano. The court ruling that happens in Kano against the NNPP government.
Yeah, we discussed it.
Yeah. Sorry, I was in the field, so I was not opportune to come to the platform. But you see, it's quite obvious now that APC are trying to establish their hold across the whole north, really, because it seems as Siwaju is not resting on his horse, because he's already putting structures that are going to assure his second tenure right from day one. So this is what we are seeing, and why I even raise this issue is because of the peculiarity of my state, Adamawa State. My uncle is Ben Hell to see that the APC gubernatorial candidate did not get her chance to be heard in the court. So, and that is basically because he has a very strong ties with Asiwaju. You know, Asiwaju was the one played the instrumental role in giving him the platform on ACN to run as a presidential candidate, and everybody knows how close they were. So today they were supposed to start. The court hearing was scheduled for today. I really don't know what happened, and but the general feelings here, or the general understanding in Adamawa State, is that Nuhu Ribado is not going to allow Engineer Aisha to Binani, the APC gubernatorial candidate here, to come anything closer to success in that court. By extension, is after this current administration has finished their 4 years, making the final tenure, no reward is coming back to Adamawa to run as a governor. That is after these 4 years first this administration. So it's quite aggressive the way they are.
But Ribadu, if anybody is, and this last election that we had was an anomaly. But if anybody has any ambitions of becoming the Nigerian president, they have to win Lagos and they have to win Kano. So Lagos has come back into the fold, but they cannot afford Kano to be outside of the fold. It's too big now, the vote density in Kano. So they cannot allow Kano to be outside of the fold now. Surely you know that. That's politics now.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, that it is quite very, very aggressive the way the space that APC is going. I was hoping they will extend that to Adamawa State, because the role the woman played in the last general election, in the last gubernatorial election, she really played a very, very important role. She get a very good contribution for APC. The vote she amassed for on behalf of APC. My agony is that, based of my uncle's ambition, she is not being accorded the same level of prestige that the APC.
But there was no sense that she won that election, though. She did not win that election, did she?
Well, on paper she did not. But what I'm trying to tell you is just around 30,000 votes.
Yes.
She lost by around 30,000 votes, around 32,000 votes, I think. So what I'm trying to say, everybody knows what happened in Kano. Everybody knows, frankly speaking, what's happened in Kano. But if they can use all their resources, all their influence to make sure that Kano has come back to the fold of APC, we were hoping that something like that, at least they can show their own solidarity to that lady, you know, based on the performance, based on the fight she put on, at least. But you see, her court hearing
but Ribadu, you've already answered that question. If they are going to get Kano back, they cannot overplay that hand. And if the governor of Adamawa State, if he only has, it is Adamawa State, yes. If the governor, if he has only one term left, then they can just easily get it back in 2027. But they don't want to throw their weight too heavily around, because then it will become obvious what they are doing, trying to grab back what they get at the ballot.
Yeah, that is quite strategic. I agree with your submission. It's quite strategic. But we here, our frustration here is this: why just hang out to dry? You understand? She has not been given any compensation. She has not been shown any solidarity. And the reason is not because they don't want to overplay their hands. The issue is because Nuhu Ribado is bent on trying to see that he has ruled Adamawa State at all costs.
You know, Ribado, you remember that they've sacked all of the board and chairpersons of all of the parastatals and agencies. So I suspect they will slaughter into what they will call a juicy portfolio. So I'm sure they will give us something as they continue to make their appointments.
Well, that is yet to be seen. We are still looking forward, but by the cadre of that woman, she's above all those parastatals. If they can get a professor of a relatively limelight, somebody that is not well known in Adamawa, they will bring him and give him a commissioner, a senior minister, principal minister of education for that matter. I mean, I felt we here, the APC of Adamawa State here has been betrayed by the center. That is the point I'm trying.
That guy was recommended by your uncle now. The Minister of Education, he was on your uncle's recommendation and referral.
Yeah, we know.
What one man? Can I just?
I want to make my way back to Joel, but take Kulata's interjection, respond to it, and then let Joel take the floor back, and then we move it around quickly so that we can get the fullness of what you have to say.
It's just going to be real quick. From what I'm hearing, that Tinubu is currently reaching out to the group of aggrieved people, and one of them is Aisha Binani, and there are other people like James Faleke, Delia, Bayon Onuga, FFK, and some other people that is reaching out to Pantami and so on and so forth. So it looks like there's going to be many, ambassadorial appointments coming next, and some parastatals, like one man just mentioned, that they've gotten rid of some people. So watch that space.
All right. Back to you, Joel. So back to you, Joel. You are going through that list of 10, which you back to you.
Yeah. So one man, I actually felt disappointed in what Ribadu posited here. Extremely disappointed. What he's trying to, if I understand what he's trying to say, is that they should forcefully grab that power and give to Aisha Binani because Tinubu wants to consolidate his stand in northern Nigeria. And you wonder why the region is backward.
No, it's saying if they did it in Kano, why not in Adamawa?
No. One man, you cannot replicate failure. You cannot replicate stupidity. It's unheard of. She lost an election. She used the resources. Hold on, please. Hold on, Ribadu.
Let me correct.
She lost the election, okay, according to what INEC presented. She connived with some people from Abuja, including the state residential state rep, to go and announce a result. She ought to be in jail. In the same
She's supposed to be in jail, Steve.
You're very, very wrong. You're wrong. I was. No, you're wrong.
Hold on. So now you coming out to say,
all right, let him land. I want to move it around quickly. Yeah.
Okay, so you coming out to say that what happened in Kano, what happened in Kano was a fraud as well. So you want us to replicate that fraud in Adamawa? Maybe replicate that fraud in some, just like we did another fraud that they replicated in Enugu and the one they replicated in Lagos State. It is unheard of what we're going through in Nigeria. A country where NYSC that were used to fire public officers in the past is no more a requirement. Okay, if it's no more a requirement, why did you present it? Where is perjury in our constitution? What is the deterrent for doing something wrong in our country? Okay, one man today, you saw what is going on in the court in Chicago. How can a president say, release the certificate, but don't release my gender? And what nonsense is going on?
Is that confirmed, or is that one of those obedience spins? Yeah.
One man, it's not obedience.
Joel, that's a spin now. He said release my certificate, but don't release my personal information. They say gender. Come on, man.
But you know where it is headed.
There's not know where it is headed. Nobody is PII. Nobody needs to know your PII or PHI.
Colata. The issue
Why are you
there
acting like you don't know privacy laws in America?
Hold on, Colata. According to Tinubu, in Igbo land, they say that if good things, you do not cover it. Tinubu came out to say he made an honor. The video is
I said Joel, that's besides the point. Your private information stays private for a reason.
Hold on, Colata. We are not talking about how you make love to your wife in your bedroom. We are talking about education.
You see, one thing that is funny about all this, these statements are not directly from the president. They're actually from his lawyers. So we are attributing lawyer statements to the president. So you see the spin. When the lawyers are saying certain things, or the lawyers are making an appeal to the district court, we are attributing those statements to the president. And the president is not the one making the statements. We need to be very, if for Nigeria to actually move forward, can we actually be more intelligent than we appear to be? We should be able to distinguish certain things when they are being disseminated into the public space.
Sorry, who is this guy? Hold on, Dalcoco.
And he's speaking on his behalf. He's doing everything in
please
hold on.
Please hold on.
So what do you mean that the statement is not coming from the president?
Who is this guy speaking? Who is this guy speaking? Can anybody hear me?
Is not coming directly from the president. It is coming from his lawyer.
Sorry, can anybody hear me?
That is the instruction that he gave them.
It's not an instruction. They were making an appeal.
Don't let us defend in defense.
It's not an instruction. It's an appeal. It's an appeal made on behalf of their client in a district court.
Yeah.
So they want to stop. Want to stop the second judge from releasing it, and they went to a higher court, which is a district court, and they said, "Don't go ahead." Now we are waiting for the judgment to come up, and we are hearing things. Oh, the president said this. Can we be more intelligent than we appear to be?
But the lawyer is in the court for the president, and is acting on his behalf. Is defending him. And
agreed. So I agree. But that statement, the media twist is the president is saying it, not the president lawyer is saying this. Please, we should be intelligent. We know better now. We know better.
It doesn't matter.
We know better.
Everybody is just talking. Can anybody hear me?
Whatever statement that is issued out there by the lawyer, is being done on his behalf. So let us know.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Sorry, can anybody hear me? God, can you hear me?
Whatever the lawyer says, since he is representing Tinubu in legal capacity, yes, it's Tinubu saying it. So we don't need to twist it, whether the media or whatever. But I know I have so many reasons. I have so many reasons why I will not release my transcript into the public space, whether you like it or not. I don't care, because you'll be seeing a lot of things about me that if some good cyber criminal get their hand upon, they can manipulate. So
my brother.
What piece? They can hear you, but I think.
And so why they just not respond? Which kind of talk? Respond. I'm checking my mic. Can anybody hear me? You are so distant.
I can hear you. What piece? Speak up. We can hear you.
What's wrong with everybody on the platform trying to speak for Tinubu? Answer somebody and let somebody move on.
What piece? You need to understand that everybody here is just cascading, talking there.
They're just talking like we are kids of 12 years. Can anybody hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Simple.
Well,
I was thinking I was talking to myself.
Guys, can you allow him just make his own, say his own piece?
I'm not trying to make anything. I was checking my earpiece because I was not in earpiece, and I changed to switch to earpiece. I was trying to say something that is not hearing me. It's like I was hearing myself. I was about to get out of the studio to come in again.
I can't.
Just ignore something.
I can't hear you. What piece? I can't hear you.
Jump on the room. What's wrong with all you people? Calm down. I'm here now. Let us calm down.
You want to get bad, You want to get bad. So what to make you badder? Come on now.
No, but it's not so. At least take it easy now. They don't pay anybody now. Your business are just you're just talking with him.
My brother, what is how you doing? Calm down. My brother, what is how you doing?
I did fine. Greet everybody. I agree with the house. Anyway, what you guys are saying just now is so fun and ridiculous. I think one man, you need to put some certain things. We need to stop certain things on this platform. But in fact, everybody has the right to speak. But that right is not guaranteed after you finish speaking rubbish. After that young man that just spoke and said that the lawyer is speaking for himself, not speaking for Tinubu. If you're in court and they stole your land went to the court to defend for you your land. Who's going to say he owns the land? Is it he, the lawyer, or you, the you that is defending your land? What's so big there? If Tinubu doesn't want to release the certificate, he has the right to say I don't want to release my certificate, but it's not on his prerogative to say release it or not. When you are arrested, you have no right anymore. Right now, Tinubu and Atiku does not have a right to my certificate. It's the court that will decide if they will release it or not. Tinubu can come out to tomorrow. If they want to release it, cannot do anything. And Tinubu can
you are not my father to call me a young man. So it is wrong for you to be attributing ages when it does not concern you. You are not my father or my mother. So be very careful with the kind of statements you make. Be very careful with the kind of statements you make. Be very careful with the kind of statements you make. You can't be throwing ad hominem anyhow. You have to have respect from the place you came out from now. And if you have a village, have respect for your village now. You can't be throwing ad hominem anyhow. Are you my father or my mother that gave birth to me to be attributing some kind of age?
One man, I have to put them behind, so that
can I say something rational?
Hold on. One man, are you there? One man.
Rational man, continue.
No. I have to put them, let them cool off a little bit, so I'll bring them back. So guys,
can I continue?
Hold on.
I just want to speak something.
Hold on. Emeka and What Peace, please, can you let's just be adults here. I know sometimes we'll just say things, but please, let's just be adults here, please. I'll bring you guys back.
Okay, What Peace, can I continue?
Okay, can I speak now? Rational mind.
Okay. I'll say what you want to say. Then let
okay. What I just want to say.
Be quick about it, so that
yes. What I want to say about it, Emeka and What Peace. See, let us be respectful. When we are adults, we don't have any right to say to others that there are something they should not be publishing here. Your perspective is different from other people's perspective. What you think it makes sense to you may be total rubbish to me. So let's just, because we find ourselves in a situation whereby we are trying to correct one another, and we are even making worse mistake. We are even saying something that is even meaningless to other people than what we are even trying to correct other people. So don't let us be self-righteous to the point that we don't understand that people have different perspectives. That's just what I want to say. So everybody is right in his own side, and let us respect opinions based on individual perspective. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. It's still within the realms of. I'm not quite sure why the objection is to being called a young man. Maybe you've not yet reached a vintage where that would be a compliment. But no. Round it off in a couple more sentences. Joel,
please, I have the right to respond, please.
Oh,
please, I have the right to respond. Sorry, I'm not trying to insult anybody. This is funny. Well, when the other guy came and started defending or saying something, and then what statement I make, and he's targeting to himself. He's the one that is targeting to himself. The last time I checked, I didn't make any name, but he was here. He came in and said that we are talking like kids. We should not be talking like kids. That we are educated. We should not act like we uneducated person. Then why he not coming now acting like an educated person? Like if I actually call his name. I make a general statement. I said the young man that spoke last. So many people spoke last. I even got mad. I said nobody's hearing me. So how is he sure who I'm talking to? Don't you see? Common sense is not common. When you want to pick a fight that you can win. Don't just try and jump up and make a point because you feel that you can make a point. Sometimes you be very careful.
What is? You didn't make any wrong statement.
What are people saying? I didn't even call anybody's name. I didn't even make a general statement.
Just leave matter.
No, it's good. Let's say the fact.
It's okay.
This is what people come and start making. If I want to call your name, I'll call your name. I call people name based on 2 things.
All right, now let's not. So you had your right to reply. So thank you. Round it off in a couple more sentences. Joel, I'll still look back to you again, Joel. Round it off in a couple more sentences.
Today is one of those days. I was looking out of my window to see if today is full moon,
It
because
goes back, isn't it? It
everybody
goes
is smiling today.
back. Yeah,
Everybody is smiling.
it's all Tinubu's fault. He didn't share the Agbado round enough. This is the thing.
Yeah. So, but one man, I'll just make it short. The issue is this: we have to start, looking at how we can make our political office holders responsible, to their word, to whatever they submit to us. We have to have a process that, would ensure that we have the right people in the positions of power. Even if you're going to do by appointment, let the process that brought you in, especially your education qualifications and other, let it all be right. Which also talks about dismantling of INEC, because it's like we have so much responsibility with INEC. All these things, or even the parties, all these things should go through, proper channel, making sure that everyone that is coming into the political office is very, very, very vetted. To stop issues like this, because it's an embarrassment. No matter how you want to look at what's happening to Tinubu, it's an embarrassment. If you are a public office holder, that is why it is called public. If you want to remain private, you remain in your room. You do your private businesses. But once you are a public office holder, everything about you is public, whether you like it or not. You enjoy the perks of power. It comes with its perks. But also, it comes with its downturn. It's like you're more or less like a celebrity. For that period of time, you're going to be in power. So your life must be public. Your affairs must be public. Whatever you do must be public. If you do not like the murky waters of politics, don't venture into it. But do not come into politics with so much baggage. Tinubu has so much baggage. And one man, it is part of the distraction Tinubu is having, whether you like it or not. That is the reason why we have to start making sure that the right people get into power. And lastly, before I leave, the guy that said that the lawyer that is representing Tinubu is not speaking for Tinubu, or what? I don't know how that came in. So I wonder why. I wonder who sent the lawyer to court, and who is paying the lawyer's fees, or is the lawyer on his own just doing his thing? Certain discussions in a platform like this shouldn't even come up in the first place. And I understand the anger of war peace, but one man is the show. Everybody has their own opinion. I love the show, and I yield to the next person. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Hang around, because I still want to hear from you. The verdict has come in on the Sanwo-Olu thing. Sunday Igbo wants to make his way back, but let me move the conversation around so that everybody documents their thoughts at the initial phase. So, just as much as you can, if you can keep within it, the 5 to 7 minute monologue, just Emeka joins us. So, Emeka, you're up next. Either to the headlines that we've presented or anything that caught your eye in the news. Emeka, good to see you.
Thank you. I just want to speak on the 10 lies released by. Yeah, I think I like the publication. Why do I like it? That's how opposition parties should behave. All like the ghost chasing of certificates, or release certificate or don't release certificate. That's what ignorant people do, and it's actually good for the president because they are distracted chasing ghosts and shadows. Why he's still progressing and doing things that he ought to be doing, whether they are right or wrong. We need the opposition to get their acts together and begin to monitor the president, so that the president's
such as what? Can you give us an example of the progress he has made? Such as?
So that the president directives and policies can be properly implemented, right? So currently now we're seeing the dollar price is going down. I mean, Naira is devaluating more than the dollar in comparison with the dollar. We need a huge intervention in that remark. If opposition parties are busy chasing ghosts of certificates, release your certificate or don't release certificate, include your agenda, don't include your agenda. They're no more going to be monitoring the progress of the president, whether the president is doing what he's supposed to do or whether the president is not doing anything at all. So we need the opposition to get their acts together. I know Labour Party is not a proper organized party, but we need PDP, who is the mainstream opposition party, to get their acts together and begin to do the proper job of what an opposition party should be doing. And that's why I really like that. So it coming out and hitting the mainstream would, is a kick to APC as well as the president and his team, and they need to look at it and say, okay, we need to adjust ourselves and begin to do what is right, because the honeymoon is over. Where they've exceeded the 3 months mark and the 100 days mark.
The honeymoon has to be over, and they need to tighten their operations more. And I'm not sure that that Adurim Galile, I'm not sure that he's allowed more than one more mistake. Because he's dropping
we've discussed about this previously. He's been making a lot of blunders and giving the opposition room and breathing space to pick up those blunders. It's shrouded in his inexperience and showing that he needs to grow really fast, where we can give him room. I'm happy that the president is recognizing more of young Nigerians who can enter into the space of politics as well as governance and begin to provide service to the nation. We have to applaud the president with that. But again, these individuals must not allow opposition parties as well as those within the core view of the president to say, okay, this allowing young people to come into politics or come into governance is a detriment to your government. So you must give space for more experienced individuals who are older, like the caliber of the Laya Mohammed and the Dele Alake to run this administration. We want to see more young Nigerians, more hungry Nigerians, and Nigerians who are in their youth. So what Ajuri is doing is sort of a demerit, and again, he should get his act together and not, cause a precedent.
But Emeka, he's somewhat of a senior in that space. He was a lead anchorman for Channels Television and then a senior spokesperson for quite a few years under the Buhari administration.
Well, he was
so
he
not a
was a spokesperson, but not directly to President Buhari. Yes, he has some experience, but now he's the spokesman, official spokesman for the president, right? So any communication coming out from within the presidency is attributed to him. So he must not make gaffes, mistakes, and say things that are not either rightly done or there's any sort of mistakes or false or misstatement. So he has to iron himself up and then dot his I's and cross his T's properly. So anyway, let me leave that to Ajuri and move over to the FX. Let me move over to the FX, please. Let me land, please. We can tell, that the value of the naira is deteriorating really fast, and that was one of the moves. I think currently now, the Minister of Finance, Wale Odu, is currently in London. He just ranked the London Stock Exchange. What they're trying to do now is to address the supply chain. Get investors to come into the country, invest into our stock exchange market, or come in and put up more industries, bring in liquid dollars into the country. They're addressing the supply chain aspect of it, but again, I think we still have a persistent demand problem, right? I don't know why our preference for dollar is going haywire. So I think they need to begin to look at the demand side of things, and also why they are trying to address the supply chain aspect of the FX. Why do we have this huge surge for dollar demand? Who are these people mopping us these dollars? And again,
Emeka, speculate. Because I feel that it is the looters from the previous administration who are trying to get their naira out via the dollar portal. It's all of those monies.
Not only the looters. I think I saw within the media that GSS arresting some couple of individuals as well as multinationals or large corporates who are doing this round tripping with dollars. As the Mefilo saga going on.
Is it the Indians? Yes, some Indians. Yeah.
People are also shorting the naira in international FX.
Yeah, definitely. There are a lot of speculation going on in that space, right? That's why I said the demand aspect of it. While we are trying to get in liquidity from the supply side, we should also look at the demand part of it, right? Because what we have currently now is the short supply of FX or dollars that can address the demand for the dollars itself. So regardless of whether you are pumping in so much FX, if you don't address what is causing this huge demand surge, we will still get the naira devaluing itself all the time. So what is causing this problem? Who are these speculators, number one? Or who are these large corporate or individuals that are mopping up these dollars, or either hiding these dollars and then going to the parallel market to go and dump it, and resulting to the naira devaluing itself? The last I checked, naira dollars is not a legal tender in Nigeria. I know we import a lot of things, but it's still not a legal tender in Nigeria. But who are these speculators that are causing a problem in our market? Then again, we also need more participants in the IRA window. Let's have the BDC join into that IRA window and let them also compete for the supply of dollars. That way, because now we've been able to eliminate the CBN official rate. That is gone completely. We now have the IRA window and we have the parallel market. Having the BDC guys, all of them entering into that market while we are trying to address the supply side of it, and we're having investors coming in to participate into that market, that will be able to bring the parallel market price closer to the IRE. Or maybe we can say the IRE market is probably overinflated. So let that market resemble what we have in the parallel market, because definitely me and you, myself, we cannot go into the IRE markets. If we want to get dollars for any of our import services or products, we walk straight to the nearest malam who would sell to us. So let's have these guys, these individuals, participate more in that IRA window, and let's close the gap itself. Then again, that will reduce the speculative practices going on in the markets, because it is very dangerous.
Sorry, Emeka, is it not just down to a simple matter of liquidity?
It's just not only liquidity itself. That's why I'm saying, as they're addressing the supply chain of it, they should also look at the demand part of the market too. Because no matter how much you flood the market with dollars, there are people who are going to mop up that dollars and either hoard the dollars or speculate against the flow of the dollar. So they must look at it. Those speculators who are betting or hedging against the naira.
Sorry, Emeka. Sorry, Joel, did you want to interject, because your background is in?
Sorry. Yeah. So Emeka, you see, I just wanted to add to what you were saying, right? Just to help you. Just a quick one. Landlords right now are taking their rent in dollars. We talk about the dollar demand in Nigeria. It is even within Nigeria. So I don't know how we're going to do this.
That is what I'm saying. Not just only landlords. There are schools, secondary schools, primary schools, private primary and secondary schools that are taking dollars as a means of payment. That is illegal. That is illegal. That's what I'm trying to say. So if you're receiving products and services, if you're exchanging products and services for dollar payment, then you are committing a crime. So that's part of addressing the demand side of it. And I also mentioned it. The last I checked, dollar is not a legal tender in Nigeria. So what are we doing? Why is there a huge surge? There's also a customer, I won't say customer preference, there's also a preference for dollars against the naira. People tend to now want to hold more value in dollars rather than the naira. That's a problem. If we have more Nigerians preferring dollars than naira.
What? If your leaders are part of the people that mop up these dollars, because definitely they are part of the people that mop up these dollars, your leaders, including senators, governors, even the presidency, how can they fight that corruption?
Probably maybe good question, but I said we need to address that demand side of it. Addressing that demand side of it includes probably looking at the speculators and those who prefer to hold value in dollars rather than in naira. Why are they doing this?
But it's not illegal to speculate the dollar. It's not illegal. Is it illegal what they're doing? If they want to mop it up and hold it, there's no law that stops that. Is there?
Currently now, there probably might not be any legislation, but we need to look. It's part of looking at it, getting legislation involved, because I was reading a beautiful write-up and also trying to develop something on it. They put a spread that they must not go against when you have the BDC participating into the market, so that we can reduce that. Then people who are committing this crime against our naira, like somebody is mentioning the governor, nobody should be bigger than the law. We have to address it, or else what is going to happen? let's call a spade. Our naira will keep falling down, and then we might not have to go back to redecimate our naira again against the dollar. But that will not also help the problem. It won't solve the problem. It won't address the problem. We will still keep sinking down till we kill our economy. We must move away from the holding value in dollars and begin to spend what we call a legal tender. Please, it's a huge problem. It's a huge problem. And I hope the president would look at it, as well as Wole Odun and Cardoso will look at it and address that problem. Or else there are travels to the US, travels to London, even travels to France or wherever. Even if you travel to Mars to go and get dollars, it's never going to be enough. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Always excellently put by yes. Just have that brief interjection, and then Kulata takes the floor next. Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Let Kulata, because I know it's not going to be brief. Okay, yes, let Kulata just go.
All right. I'm trying to move it around quickly, so you get the chance to debunk the things that you may not agree with. Kulata, you're up next.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I thought Rational Mind wanted to say something. I will have given him a... Anyway, Rational Mind...
You want to yank his balls again, Abby?
Yank his balls. That's treating. Well, what I want to bring up, I don't know if you read this as part of your story. There's a new road that is getting created, Lagos to Calabar highway. It's going to be a massive road built with concrete. So this is a large infrastructure project that Tinubu is going to create. David Umahi announced it. So did you was that part of your readout?
No, we missed that.
Okay, so it's a significant infrastructure. It's going to be a big deal for our economy because it's going to connect almost all the South states.
It's not a new project now. It has always been. It's also always a pipeline.
But Tinubu's admin, they're gonna. This is a PPP, not rail line. Oh, listen to me. I said road.
Coastal road. I know. I'm aware of that.
Coastal road. So they're gonna do it. So I was looking at
high-tech. They get to high-tech. The same.
Now. Let me get there. So as I was looking at it, I saw that okay, they awarded it to a company called High-Tech. So for anybody that knows high-tech, let me give it to the Tinubu's antagonist. Rational Mind, what do you know about high-tech?
Don't get me started on that.
I'm getting you started.
Do you know anything on high-tech? Rational Mind.
Don't get me started on that.
Okay. Rational Mind, you're going to be my pally today. So we're going to partner today. No, me, I'm on the same side, Lily.
Okay.
What do you know about high-tech?
I hope so.
Rational Mind.
Well,
no.
Rational Mind.
High-tech handled Admiralty, that Admiralty road. They were the one who handled it. And I think the Babbage project too, high-tech too was they were.
Is it not Dangote? Is high-tech not Dangote?
No. It's not.
See, high-tech
is the Lebanese brothers, the Chowdhury brothers.
But then it's. Hold on. You should be a question, Lawman. You're begging surrounding.
A specific question. What do you know about the ownership of high-tech? That's what I should.
That's where I'm going. You know, as often was said. It's very hard. When we say Tinubu owns this hotel, Tinubu owns this property, he owns channels. I mean, is it channels? Sorry.
TVC.
He owns this, he owns that. You hardly can find his name on that. He does everything by proxy. High-tech, it has been speculated. I'm one of those people that said no, it doesn't belong to him. But recently, I was having a conversation with somebody, and made me understand that. You see, you can hardly find Tinubu's name on anything that people accuse him of owning. But people knows that he knows that people knows that he knows that he owns those things. So what he does, like Alphabeta, you look at the list of people on the board of directors, you never see Tinubu's name there. He does everything by proxy. So the Shagori brothers are those people that he use as proxy for that high-tech. He owns high-tech, from what I gather from that reliable source. So
sorry if you don't mind.
Hold on. Like
wait,
you will never
follow what is high-tech.
He said what?
High-tech construction company.
High-tech construction. Yeah,
spell it and let us follow along.
HIT.
Okay, continue rational mind.
Okay, sorry, please. I mean, when it comes to
no, continue. Now I'm just judging you. Continue. I'm just judging you. Say rational mind. Continue.
Only patience. I don't have
patience.
This
one I'm giving you perfect opportunity. Okay, HITECH, HITECH. Yeah, that's HITECH.
Thank you.
Well, they handle that Admiralty, that place where they protested. I mean, they do I will give it to them. They do a very good, very solid construction. They do it. I will give it to them. But the point is, who owns it?
Okay. So
So sorry. Why is that the point? Is the point not the point you already made that they do a good job?
Well, listen.
Is that not the point?
One man. Okay. When it gets to my turn, let me let our friend.
So this story is kind of like I want to see what's more important to Nigerians. That's why I'm letting rational mind. So I'm going to go straight to the point because I think I've met some boys that was running this company in a party on some place like 10 years ago. The company is linked to Tinubu, point blank. I'm not even gonna try and mess around here. The company is linked to Tinubu, and of course, is running it in partnership with a guy called Shaguri. Shaguri is the Nigerian Lebanese guy that used to do a lot of things with Abacha. It was linked to, I think Shaguri was
started with IBB. Started from IBB.
Started from IBB, but Niger boy now. He was born in Nigeria. He was born and bred in Nigeria. It's just Lebanese. So from IBB to Abacha, one of the first telco companies before the GSM one. I forgot the name of those ones. Shaguri was one that brought down one. The ones that not era. There was one.
Is it Mobitel?
No, not Mobitel.
Satellite phone. Satellite phone.
There was another one, but that was
It's Turaya now. It's Turaya.
There was Turaya, there was Mobitel, there was some that were based on CDMA, and I think that was the Mobitel one. And then there was some that were multi-link.
No,
it wasn't.
Is it Starcoms?
Multi-links. If I remember the specific name, I'll let all of you.
Starcoms.
It's not Starcoms. No, Starcoms is CDMA. Multi-links is CDMA. This one wasn't CDMA. But the name
the satellite one now. The satellite one is Turaya now.
That detail is not the most important. Bottom line is this guy has been connected to Nigerian government, even to American government. He's one of the Bill Clinton bundlers because he was recently called. They recently called Bill Clinton out because of him. He also has some drug charges, validated drug charges and all. So here's the thing: they're going to build this road. It's going to be PPP. So it's not like anybody's borrowing loan to build the road. It's going to be PPP to a company linked to Tinubu, and of course, public faces Shaguri, a man of questionable character. So, but at the end of the day, does anybody on this platform question the economic viability and the significant economic impact that the coastal road will do to Nigeria? For those that need to get the picture, this road is going to connect Lagos, starting from VI to the Dangote refinery, that what do you call it again? Free trade area, Benin, Delta, Bayelsa rivers, all the go to that this stuff in Calabar, that tourist place. It will go all the way there, go transverse even the port. So this is akin to American maybe highway. When America built Highway 1, Route 1, that road called Route 1. This is almost akin to Route 1, as economically important to America as Route 1. This is what this road is going to be. Now, the fact that it's linked to Tinubu, in my mind, confirmed. In your mind, we can say allegedly. I have my reasons why I can confirm it.
because I met the boys running it at some point in time. One of them is my friend. It's also linked to Shagori. It's not going to cost Nigeria much money because it's a PPP. How do people feel about that? The pros? Let me finish my statement. Do the pros outweigh the cons? The pros being it's necessary, needed infrastructure that is going to turn the country around from an economic standpoint. All the cries we cry in the South, we're linking the South to the South now. It's all about the economy, stupid. That's the pro, in my opinion. The con...
Sorry, go on.
The con, in my opinion, is there's a lot. I mean, the president has interest in it. From my opinion, allegedly, I'm going to use allegedly because what I know is not, I mean, I can say, okay, it's not public knowledge. The president has interest in it. So where do you stand? I guess this is my own question. Where do you stand?
They will put target here now. Abi?
No, that's a different space. That's a different space. That's a different. That's different from what Kulata was asking. But to add to the pros that Kulata added, Rational Mind also told us that this company has a reputation of doing an excellent job. So, does the fact that Tinubu may or may not have an interest in that company, does it? How do people respond to that? I think you want to go at that, Rational Mind.
Yeah, woman. You see, my point is the cons. I mean, like, yeah, you can say the pros, like, yeah, we need a road that will link those coastal states to open up the economic viability of those coastal states. And I know my state, Ondo State, will be part of them. I'm sure it's going to pass through, even though my village. It's going to open that place up. Yeah, so those are the pros or the advantage of having such. But the cons is what we're talking about here now, woman. You see, I don't know how we don't get it in that country. I'm not saying people should not make money, but when you have conflict of interest, one man on your channel here, on this your platform here, you know how I've been an antagonist against Tinubu and all his political dynasty that he started within Lagos, state of Lagos, and how he hijacked that state. And everything he does is just to make money for himself and his cronies. It's not just for the benefit of the people. Even though he fronts it with like, oh, the people of Lagos, they will benefit. No, it's to make money for himself.
No. Can it be both? Can it be both? And if we were both, is that a
one man? You don't run a society like that. You do not run a society like that.
By building necessary infrastructure, or you don't run it's
not wrong to build infrastructure. But when somebody's interest is involved, that is where the problem is. It breeds a lot of criminality, a lot of fraud, a lot of one man. You see, some of us, I don't know, maybe you suppliers we don't even look at the
Rational. Are you considering that PPP? Rational, first of all, are you considering that the money that they're going to use to invest is not our money? Are you considering that?
You see, we had this PPP people which will keep brandishing this word and throwing it around like as if we are Nigerians like myself are just we're just so dumb we don't even understand what it is. Well, I understand PPP, whatever you're talking about. I'm giving you an example. We said people have been saying that this toll gate at Admiralty there, that toll gate where those kids some of them were massacred. We said Tinubu owned that place, so people were saying no, he doesn't own it. Now we are linking ITEC that built that road up to Lekki Phase 1, I think up to even Chevron, down to like I think Murio Konla there and all those places, even down to where they used to be. Is it Ozumbamba down to is it the Japanese embassy there? Last time I was there, I think I saw what they did. They did a very good job. Don't get me wrong. But the point is this: why must this man have to have his interest in everything in that country? Now
it's a businessman now.
That's what I'm saying. You do not do that. You don't run a society.
Why not?
You see, one man. I think when it gets to my turn, I want to talk more about this. At least I don't ever get the time to talk about it because
it's like you're telling Trump. It's like you're telling Trump to use American money to build another Lago in Washington. Then you tell everybody to go and stay there. It's cooperating to America. He's a businessman. One man. Really, are you speaking that from London?
No. One piece. During Trump's time, he was invoicing Mar-a-Lago to the state.
Did he build a new one? Did he build a new one with American money?
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he built or not. It was.
It matters a lot, one man. It matters a lot. You know, it matters a lot.
Please hold on. Let me give you an example. Trump example. It was Trump buying the hotel in Washington D.C. and telling indirectly.
Trump did not stop there. Trump did not buy America hotel in Washington D.C. People were buying hotels.
Let me land first. Telling diplomats indirectly to stay in that Trump hotel in DC. That hotel was bought for that purpose, and that was. I mean, you can go and check all the.
You leave that. You have
Collateral.
Hold on.
I disagree with your point, Collateral. Not true.
Please, Daddy, hold on, please. Trump did not buy any hotel in Washington DC. People were converting their hotel to Trump franchise. Hold on, Collateral. You're not the only one that have data. You don't have data. Stop when it comes to this part. Trump did not buy any hotel.
If I bring it, I'm going to keep quiet.
What I say?
What the
What are saying? What are saying? I didn't hear you well. Papa said again, repeat again, Kulata.
He said if he brings the evidence, are you going to surrender?
Well, because I can go to
okay. One man, quick interjection.
Hold on, please. Sorry, my cousin. Because I think only one has the software to create data from PDF and bring it out. So is a fact. He presents anything. They have the right to not accept it, but what you present doesn't make it real. Hold on, calm down. Let me lecture you a little bit. It was in court. Did they take him to court? Did they win him on that case? That's what you're not saying now. If it's
no. Hold on,
please. Hold on. Let me land.
All right. Hold on. Bring the tempo down a bit, then land. Bring the tempo down.
I mean, first session. The one owned by Trump without dispute is Motago in Florida. Other ones, people started being a part of franchise of a Trump brand, switching the hotel to front Trump brand. And in the hotel they used for that this thing, which was finger, it was only attended by the owner of the hotel. He only have a franchise with Lago. So what are you not saying? I don't like Trump or I like him. This case was everywhere. Well, what is the definition here? So how is your own go part of the one better than that person's part?
All right. Yeah. Mute yourself for the background noise. Let Prince Daddy have a quick interjection.
Let's not make this about Trump. We have to go back to Tinubu.
Yes,
because Prince Daddy has been waiting since I destroyed Trump.
Yes.
Well, he never destroyed Trump. He never once did, actually. Simply producing some article written by some liberal heads doesn't make it true. I too can produce a lot of articles and facts, but even if you produce an evidence about something doesn't mean it's true. By the way, evidence is just getting people to collaborate your story, and that's it.
Did Trump have a DC hotel? Yes or no?
No, the question is, how did they get a DC hotel?
No, answer that question first. Yes or no? Then you can go on.
Trump won the contract to convert.
Did he have a DC hotel?
No, I'm going to answer the question. I'm answering the question.
It's simple. Yes or no?
Trump won the contract.
Yes or no, then you can answer.
Prince Daddy, if you answer that question, then that answers World Peace's question, and then you can have that push against that Kulata.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer the question, but I don't want to deceive the audience. So Trump won the contract. It's always good to have the genesis of things. Trump won the contract to convert the old. It's very in a few seconds. Trump won the contract to convert the old post office building into an hotel, and it won a fair and square when it was not part of the government. So the argument about people,
so he had a DC hotel,
like he had many hotels, like he has many hotels around the country and around the world.
So that's a yes. Okay, then continue.
All right, so that answers World Peace's question, but continue, Prince Daddy, yeah.
Yeah, Trump also have hotels in New York and Florida, and I think golf course in Ireland. I'm not sure the main purpose of that question actually, but to try to tie Trump to, we don't want to make it about Trump anyways. But my point here is that simply being able to produce an article or something to collaborate your story doesn't mean it's true. Yeah, it doesn't make it true. But on the main issue you guys are talking about, if Rational Mike can accept that the high tech group did a good job with the Admiralty Road, and it sounds like they are a reputable company. What is the big deal if the company is linked to Tinubu as far or as long as they can do or produce a good job? See, this fixation with Tinubu here and there, it's almost a non issue. The bottom line here is that we're trying to we're trying to get quality job or progress in the country. I mean, would we not rather have a company that's competent, that can do the job, than any maybe foreign company that does a shoddy job and they don't get things done?
But what of conflict of interest?
Well, the question is,
to you.
The question is, did they bid for the contract and did they win the contract? It was it unless you try to allege.
Hold on. Is that not what we accuse Obis of in Anambra when he was the bank? He was the chairman as the banker of the state government, and the beauty where is.
No, I see a distinction between the two. I see a distinction between the two. But the point, the point.
You people ever learn to understand? So I mean, I don't just understand why you people tweet.
Rational mind. You don't have the entire. You don't have all the knowledge in the world. So you two can learn too if you listen. You two can learn if you listen.
I don't learn from corruption. I don't learn from immorality. I don't learn from people who tries to spin things around just because of one criminal that we
every day in the U.S. The U.S. politicians, the U.S. politicians, the senators and whatnot, they have access to.
About U.S. politics. I'm not here to talk about U.S. politics. I'm talking about Nigerian politics.
Well, I don't think there's a law. I don't think there's a law in Nigeria that requires the president to exit his businesses for becoming a president of Nigeria. I don't think there's a law.
Yeah, there's a law
that says that.
Yes.
Where is that collateral? Where is that going to tell us that? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't.
So the reason
I think it's this code of conduct, Buri. You don't have to declare. You don't put it in a trust.
I didn't say declare. I said exit the businesses. Exit.
Yeah,
so there's no such law.
I'm trying to support your notion. No, it's not the same. It's declare what you have.
Let me tell you why it's the same. You want me to
thank you?
Because when you declare, excuse me, this is what I have. These are my interests are. This is what I have. So it is assumed that after you leave office, you do not make yourself rich. And if you do that, then they find that because Nigeria don't do it because it's everything just paper. They don't even do any investigation. Like this idiot that just left, what's his name? Buhari. I bet you if it were to be in Senate country, they would.
Rashomon, that was a former president. He's not an idiot. That was a former president of Nigeria.
Don't correct me on that. Let me speak. I have to speak. He's an idiot.
No, I think he's right. Please, please take it back. Accept correction when it's necessary. He's a former president. Please accept correction. Accept. No, you don't call a president an idiot. Please accept correction.
Do you know what I mean?
Take correction. Take correction.
Tell us what's an idiot.
All right. What I will say is land your interjection and then let Kulata continue with his narrative so we can move on.
This guy left a country in shambles. This guy came in, Tinubu coming here, he's trying to staple the whole thing. I don't even know if he's even trying. That's another debate. And look at what the dollar is changing for now. He left there almost at $800 $800 to $1. And you're telling me not to call him an idiot? An idiot is somebody who doesn't know what he's doing, who is just a senseless person. That's why I call him an idiot.
You know that's not actually what an idiot is. If you want to go to the etymology of that word, it's a non-participant. That's what somebody that abstains from civic duty exactly what an idiot
Did
is.
he not abdicate his role as a president, allowing Emefiele and his cabals within the Aso Rock to run rampant? He's not an idiot in that regard. Well, man, let's whatever how we want to define it.
He's a buffoon. He's a buffoon and he goes.
All right. Let's get back to
let me just quickly line one man, please. So my point is this: you see, when we come here, we live in countries where things work because they are safe. They do things. Their governmental system, it's regulated. You do not bring your interest and conflict it with your office. You do not do that. That's why things run well in these countries like this. Trump, when he was even trying to change that, you see how people rail against him, even his own party. They said, no, you cannot do this. You cannot do that. You cannot use your office. You cannot let your daughter be doing your son.
You're not saying the truth.
Hold on. You said what? What did you say?
You're not saying the truth. There's so many conflict of interest in the United States with the politicians and businesses. So you're not saying the truth.
Debate that will be right, but we're talking about Nigeria here.
But don't talk in absolutism if you don't know the truth. Now, people are listening to you. People are listening to you, right?
Oh, God. You see, dude. See, when people talk like myself, talk like this, you people just want to interject just to make me just lose my train of. I just want to go straight to the point. My point is this: that we live in countries whereby things work. I work as a government official, and I know that I have my own conflict of interest. I'm not allowed to do certain things, even though if I'm an architect or I'm an inspector or whatever, and I have a company that does business with the city, I cannot do that. I cannot act in that role. I have to abdicate my office. Yeah, because they know how compromise can come in from there. They know how corruption can start from there. That is where country. You see, we need to start learning the essence of governance and how we talk about a society that is.
Tell us about Enron. Tell us about Bernie Madoff. Tell us about GE.
I don't want to go into. I don't want to dive. I'm just trying to tell you as a civil servant myself.
Okay, sorry, Land. Let's go on. Sorry,
I'm telling you how sane society operates. If you go to Europe, let me give you on the issue of woman. Maybe when it comes to I'm going to talk about it. On the issue of that this exchange rate thing there, we should copy from we should use European model on that.
All right. Hold your thoughts on that, and then let's get back to Kolata. Kolata, you say you've opened up that space for a bit of both glass. You know, it doesn't take much to trigger rational mind.
That's why I string him along, because on it's a moral. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's a moral question. I mean, if of course on the surface, Tinubu doesn't have anything to do with high-tech. So I mean, you can go and prove it. But for those that know we know he has a lot to do with high-tech. So it's more like, well, I mean, there's nothing you and I can do about it. Is some of what is expected from a Tinubu-like operations. But I know, like I said, allegedly, public, it has nothing to do with high-tech. But from my own personal knowledge, what I'm speaking about, it's a moral issue. But do you overlook the moral issue because of the huge benefits? It's a question for you guys. I've answered it. I keep that answer to myself. That's why I threw that rhetorical question out there for people to consider.
Are you saying we cannot get another construction company that can do the same job?
I'm not saying that. I said it's a moral. From my standpoint, it is a moral issue. Meaning,
if he bid and won the contract, is it not allowed? And by the way, when the president comes in, usually they pack their businesses into the hands of a proxy. That's often what usually happens. So
yeah, but it's not a blind. It's not like normally you put it in a blind trust.
In a blind trust, yes, yeah.
In a blind trust. But this one is not. But again, about the qualifications, it's not technical qualification that who can build road or who sabi build road. It's also who can fund the project, because it's a PPP. So you have to bring your own money to fund it. So who can fund it? I can go and give Ajanle Koko and Sons, because you built a fantastic road in Abeokuta to Ijebu that is grade A. But can Ajanle Koko provide the billions of dollars to fund Lagos to Calabar coastal highway? That will probably disqualify a boatload of companies that really qualify. So having not knowing the details behind the contracting and all, as far as I know, allegedly Tinubu is connected to high-tech it's a moral issue in my head that that company qualified for it. Rational mind, Tinubu's biggest enemy, confessed here that they build fantastic roads. The quality is high. We know that they have the money to build it. We know few people will qualify. It is what it is.
The only thing that will make it a moral question is if there was competitive bidding or not. If there was competitive bidding and they won the contract, then that's fair dues. That's fair dues. Linked to Tinubu or not, there was competitive bidding. They won the contract fair and square. They have the competence to carry out the job. Fair dues.
Sorry, one man. This is what we will say on the surface if there is competitive bidding. Tinubu just came to the office 3 months ago. Where on NTO or channel do you hear they are putting contracts where everybody come and bid that he won it fairly and square? So that out of the fee, boom, contract just came out and awarded to somebody. Who screened them? Why is that what the minister did?
This is what we're talking
So
about.
we're just talking like we're talking to people that
No. Hold on. You don't always have to go to that space.
But why must you one man go to that space?
No, you don't have to say why must we always. You've made that point, so let me come to where you were. We don't often get contracts announced on us. Did it go through a competitive bidding process? It's the Ministry of Works, isn't it? Did it go through a competitive bidding process at the Ministry of Works? If it did it compete against equal-like companies? And if it did, was his bid the most attractive in terms of the presentation? And if it was, then it's fair dues. Tinubu linked or not? Is that not how it should work?
Well, one man, you're trying to rationalize this thing in a way that is but when I was growing up in the 70s, early 80s, hold on, I read the newspaper, Daily Champion, a lot of that. You will see when we used to have Capital City in Lagos, you will see they will advertise bidding. They will advertise it on the pages of newspaper, and people will come and they will bid. In fact, after the selection, they will tell you how many people they selected. These are the people that qualify the next bidding or whatever, the next phase of the bidding. They will advertise it. You see, when we allow things like, you see,
it's always back then in the news. You will hear about it.
I see there. Daily Champion.
Talking about it. Yeah.
I used to see back then. I mean, what are we talking about? You see, man. When we say things like this, now look at it. This admiralty we're talking about. Apart from that road, tell me which other road in Lagos State that has the same quality as that admiralty road. Tell me. You will never find any.
Who built it?
You said what?
Who built the Admiralty Road?
That's what I'm saying. Do you know? That's what I'm saying. This is the corruption we're talking about.
No, but I said who built
it? It's corruption that he built a good road.
Hold on, woman. It's because
Adetokunbo Ademola Road.
It's not Rashaman's turn, and it's already taken like 30 minutes to speak already.
The road of Babbage. I'm giving you the roads that are up to that standard. Admiralty Road is even getting bad. No, I just came back from Nigeria, and I will tell you, Admiralty Road is getting bad. Adetokunbo Ademola Road, the Babbage Road, straight, and which other one again? They're all on the island anyway. The one on where you have this Zenith Bank and this Jimovia's auditorium is close to the lagoon, right? That road very well built. It's very built. No, a few repairs they've been. I think
Ozumba Badwe now.
Ozumba Badwe, yes. Though there've been a crack on that place, I think that was done deliberately. But that road was well built, very very well built.
It's the same road that links to Admiralty. What are you talking about?
No, Admiralty Road is in Lekki now. That's off Lekki.
It's the same Ozumba Badwe that caught.
Ozumba Badwe goes straight down to Ekpe, That Admiralty Road is in Lekki Phase 1. It goes to Lekki straight.
No, you don't
Yeah,
know.
that's where they had the Sailors Club. I know where that
Yeah,
is.
Sailors Club is in
No,
Admiralty
you guys
Road.
don't know what you're talking about.
Then you have the Oniru Road too. You have the Babich. You have the Adetokunbo Ademola. It's the same high tech that built the Admiralty Road that built Adetokunbo Ademola from Adetokunbo Ademola right down to the end of the Babich where you have the
Let's just leave all these details. My point is this. Besides these roads we just mentioned, which Tinubu told you have to pay to drive on that road, even though you're saying that because of the vehicular movement on that road is getting bad. I don't know. It's been years.
If it was built by PPP, then you would have to pay. That's how it works.
Okay, Kolata, reclaim your time. Go on.
Okay.
Yeah. Let Kolata reclaim his time.
Right.
Yeah, Kolata. Yeah.
I know Prince Daddy just doesn't want me to talk. You don't know. You just
No. I think Prince Daddy is conscious of how long people have been waiting.
Okay, sorry for bringing a controversial one here. So the bottom line is, things we still need to find out was, first things first is, if the contract has been awarded. I say if because we need to be double sure, because it's a proposed road, and I've seen many newspaper articles to say it's been awarded. We need to know if it went through competitive bidding, like one man said. And if it did indeed go through competitive bidding, that means there's conflict of interest. But if there's conflict of interest, I wonder how you guys feel about Lagos, the reclaimed land in Lagos State. What's that place? Lagos Atlantic. Because Lagos Atlantic is also a Shaguri project, and iTech too was involved. So I guess if we're fine with that, you guys should be fine with the coastal road. I'm ambivalent about it because I cannot call out Peter Obi for his Eurobia shenanigans, even though Peter Obi was a bit more crude because of his IQ is low, than what Tinubu is allegedly doing. And I repeat allegedly because you can't tie the man to high-tech except you have insider information. So that's where I'll keep it.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us for as long as you can, Kolata. There's still a couple of topics I'd like to loop round to you, but not to keep Ekene waiting any longer. Megida, the Basharonga of Ojo Alaba. How about the Ekene?
Oh man, what did they find? Everywhere is cool.
Everywhere is cool, yes.
Yeah, thank God for everything. We are managing Nigeria.
Your voice is a bit dull today. What happened?
I'm okay. I just lost one of my auntie. So.
Oh, Pele.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Pele.
Kulata, your argument, the last argument you made. Well, I will just be waiting so that you people will drag Obi again on his investment in Anambra State. So that's when I will have my say on the last argument. So, but for now, I'll just leave it there. So, conflict of interest or not, Tinubu don't have it. You say, I don't know how you describe Tinubu own and the way you describe Obi own, but all of them have interest. So, but one man, the news that really struck me was the abduction of about 30 girls from Zamfara State University.
They said they've been rescued. Did I hear they've been rescued?
No, 7 of them was rescued.
Yeah, no, okay. It's just left with 5. Just 5 left. Yeah, just 5.
Well,
they rescued a lot of them. Just 5 remaining.
Even if it's one that is left, they should try and do the needful, because I don't know. These are the reasons why schools are closing in most part of the northern states. So it's becoming too bad, the security situation in our country, especially in that Zamfara State, in Niger State, and in Imo State. In Imo State is becoming something else, and the governor is not doing anything about it. So the insecurity in Nigeria today is a very bad one man, and I'm very sad the way the president is going about it, because all this giving order without time to reshuffle or make some drastic move to be able to stop this insecurity one time. They wait until something happens, then they give order. At least they should release them. Who are those? I don't know. This is the way of Buhari, and I don't like that Buhari style of government anymore. That Buhari style of government is a very bad one, and I would not like this government to go that way. They shouldn't wait until something happens. They should be up and doing in terms of insecurity in our country. So they're not really impressing me in that area, because these are the reasons why we don't have sufficient food in our country. The farmers are no longer have the confidence to go to farm, and they are not doing the right thing to give those farmers confidence by backing them with some security measures. So a lot of local government in that Niger state has been taken away by the bandits, and nothing has been done. They are just collecting revenues, all that, and after they pay all those revenues, they're able to bring out some food item. It's on the high side. These are the main issue.
Let me play you a quick. Let me play you a quick clip that speaks to that space you were talking about. This is Nuhu Ribadu speaking to the international community.
Yeah. Let us be given back our freedom. We want to live like the rest of the world. They have robbed us of our freedom of doing basic things. You can't live normal of this. It's the cause of all the other problems. It must be given priority. And let's stop these terrorists. Let's stop these bandits. Let's stop these extremists. Let's stop them. The world can do it. Let us be given back our freedom. We want to live like the rest of the world.
So that was Nuhu Ribadu. It's saying that the bandits and the terrorists have robbed us of our freedom of doing basic things. So,
woman, who is he speaking to?
I think
is he begging them or what?
Well, it's speaking to some international space. It doesn't quite give us the details of who it's speaking to, but hopefully,
he needs to tell them very well. Oh. Let him speak out loud. Let them stop it. Oh, we are tired. Those people he's talking to, let them stop it.
Is it the insecurity? Are they caused by those people?
My brother, let them stop it. Oh, let them stop it. Oh.
I don't know. What are you talking about? National security.
Let those people he's talking to, let them stop it. Oh, we are tired. Let them stop it. Are
they the one responsible for it?
They are the ones responsible for it. Let them stop it.
And so why is he putting it online? Why is he putting? See, when you have charlatan like this, I told you, oh goodness, what kind of country are we running?
This is not charlatan discussion. They are the ones responsible for it. Let them stop it.
You must have this kind of discussion and put it on the social media for everybody to see that you are begging them or you're talking to them.
It's not. He has to. He's the national security advisor. He knows what's going on. He has to talk to them. They are the ones causing the problem. Let them stop it. We are tired of it.
You should stop it.
What do you mean? So he's doing his job. He's telling the perpetrators to stop it. He's telling them to stop it. That we are tired. He's begging them, stop it. We are tired of it.
All right. Maybe both of you stop it and let Ekene carry on. So Ekene, back to you. Ekene, back to you.
So man, this is very serious. But my point, I don't know. So are they trying to say that these people are the cause of the insecurity? Well, if these people are the cause of it, then there is more to it.
They are not the cause of it. That's it's speaking to the international community, highlighting the problem of Nigeria, and then begging for assistance. So that's him begging for assistance.
Well, maybe if they can assist them, no problem. But my point is that I'm not seeing them going the right direction. Just like because the way I feel about Imo State now is getting me very weak. That place is my place. I need to travel there this December, but I cannot go there again. Everywhere is turned upside down. That election itself is just anything they see in that election, they should just take it. That space is too messed up. Everywhere in the village, nobody is living in their village again in Imo State. As in, I don't know. That insecurity is too much in our land, one man. So our government should do. I don't see them doing the right thing.
Imo used to be the most peaceful state
in the most peaceful in the southeast. Very nice place to be.
Very
Very nice
quiet,
place to be.
very nice. You go to that Oguta Lake, we enjoy yourself. I mean that Oguta area.
Yo, if you want to enjoy your holiday, just go down to Imo State and enjoy your holiday. But those things are not there again. You cannot do it anymore. Even to travel around, when you travel, just go inside your house, sleep in your house. If you want to go back, just go back. No way to travel around the state by state anymore. It's becoming too much, and me as a Nigerian, I'm not happy about it. I cannot move around my country again. It's very bad. So talk more of the food we are eating. All these things, all this the high cost of living we are experiencing is all about this insecurity. There is nothing, you cannot shy away from it. Tomatoes, to cultivate tomatoes and all that is very difficult now because all those farmers, they are paying bandits. So when they pay all those bandits, when they're able to get small basket of tomato, it's on the high side. It's a fact. So the government need to do something. Concerning our economy, you people are putting 990. Dollar is 1,010 naira. Dollar is not 190 995 naira. Dollar is 1,010 naira in Nigeria. So all these things, I don't know. I don't know where we are going to. The man that spoke about the economy today made a valid point. The government need to come out clean. They need to come out clean. Tell Nigerians the state of things, how things are. We should start from there. And I can understand there are a lot of cabals. There are a lot of cabals. Even those government officials, they are involved. And that is why I asked that. I asked the maker that question. When those governors, when those senators, when they are involved in all those illegal dealings in our currency, how do you fight that corruption? It becomes very difficult. So I don't know, what are we going to do this country? Is it to go back to regional government or what? Things are not working. Even if the president have a good intention, it's not working. Cabals will turn around and they kill that intention that he has. So if it's to sit together or plan a new system of government, change our constitution, because the way I see it now, nothing is working. They're just holding us in some ransom. Nobody, the government cannot move, the governors cannot move. All this, they are just there to serve their interest. So what we should be doing now is to know how to sit together and know how to do this country. This country is not working one man. I must tell you that for free. If it is to go back to that regional government, we go back to that regional government, so that everybody will compete in their own region. Things are not working. Some just cabals will just hold this country back. You talk about the first subsidy, you remove it no way. You refine the naira no way. You peg it no way. Nothing is working. They must have some. They must have aspect to sabotage everything, every policy. A lot of saboteurs, corrupt men and women in our society. This has to do with a lot of corruption.
Do you think, do you think Nigeria is unmanageable?
Nigeria is unmanageable. It's a fact. Nigeria is unmanageable. We cannot deny it. If you want to manage, if the South want to do,
just a quick interjection. Sorry, Ekene, I like the area you're going. I think it's high time. This, or else we will not have a country anymore. This is getting bad, and I'm afraid by the end of this year or first quarter of next year, the naira might be 1,500 to $1. We need to address this either through legislation and strong implementation by the regulator, and also to try to arrest those who are creating this problem. There's a strong cabal creating this problem. It's their livelihood, but they can't hold the country to ransom. It is bad. We must address this, or else we might not have a country to call Nigeria again in terms of
Sorry,
economy.
Emeka and Ekene, the biggest problem right now is the CBN is owing the commercial banks. That's where that's why they skipped the
I
payment. They have,
agreed.
they have a
Even after
forward
that, they said
contract.
they have forward contracts to pay it, and the banks have been paying that for them.
Central Bank
The
is owing
banks have been paying that for them.
commercial bank.
Yes, because the banks were paying the forward contracts, the dollar forward contracts, and CBN does not have enough forex. CBN don't have enough forex. You got yes, the money will come in. Once the money comes in, it doesn't solve the problem. It still doesn't solve the problem. They are just trying to manage us. It doesn't solve the problem.
So bankers of bank, as central banking, no. What do we call them now? When they are the one who owns a commercial bank, Kulata.
As in the central bank is when the commercial bank. How are we going to manage this situation?
Hey, commercial bank will take over central bank. Oh.
Man, they don't chop people money on the problem now.
The central bank is owing old deposit money bank 10 billion that they're supposed to clear. So if they clear that 10 billion, they said they're going to clear it. That old CBN governor, the one that just left, the acting one, said they're going to clear it. So because of that, the commercial banks, there's no money. So they're not releasing. I mean, everybody's sitting on their dollar.
Kolata, don't forget that it's actually the forward contract that is the problem. The domestic banks helps the CBN, and they've not cleared everything. So what that 10 billion is not everything. The 10 billion is not everything.
I know. They need to clear that one first.
So when did they borrow all this money? That is the point. When did they borrow all this money?
Okay, story in here now. I don't know.
Ekene is worried. You guys, you don't know what Nigerian people are going through.
Sorry, so the ultimate thing is in the short term, Nigeria needs $10 billion to insulate.
Yes, if we can get that, if we can get that, at least maybe the banks are not releasing dollars now. That's why everybody that is dollar for
sorry, Kolata, sorry to interject. Not 10 billion. They need to pay 10 billion in 1 or 2 weeks to the domestic bank. It is actually $23 billion. The forward contract is actually $23 billion. So 10 billion being paid, 13 billion still owing. Now they still need to pay 10 billion in 2 weeks' time. And then when we did not get money for the 13 billion coming, we're in a mess.
One by one. Let them first pay that 10 billion so commercial bank can breathe. Let them breathe. I'll be out in the accent be. So that other 13 billion.
And the Kulata under it now you are paying subsidy. Do you know you are paying subsidy?
No, leave the subsidy for a moment.
No, the subsidy is from LNG, right? The dividend owed to Nigeria from LNG. That was what they used to. So 275.
You know that gas now.
Can I just hold on?
Yeah. So $275 million from LNG dividend gotten. They gave it to NNPC. NNPC. So NNPC paid 270 to independent marketers and kept paid 250 and kept $20 million or $55 million there. But sorry, I'm mixing up the figure. But I don't know why they were keeping $55 million for. But it's from that dividend that they were supposed to pay to the government. So the government say, okay, all right, NNPC, take this money and pay to independent marketers. They have to do it, or else oil prices, fuel will go up to $800 or $900. $900
right now. So because another thing is funny, like there are many people importing petrol now, so inventory levels is not old inventory like you bought stuff, locked it, the pricing in futures, all that. See, right now our financial picture is the worst that I can think of. Under Buhari government, I don't know whether we blame COVID or we blame ineptitude, or it's a combination of both. But the financial recklessness under Buhari, I don't think I understood it before till I'm finally getting the picture. It is terrible.
It's bad. It's terrible. We are in a terrible state. Very bad
Because
state.
I know that gas is selling for one, not cooking gas, normal gas. The other guys used to drive your motor. It's selling for 1,050 naira now.
But I still have to give it to the government, right? The way they are managing us and managing our expectation is very awesome, right? If they know the true state of things, people will collapse. It's bad. When I see bad, it's bad.
Emeka, even imagine if there is no, if the subsidy is still on officially, where would we have been this time?
Can they not pay? Can they not pay some of this debts oil with these debts off with oil?
The problem is that
they can do that. They can do that.
Our major source of revenue, they're still stealing a lot of oil there. That's the major problem. So you cannot even get enough that your major source of revenue. You cannot even get enough there, and the borrowing is very difficult. So and these guys, they don't want to leave. They don't want to surrender. They don't want to surrender. This place is very difficult to govern, and I'm beginning to think, and I will support anything that let's us come together and know how to do this country. If it's that regional government, let's do it so that everybody will hustle on their own region. Things are getting. If I just can imagine if this dollar get to 1,500 or 2,000 naira. What are we going to do? And it's heading to that direction because it's not there, it's not getting better. The man that spoke today said that if anything should even happen, we should be looking beyond 2024. What year after that 2024? And the government have not come up to say that 2024 is a reality. They haven't know where the direction they're going to. It's just economic speculation that we should be looking beyond 2024. So who knows what will happen beyond that 2024? Is dollar going to be 1,500 then or 2,000 naira? Are we still going to be doing business?
All
these investors we are meeting.
So we have to support him to solve it. He didn't create it, did he? So we have to support him, let him breathe and settle down.
Everybody is supporting him now. Baba, you should know. If everybody is not supporting him, I tell you that first day that he removed that subsidy, everybody will go on the street. Forget about opponents. Opponent. We as an opponent, we are making our views, and that is how it should be. Because if you don't ginger them, they will not do anything.
Sorry, Ekene. Not that I want to kill you with bad news. There's still another $6.8 billion that Nigeria is owing investors. The investor backlog is one of the reasons.
I know you purview of bad news.
No, I know now. That one comes from the. Is it from the CBN governor?
Why investors will not will come and invest in Nigeria?
So anyway, I don't know how investors will come. All these investors we are meeting, I don't know how they will come.
We have a lot of BC.
We have a lot of BC, and we need to start from home. We need to start from home.
When during lunch begin eat dinner, what do you expect?
What we also have a lot of is resources. I think they can pay these things off in resources. Just give them X amount of crude equivalent plus
sell assets. They need to sell assets.
Sell all the refineries.
But we don't have a framework around our mineral resources, right?
We have to sell the refineries because if Dangote refineries start working, Dangote will not allow our own refineries to work. It's a monopoly.
All right, but one voice at a time, though. Yeah.
So, like what I was saying, we do not have a proper framework with our mineral resources. I think that's why Dele Alake, I remember him saying that I personally chose to go into as a minister of mineral resources. There is no legislation around our mineral resources, no control, no proper framework, no royalties in it. You can see that's those areas where those mineral resources are. That's where we're having these banditries, terrorism fight going on, why the people who are sponsoring it are going through the corner and taking the resources to their own countries. You have the gold mine in Zamfara currently going on. When I saw a video of what is going on there, they have over 10,000 people working. Guess how much they are being paid? $100. I'm not 100 naira.
I think they are paying them 1,000 naira a day. I want a clip on it.
Sorry, thanks for correcting me. 1,000 naira per day, but 10,000 people working there. Thank you for correcting that impression. But that place is not regulated. It's an illegal gold mine going on. The mining there is illegal. Imagine what the amount we are losing from that side. Talk more of what the other areas that are not being covered. So we need proper organization within the mineral resources space.
But the problem is still that about, because I cannot see why the oil in the south would be for the federal, but those mineral resources in those areas are not for the federal use. Why is it like that? Is it not the same cabal? Is it not the same problem we are facing? Because I think they should gather all those things together. Why are they allowing some part of the country to be using their own mineral resources? Then other part of the country should be using their own to service the nation.
Yeah, that mineral resources is not currently being. Yes, there are some Nigerian collaborators involved, but it's not being used in Nigeria. It's been exported, and those who are highly involved in it are not Nigerians. And the Chinese are involved, France is involved, the US is involved, the UK is involved. They are not Nigerians.
Emeka, it will take a real big piece of work to sanitize that space. That
is what the National Security Advisor is telling them. Yeah, that's why he's talking to them. That's why he's talking to them too.
The Zamfara state governor has issued a shoot-on-sight policy against these people. These are oil. This Zamfara state governor, he has given a shoot-on-sight policy to illegal mining of gold in Zamfara.
Well, they should do something. And another thing is that there is something this our government is doing. They're hoping on debt cancellation and all that. They're hoping on debt cancellation. Because when they're borrowing all this money, they're hoping that maybe if the next administration comes, they will go for that. That is why most of them, all this traveling, I'm not surprised. Most of them are aligned to maybe debt cancellation and all that. Which in the last when I had the last Obasanjo this thing, he said, "Who is going to give you that debt cancellation now?" It's very difficult. That we should have relied on the one we got before and build our economy. But we went on borrowing. Up till now, we are going for debt cancellation. Who is going to give us debt cancellation? Every nation now is facing some economic challenges or the other. And you want them to cancel debt. Nobody is going to give us. So we should come and they plan ourselves. One man, thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put by Kenneth. So up next, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle, I did say 7 minutes, but it never quite lands on that. But Ajanle Koko comes up next. So Ajanle Koko, you're up next. So do you want to speak to the talking point, or do you want a free flow to a topic of your choice?
Talking point.
All right. So let me kick it off with this clip. Nobody has spoken on this yet. Let me kick it off with this. Where is it? There's let me kick it off with this. It says choosing Port Harcourt as venue for Igbo Day celebration is a move to dance on the grave of Ikwerre people murdered by Biafran soldiers during the war. So this is these are people speaking to Ohaneze. Ohaneze in Igbo have all the time now to look for a new venue in any of the Southeast states, because there is no venue in Port Harcourt. So it looks as though now Igbo Day celebration, they've chosen for reasons that we all know to celebrate it in Port Harcourt, and the Port Harcourt people are not happy. Ajale Koko, listen to this.
Iwurona People's Association is calling the attention of the Inspector General of Police and heads of other security agencies to the proposed hosting of Igbo Day celebration September 29 at a yet-to-be-disclosed venue in Port Harcourt by the two factions of Ohaneze and Igbo. The group, in a statement by its President General Monday Wehere and Secretary General Igwe Onyeche Woforum, said such a meeting by both factions of the Igbos is aimed at causing the breakdown of law and order. It said that the Igbos have 5 state capitals and numerous other cities where the Igbo Day can be held to honor their fallen heroes and not in Port Harcourt. The statement also said that the Ikwerre people are not Igbos and there is no Igbo-speaking part of Ikwerre land as claimed by the organizers. The statement recalled that the proposed Igbo Day celebration scheduled to hold in Port Harcourt in 2017 was aborted by patriotic Ikwerre people, relevant government and security agencies. The statement further said that Iwurona People's Association has already set aside September 29 to remember Ikwerre martyrs killed by Biafra forces during the Nigerian Civil War, and that there is the likelihood that the undisclosed venues may clash with its own venue for the Ikwerre Martyrs Day.
So, Ajale Koko, what are you making of that? I'm not quite sure what Ohaneze. I think we pretty much know what Ohaneze is playing at. Wanting to celebrate Igbo Day, Igbo Celebration Day in Ikwerre land. So is that reopening new wounds? And the Ikwerre people, of course, they've now designated a celebration day for that date as well. So that clash inevitable.
Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. It's not good that we have security challenges in our country, particularly in the southeast and in the northern part of Nigeria. So for Ohaneze not safe to celebrate their day in any one of the southeastern states, and to celebrate it in Port Harcourt, and he just tell us that nowhere is safe in the southeast, and I think for the interest of brotherliness, what do you call them? The Cross River people haven't shared a long historical tie with Igbo, long-term, historical tie and family tie. I don't see anything wrong in letting them celebrate it there.
But why would they want to say because they attempted it in 2017? The Ikwerre, you know those back in those days when we used to have these conversations about land grabbing, and when we had Nnamdi Kanu in place, that was telling us that wherever there's title wrapper, that is Igbo land. So I think this is an extension of that storyline, is it not? And the resistance from the Ikwerre people, they don't consider themselves Igbo. So why would you want to come and celebrate Igbo Day in their land?
Well, they are not claiming Ikwerre people's land. They just want to celebrate Igbo Days there.
So Imo, Enugu, Abia, they are not good enough. It has to be Port Harcourt.
Look, as long as security can be provided by the police, they are Nigerians. They should be able to, move to any part of Nigeria to celebrate whatever they want to celebrate.
Ordinarily, yes. And Prince is telling us that they've even celebrated it in Lagos. But then that's fair enough because they're not trying to claim Lagos as part of the wider Igbo land. But they've always insisted that their Igbo speaking are sufficient enough in Ikwerre land for it to be considered. So that's poking at the honestness, is it not?
I think
Ikwerre people, their ancestors were from Igbo. They have this ancestry from Igbo. They have some part of Ikwerre that speaks Igbo, right? Though it's a variation of Igbo, but mainly due to the migration, many of them came from Igbo land to rivers. So, and it's shocking that they are claiming they don't want to be known as Igbo anymore. But anyway, I don't want to get involved in the discussion.
It's politics now. That one is
Well,
politics.
Agale
Yeah.
Koko, though,
Yeah.
it's like people from Insecurity. They've now long gone from their own ethnic group. Originally, they're from Ilaje and Ijebu, and of course, with royalty from Benin. So people can choose to identify as whatever they want, and people need to respect it.
Yes, I think Ohaneze leadership should have done their outreach well. They should have consulted, better and widely with the authority, with the leaders of Ikwerre people in River State before making this announcement. That's what I think they should have done. So I would be surprised if they have not done that and they are just saying we want to go and celebrate. That is not good enough. They should have consulted widely, letting them know the reason. And I believe they won't resist it. People there will not resist it. And they should have, with the government of the land in, what do you call it, the state government, and particularly their godfather, Wike, saying, look, for security reasons, we want to celebrate it here. We want to make sure that security can be provided for us, so that we can just make our people just celebrate and make our people happy. It's part of the situation, security challenges we are going through. But let us do something. So they are Nigerians. They should be accommodated. They should be welcome to celebrate it just one day. They are not coming to take over the land of Ikwerre people or whatsoever. So there shouldn't be any pushback at all, So that's the way I see it, one man. It's unfortunate that what is going on in the East is getting out of hand. And I just blame the leadership, the governors particularly, for not forming a very strong for not collaborating and cooperating in terms of security network to fight this insecurity. They could do it if they really want to do it, but I don't know what is going on. I don't know the problem they are facing, why they could not do that. Just as we have Amotekun in Yoruba land, and they, cooperate state by state, cooperate with each other. They, fighting this and making use of the local hunters and all that matters in way to fight this insecurity. So they should be able to do it, but I don't know what is the challenges they are facing that are not is beyond their control. We don't know, but they know better. So, but they should be welcome to celebrate in the rivers. We are the same people. For reason of brotherliness, they should let them do it. That's my take.
May I interject, please?
Yes, sir.
Good evening. I think there are two things here. The Ikwerre people and the Igbos generally have a history of conflict. The Ikwerre people, like I think Emeka said, and the Igbos are one. Privately, the Ikwerres will admit that actually their origin is from Igbo land, but openly they will not. And they have this fear of the Igbo community at large, of trying to superimpose themselves on them. And the Igbo leadership, they know about this. So them leaving the original territory, the space we know as Igbo land, to come to Port Harcourt to say they want to celebrate, I think is suspicious as far as I'm concerned. And I think I will want them more, or Hanese particularly, to exert their authority and bring their people together by celebrating Igbo Day on Igbo land. I don't think ESN, Autopilot, IPOB, or MASOB will go against it or will unleash violence on their own people when they are celebrating Igbo Day in memory of their ancestors, in memory of Biafra, in memory of their land. I don't think there's anything wrong there. Igbos should celebrate Igbo Day generally, though outfield, what I'll call outfield, the Igbos in Texas, in Maryland could do their own thing in their own space. But when it comes to Nigeria, they can do in Lagos, they can do, but when it comes to what Yorubas call Gbogbo, that is all embracing, it should be on Igbo land. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So Adale Koko, let me take you to this space now. If there's anything that's likely to undo the Tinubu administration, is information management, and that is the thing. You know, for all of the good that you may be able to do, if you are not able to manage how you disseminate the information, then you're in trouble. And even if you are doing bad, if you are able to manage the information, then you still come out on top. So information management and lies telling. Article's aid accuses Tinubu's government of misleading Nigerians with 10 big lies. So, Duri Ngalali on Focus, your thoughts, Adale Koko?
I don't know why they have to be running the government with lies. I don't know what they're trying to achieve. The PDP guys have done a very good job to highlight all the lies within this short period of time. They have not even sat down. They've started lying, conducting government activity with lie, misinformation. This is very, very bad. It's telling us that they don't want to be sincere with us. They don't want to be honest with us. They don't want to be straightforward with us.
He has not said
They want
anything.
to
Let him just
continue in
land
the
now.
old way.
I mean,
Hey, rational mind.
let him land now.
Don't be rowdy.
All this like my people.
Prince Daddy, carry on. They make her follow.
Hello, Shelley. Prince Daddy, they must not hear against.
No, I was just going to ask Angelica that. Don't you think these errors are like unforced errors? They're like stupid errors, like the NASDAQ thing. It didn't make any sense. That's what I wanted to say.
Here we go again. Apologies.
Just before you carry on, Janle Koko, what Prince was saying is actually what I'm thinking as well. That NASDAQ narrative, they could have just said, the international financial system, they have so much confidence in Tinubu. They invited him to come and ring this bell, and he gave a fantastic speech. That's strong enough of a positive. Without saying this, the first, but
like a salesperson. We're just silly. We're just dumb. What he said, yeah.
When it was arguing Maggie and Ede and whatnot,
the Maggie at the Iru Papo. I mean, why? Why Maggie and Iru together? Look, one man, you remember when we were arguing this lie about the UAE visa? Do you remember on that day?
Yes.
Arguing it that these people are lying because we didn't hear from UAE at all concerning everything that Nigerian put out there. UAE did not make any statement in line with the lies that Nigerians put out there. So, look, Ngalali, I don't want us to blame Ngalali too much. This is the way that politicians run Nigeria. This is the way they operate. The business of government is all about lies. So, but I think they are not doing it the right way. They are doing it too well. Look, for 8 years of APC, it's all through lies. There's nothing that they did for 8 years that you can't see element of lie in it. Nothing. They are never sincere. They are never honest to Nigerian people. So they want to continue in the same way. But unfortunately, this is Tinubu that people are looking at as a Democrat, as a person that, you know, is trying to take us on a different direction. But within the short period of, within how many months? 2 months, 10 lies, heavy duty, have been unleashed against the interests of Nigerian people. So it is very bad for his image, and I believe international community are watching this. Investors are watching this. You can't run government with lies. When you are running government with lies, it's more scary than to say the truth, face the problem, solve the problem, and forge ahead. So lies cannot help at all. So
you know, there's a distinction between lies, though, and embellishment. So it wasn't an outright lie; it was an embellishment.
Embellishment.
Yeah.
Look, yes. So I think they have to change their style now. Ngalali, I don't want to put the blame to Ngalali. This is politician for you. This is the way they are running Nigeria in everywhere. Every state of the federation, they are running government with lie. And so the federal government. So it's not Ngalali problem, though is the face of the administration when it comes to disseminating information to Nigerian people and to the world. But within the short period of time, and for us to be detecting all this lie so open, I think that is bad for the administration. And maybe due to this pushback from the people, maybe they will change. I hope they will change their style and they will start, run an open, honest, transparent, and accountability. Yeah.
These people blaming Ngalali or waiting. Is it not the same way Lai Mohammed did his own? Did anybody sack him? Had the previous government didn't enjoy his own lie? That Lai Mohammed. Is it not the same Lai Mohammed that they have employed also to continue that direction?
It's the same way. It's the same now. It's the same thing. So this is the way they run Nigeria. But I like the pushback. It's all over the news. I mean, internet. We are jabbing them. We are calling them lies. And the PDP. We have to give kudos to PDP for taking note of these lies and then come to the press and release it. This is the way.
Sorry, sir. Ajalin Koko. Is it not good that PDP is bringing this up instead of them chasing the birth certificate, educational certificate, and mother certificate?
You're right. You're right. Yes. Yes. Yeah, you're right. I mean, look, this is the way opposition should operate. Opposition must not go to sleep. Opposition must not collude with the press, with the government in power. Opposition should be able to speak for Nigerian people and expose all their lies. If they are running Nigerian in such a way that is not good, they should be able to come out, let us know, and tell the people their own position. And they have done good. Let us give this to PDP. And I hope they can do the same thing in the Senate and the House of Rep. You know, it shouldn't be, the fight must not be from outside the government. The fight should be in the legislative arm of the government. They should be able to stand up for Nigerian people. Any shenanigan of Tinubu administration that is not good, any proposal they are making that is not good for the interest of Nigerian state, they should be able to stand up. Them and Labour Party and the other parties that have representatives there, they should be able to stand up for Nigerian. That is the way we see the way democracy is run in America and in Britain. We watch them on the TV. It is in the legislative arm of government. You don't see, it is not the chairman of the party or a member of the party that be talking crap that will really matter to the people. But how are the opposition? How are they standing up against misgovernance or proposal that is not fit for any purpose, that is bad for the country? How are they standing up against it and pushing back and make sure it is not possible to pass through within the National Assembly, I mean, within the House and the Senate? That is the way the opposition operate, and I hope they can do that there. If they cannot do that there, what you see this guy talking on the news, if we just talk it there, we talk about it here, and one man went to Mo and other Nigerian platform, and it will end there. It's not going to stop the misgovernance. So kudos to PDP for standing up, for highlighting this within the short term. This is very embarrassing to Tinubu administration. I hope Ngalani will learn a lesson and he will change his start and know the kind of coin his way of this estimating information to Nigerian people and not with lies or anything, you know.
One man, I gotta go. Can I say something real quick? Can I say something? And some people will come here and say we're not patriotic. I mean, who is not patriotic? I mean, I don't understand. Like when people start lies, you build even the whole campaign, even the main candidate who eventually became the INEC the declared president. It's just a phony person.
Not true.
What do you expect? And then some people will come here and say we're not patriotic, even without even we making noise. Are you saying the international community does not know that I mean, look at the FBI. Know now. The FBI said they are releasing something on him. I mean, what are we talking about? Some people come here and try to paint us like as if we're not patriotic. Come on, you are the most patriotic person, right?
So, see, this thing is, I don't enjoy when we waste energy on things that are not productive. That's why I loaded this publication from PDP. It's a strong, see, to get a better democracy and to get the best of the dividends of democracy, the opposition must be extremely strong. A weak opposition will ensure that the government in the day would do anything and be anyhow. But if we have a strong opposition party to call them to order, they would deliver on what they promised to deliver. So that's why I laugh when you are chasing birth certificates, educational certificates, mother certificates, children certificates,
so
and all the certificates in the world.
Close shop and go and sleep, right?
Those things don't matter. Nobody is taking Tinubu. See, let's be honest, right? Let's be honest. See, we don't have enough energy. We don't have enough energy. Let's concentrate our energy on what matters. Nobody will take Tinubu out of power. Nobody will take Tinubu out of power. Tinubu will be there for 4 years. If God willing, he will be there for 8 years. Nothing would happen. I am being honest with you, my brother. Nothing would happen.
He will leave, and he
will not leave. Except if he's going to die, he will die in that place. He will leave.
I mean, I'm not saying leave. I mean, he will leave to see the end of this matter, and he will come out for that office.
Rational mind don't face reality. You have to come to reality. Rational mind. What you're saying is not true.
It's not reality. your own reality? Is that what you're telling me? You people are busy here. I mean, supporting phoniness, supporting lies.
You know, rational mind. If the totality of what people are hoping will get Tinubu out of office is if he has a primary school certificate or not, then I don't think he has any cause to worry. I mean, it's just
one man. Wait, look at Obama's time. There were two issues: his Harvard record, and also there's a society we call the Batters. One led by Trump. One part of the Batter is saying, "Show us your birth certificate." The other is saying, "You were not born in America, so you cannot be president." From the day it started to when Obama eventually presented his birth certificate, how many years? Even the Harvard one, it blocked it entirely. So what are we talking? Listen, wait, it's not your space. It's not your space. Don't interject me yet. Elizabeth Warren, the senator, who said she has a Native American blood in her just to gain scholarship to college and get some rebates. What about that? I mean, let's put things in their proper perspective here. You understand? It's not because somebody asked me now to present my certificate, or the other day somebody was asking Benny to bring his law certificate, or what impudence. I mean, because they asked, then I will give. I beg.
Do you understand it? Do you understand? I mean, do you understand when you're a public figure? Do you know what that means? When you run for an office, you open yourself.
It doesn't apply rational mind. It doesn't mean you have to produce your DNA. Hold on a second. It doesn't mean. Hold on. Because you're a public person doesn't mean that you have to produce your DNA.
We are talking about you present a forged certificate.
No, it did not. It's been verified. It's been verified by the school that you actually went to. Okay, because Atiku is asking for it is not a grounds that you must produce it. Okay, that's not the way it works.
You can go on and say all of this.
It is true.
A forged certificate and a university of 136 years is telling you that this man attended a university.
The noise about Tinubu's educational certificate amuses the president.
When it ends, I'm looking forward to what he will pounce onto next.
Yeah, you know, it annoys me. Why it annoys me is we would want a productive opposition party. They should be able to distinguish smoke from fire.
One thing also is that if Chicago University, if Chicago State University, okay, if you know how much it is, hold on, let me get a word in. Say it's one thing, you know, like Harvard or this, you know, Ivy League school or any school in America for that matter. They're big donors. These guys, they donate a lot of money into the billions. Now, I'm trying to think of a reason why Chicago State University wants to protect Tinubu with their record of over 130 years. How much money has it given to them? Is that the problem? Because the way rational mind is going about it, that Chicago State is willing to risk everything that they have in order to protect Tinubu. It's what is comical. What exactly is going on?
I tell you that. When did I say that to you?
No, you don't have to say it. Your demeanor and your countenance.
This calumny or calumny you people are trying to do. You like to paint things and make it look. I never said that.
Of course, listen. Because you didn't say it, it does. Because you didn't say it doesn't mean that we're not able to collate your position on this matter. Everybody knows that, and I'm simply telling you. What you've been talking about.
You don't tell us in your position how to go about our opposition. You don't tell us what to do. Like
what about meaningful opposition? Instead of majoring in uselessness, what about meaningful opposition? Like really going after the government to.
You tell us how to become a meaningful opposition, right? In your own imagination.
No. Meaningful opposition is what benefits the public. It's what benefits the public. You know that.
Meaningful opposition.
There's no way a Nigerian court will kick out Tinubu because of certificate. No. It's going to be based on election numbers. If they can prove that they won. If they can prove that they won.
Of all your APC people, how they are truncating, how they have been, they've been
rational mind,
upside down.
Rational mind.
Rational mind is almost 7 months.
You guys have been You guys have been on this for 7 months after the election.
Who did not contest
For 7 months,
office,
the Supreme Court is going to rule in October, end of October. That will be 8 months. You guys are chasing shadows. 8 months.
Rational mind.
8 months chasing shadows.
Emeka, what will they think of next after certificate saga?
Rational mind.
All right. All right, I have that interjection.
They will go and be looking for his marriage certificate. His marriage certificate this time around. After the child certificate.
All right, have that interjection on that. Then round off Ajande Koko. Ajande Koko, I still want your comments on the Yoruba space, but I don't want to keep the prime waiting for too much long. I think it dropped, you know. So round off that space, and then we go on to rational mind.
Okay. Rational mind, whether you like it or not, just like you, Obedient, have every right to ask for Tinubu certificate or whatever. You understand? CSU, they have the same right to protect the best of their products since the inception of that university. If they mess up this opportunity, they've messed up the what I can say, something like tangible marketing, you know, something that they can use to promote their schools. You know what it means to say the alumni happen to become the president of a country, and if Tinubu does very well, he has already helped the school to raise the stake, so the reputation of the school will never remain the same again. So now, either rightly or wrongly, you have someone that is looking for everything. Even if CSU should give you every complete result today now, it won't be funny that some of people that still want to tarnish everything will say, oh, because they are in control of everything, they've actually manipulated the document to represent what exactly they will want Tinubu to represent. So because you will never be satisfied. So because this institution we are talking about, they've learned over time that even some of these things you are trying to do, you understand that you are just trying to play to the gallery, that it's not going to change anything. So they are not stupid. So they will try as much as possible. They won't come to you and say, oh, we are going to protect Tinubu. You understand? They are not only protecting Tinubu, they are protecting themselves as well. So now they say, okay, you ask, did this guy attend your school? They say, yes, he attended. Okay, you ask again, okay, you took them to court. You want the diploma because you want to ascertain whether the diploma they gave Tinubu was the same way. Maybe it can be the same one that he obtained in 1979. Okay, now the court rule. Tinubu say, okay, through his lawyer, say, okay, you can release the diploma, but I don't want you to release another document. Maybe you want to prove that Tinubu committed perjury, that he was presenting certificate that is not consistent with what CSU have. Well, okay, this man say, okay, go ahead, please, and give this people certificate. Already saying go ahead and give that certificate, he has scored another point now. You don't want to stay there. You don't say, okay, you want to see his date of birth, you want to see his mother, you want to see everything about him. You want to see whether the guy failed before you want to see everything. Abba. See, a rational mind, except you didn't school in America, which I believe you school in America. Your transcripts is not what you just want to get into the hand of just anyhow person. Anybody that want to challenge me here, let the person come out today and I will point out to you where your transcript cannot just go into the public. Like you said, this man is a public figure. And that's what saying here the other time that he could give me the Joe Biden the social insurance number. I said, okay, I challenge him. Post Joe Biden social insurance number here and let us see. There is something you don't just post online. Otherwise, you are giving people some kind of chances to commit.
Sorry. Let Ola land and then Ajande Koko round off, and then we come to you, rational mind. Yeah.
So you are giving enough room. You are giving enough room for your boys. Sorry, don't let me call your boys, for some kind of criminals to have some data to do a lot of things. If you are in the high tea, part of what they teach you your first day is how to protect your customer information. They don't even want two things that can identify customer to go together. If this is rational mind, they don't even want you to present both phone number and the name of rational mind in the public. They want everything to go separately, so that no questionable character can connect you together. We know all these things. So if people are saying they want to protect their privacy, good. So because this guy now is a public entity, he has already given you the certificate. Okay, you say you want it's not woman. If tomorrow if they tell you that Tinubu that came to us is the same man, you say okay, you want to know the height, whether he was 4 foot when he was there. So all this argument is nothing, because at the end of the day, you have this thing. Are you going to achieve anything at the Supreme Court? No, because already the lawyers have told you that Supreme Court is not a court of evidence. It's just a court of policy, that whatever new evidence you are bringing amounts to nothing. So what exactly do we want? Must we continue to find a way to drag our country down? And mind you, we are not
let Ajale Koko land his thoughts, and then I'll bring it to you quickly after Rational Mind. Ajale Koko,
just move to another person. I come back after like 30 minutes.
All right. Ajale Koko, back to you.
Okay, so I hope Ngalali will learn a lesson from what PDP have done. And I hope that all of us as well, particularly on this platform, that would like to defend indefensible. Because a lot of us here defended all this lie when some of us were asking questions. One man, you are one of them that defended on that day when I was saying that for Nigeria to, release all these agreements between them and UAE. And UAE is not releasing any statements to support what Nigeria was claiming. We said it's suspicious. It looks suspicious. You woman, you are here. You're saying, "Oh, the ambassador have already met this," and we were arguing about it here. It was on scheduled meeting they had. Tinubu was leaving India, and he paid on schedule. They had nothing on the ground, and then they were claiming they agreed on certain things. No joint press conference
or communique.
And you guys were defending these lies. So I believe all of us here that really love Tinubu to the core, she will learn a lesson from this, that look, you don't defend what is indefensible. Defend fact, what is factual. We like to spin, we like to, our politics, where we align, we want to defend it. They make you all look bad now. They make you all look very, very bad. So we all got to learn a lesson. Those of you that are Tinubu champions, you will learn a lesson here. So let me leave it there. Then let me talk about Igbo, this thing. What did you say about Igbo?
Yeah, no, they are canvassing that that it should be given some sort of a pardon and led back into the country. So obviously, now that they have a Yoruba man in situation,
who is canvassing for that?
It's the Yoruba Council. It's the Yoruba Council of Elders. The Yoruba Council of Elders have urged the federal government to, as a matter of urgent importance, create an enabling environment.
No, you're breaking.
Hello? You are breaking one man. Okay.
Am I here?
No, you're here.
We can hear you now. Yeah. So,
so carry on, Adele.
So, well, Yoruba Council of Elders are doing the right thing. whether we like it or not, Igbo we go down in history as a Yoruba man that stood up when people were looking for the government to stand up for them, to stand up for them and fight against insecurity that was ravaging Yoruba land. The government failed, but an individual.
Ajale Koko, good evening. How are you? Sorry. One man, please. Can I seek your indulgence, please? What of all the criminal activities they leveled against him, the weapon, everything? Are they going to pardon him for that too? That is not fair. Now, thank you.
Okay, so when government fail to secure life and property in Yoruba land, particularly in Gogon, in your state, when all these criminal Fulanis were killing our people in their farmland, raping our women and doing all sort of things, this guy stood up, a courageous Yoruba man, stood up and he launched an attack and drove these people out of our land. That courageous move that he made back then, I mean, a lot of Yoruba people today still appreciate what that guy did in defense of Yoruba land. So whether we like it or not, you might call him all sort of name. You might say he's a thug. You might call him whatever you want to call him. But he did something that the leaders in our land failed to do. So, and for some, Yoruba group to now call on Tinubu, look, pardon this guy, let them come back home so that, we can continue, they can continue. This is their homeland. Why should they live in foreign land? It happened to Tinubu too. He ran away from the country because Abacha was looking to eliminate them. And when democracy came back, they all came back. And now here he is today, a president of Nigeria.
Ajale Koko, I'm sorry. Ajale Koko, sorry, please. One man, please. They didn't cut gun with Tinubu. Tinubu wasn't caught with guns.
That is not.
Ajale Koko, what are you talking about? Every time you just try to defend this Igbo.
Okay.
Tinubu wasn't caught with guns.
Okay, so what's your argument here?
Igbo has to answer his criminal allegation.
That
can't just come back.
That is a different ball game. Sometimes political solution, can be political solution, kind of find a solution to a political problem. So these people that are calling for federal government to pardon him, they are seeking the federal government to seek for political solution to Igbo's matter. There's nothing wrong in them calling on that. We have some people calling on federal government to seek for political solution on Nnamdi Kanu issue. So sometimes the government have to be magnanimous and listen to the call of the people. So these people are doing their own. It is not left for federal government to do whatever they believe they want to do, for the interest of Nigerian state. So kudos to them. I appreciate them. And it's not left for federal government. Tinubu as the head of Nigerian state and the head of the government, to take a decision that is best for Nigerian state. That is my take on that. And
let me contribute a little bit because it's going to take some time before it gets to my turn. Like you said, I appreciate Igbo for standing up for us then, because the truth must be told. I mean, at the material time it turned up, it was timely because the person whom we consider to be our leader then, who is president today, was dilly-dally. Let me just put it that way. Was dilly-dally, and the Yoruba people were in distress. He stood up, but where he strayed was when he embraced the Yoruba nation folks. That's where he strayed. And within a twinkle of an eye, the whole thing became Yoruba nation push. And why they stormed his house? They stormed his house because some of his followers and Yoruba nation's adherents, they were sending money and people to IPOB in the East to be trained. There was a collaboration between the armed faction of the Yoruba nations and IPOB. And that was why the state went after him.
That is not true. That is not true.
It is true.
Where is this information?
Why did he abscond? Why did he abscond?
Where did this information came from, Baba? It's not one of the charges. It's not one of the charges labeled against him.
Aja, check with any of the Yoruba nation people you know.
Hold on. Yes, it's not true. Go
and read what Akintoye said.
Let me tell you to conclude. Let me tell you, if he comes in today, he's going to join Nnamdi Kanu in DSSS dungeon. Simple. That's all. You don't carry arms against the state or plot against the state. Thank you.
He didn't carry arms against the state. He didn't plot. He didn't carry out any plot against the state. So that one is I don't think it's factual.
Adale Koko, in my own opinion, if you will allow me, I would like to come in here.
Yes, sir.
When I was growing up, my stepfather in Nigeria was a retired colonel. When we were young, there is a policy that you, with sane mind, supposed to have single barrel or double barrel or pump action gun in your house. We call it first line of defense. That is what it's called. And they were using it that time to hunt games and to protect their families. It is in the 1999 Constitution, 78 Constitution. First line of defense is your right. But when Buhari came, he took everything out from the people and allowed them at the mercy of the criminals. That was what happened. There is no place in the 1999 Constitution that says that you don't have right to defend yourself when your enemy comes after you. What are we saying here? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that useful information. So, but Nigerians are trying their best.
But you remember you defeated them in the court. You defeated Nigerian.
Oh, yes.
So
that's another angle to it. Yes.
I don't just understand why some people just come here.
Yeah.
You just want to protect it. You just want to promote Tinubu, and I mean, I just don't
rational mind. You know where rational mind are we are? He will be arrested when he comes. I was not defending Tinubu. I said he was dilly-dally. Tinubu was dilly-dally.
I was just waiting for my own turn. I agree with you. I will not
rational mind is called by Joyce.
Kò sí bí rational mama land tí ó máa land sórí Tinubu chani. Ọlọ́run ló máa yọ Tinubu lọ́wọ́ rational mind o.
A máa gba Tinubu lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, a máa jàgbà.
So I think that call is I support it. It shouldn't. You see, some people that have done good for the country should not be treated this way. It done good for us. That action that it took back then sent a lot of these criminals out of Yoruba land because they saw that massive support for Igbo in Yoruba land. Look at the way that criminals that was living in Gongon, that was taking that what's the name of that man called? I can't remember him. That man that was the Seriki in the Gongon land. Look at the way it was driven out and all the people. Yes. Look at the way they were driven out and all.
I know you enjoyed that Hollywood movie.
So,
when he
yes,
wore juju and
yeah.
parading the street of Igongo.
So look at the way they were driven out of our land. So they saw it that look, Yoruba can stand up and fight when they believe it's time to fight. So he led that to showcase Yoruba people that we are not coward people. We will drive you people out of our land. If the government of the land, the federal government back then, like Baba said, was dilly-dallying, was aiding the criminals. The Buhari was trying to do everything to protect them, to give them the way to grab our land. He was looking for one thing or the other. He was looking for Ruga. He was looking for one gazette in the archive that gave, you know, a pathway, or what did they grazing route for these people to come. Look, do you know how many? Do you know criminals that were driven?
Baba
Yes.
Adanlekoko, I beg you, my elderly man, I respect you so much. Can you reference with them on the ruling in 1969 that abolished open grazing in Nigeria, that has not been set aside till today by one Yoruba judge? Do you remember?
I cannot remember, but I heard about that. I don't have detailed knowledge of.
Those the governor referenced that in one of his interviews that he did.
Yes.
Okay.
It's something. Is it Adeyemi Thompson? Something Adeyemi Thompson around 1969 or thereabout. That was what, they have not set aside that rule, and these people are coming into the forest, occupying the forest that's reserved for the government. And when Akridolo spoke against it, they threatened Akridolo. Yeah. And that is the reason why Igbo came out. I supported what Igbo did to protect.
And even when Akeredolu and others were even trying to set up Amotekun in Yoruba land to fight against this insecurity, Malami was trying to stop him. They are member of the same party. Malami was doing everything to frustrate the setting up of the creation of what do you call it, Amotekun. Until when Akeredolu said, "Look, we will take you people to court," and he said he will do everything to make sure that we have that thing, that they cannot stop us from having security network. Since they have it in the north, nothing can stop us in having our own in Yoruba land. So look, whether we like it or not, look, Igbo is an hero, and he is already in the history book. Yes.
Babaja, this is the issue. Did he fail the law? He did. There are necessary things.
Did he do what?
Did he fail the law?
What do you mean by
fail the law?
What do you mean?
Did he go against the law? He did.
How?
Igbo was calling, hold on now. Hold on. We are all in Nigeria. Igbo was calling for secession. Let's not beat around the bush. Let's be honest about it.
Hold on right there. Let me reply you.
Hold on now. Let me finish.
Hold on right there.
Okay.
Hold on right there.
Go ahead.
Hold on right there.
Not secession.
Nigeria,
self-determination.
It's a self-determination, and Nigeria is a signatory to that charter.
1999 Constitution warrants self-determination. 1999 Constitution. If you have never read the 1999 Constitution, don't come here. No. If you have never read the 1999 Constitution, go back and read it. It supports self-determination.
Okay. So why are you now accusing IPOB?
Which section, please?
It's not there.
Which section of the Constitution?
It supports self-determination. Go there and read it.
Hold on. Are you talking about Constitution of Ghana? Because it's not a Nigerian Constitution.
I know that is.
So that's why I said.
Which section, please, so we can check it out.
The only place, hold on, let me say something. The only place where you find that self-determination is about state creation and local government. So local government can say, okay, we don't want to become part of, say, Bauchi state anymore. We want to join. the 1999 Constitution allows them. There's a place like that where some local government or some people can determine to form their own local government or secede from one state to another. Yeah, I've seen it in Nigeria, but that a country that some group of people want to move out of Nigeria, I don't think that it's not in the 1999.
No, rational man. Let us clear it. This is it.
Okay.
Nigeria is a signatory to United Nations Charter.
That's a different thing.
Hold on.
Let him land.
So Nigeria is a signatory to that charter that within a country, if some people are agitating, for self-determination or whatsoever, as long as they are pursuing it peacefully, they are not doing anything wrong. And that is what Igbo was doing. But only for Nigerian state to launch an attack against him, eliminated some people in his compound, destroyed his...
Sorry, but what you just said
You are not
what you just said about UN Charter.
Come on now. The issue there is this one man, Babaja. You cannot blame Igbo, and you cannot let Igbo go scot-free, whereas Nnamdi Kanu is inside.
Oh no! Stop that, man!
No.
What do you mean by Igbo? What are you trying to do here? What are you trying to do here?
Let me say something.
Did we say that Nnamdi Kanu should remain in jail, or what are you trying to do? Are you trying to come and play this dirty politics, or what are you trying to do?
There were two actors in Nigeria. We all know that was calling for self-determination.
Okay. No. They are two separate. Hold on. They are two separate person, separate group pursuing their agenda in a separate way. They don't pursue it in a separate way. I mean, they are not using the same methodology to pursue their ambition. I mean, their objective.
What makes
their lines were going to be converged?
Come on, the issue there is this. We saw Igbo with guns. Right or wrong?
You saw. Hold on. You saw him with gun.
Did we not?
Okay.
Yes,
you saw him with gun. Hold on. You saw him with gun. Where?
Did we not see him with gun?
Hold on. You saw him with gun. Where?
A gun.
To do what?
That was a pump action now.
To do what?
Pump action is not a gun.
Do you know that gun? Do you know that gun? That gun he was carrying is a registered gun with Nigerian state. Do you know that gun is a registered gun with Nigerian state?
How do you know?
Hold on, one voice. But
you don't want me to land. Let me land so that
let Joel land so that you can counter back what is
said. The issue there is this, right? The optics. Then, when he was calling for a Yoruba nation, the gun he was carrying was a gun even allowed by the states.
So, sorry, Joel, the DSS also found a retinue of arms.
One man, I don't want to go there. You know why? Because it could be that it could be the DSS that planted the gun.
Exactly.
A lot of this was going on. Under Buhari government, a lot of propaganda was going on. But you see, you wouldn't understand this propaganda until it hits home. So it was because of Igbo now that people are now looking at like, oh, it could be that these people are lying. There was a lot of propaganda. Because if you ask me, yes, IPOB is calling for all this, the IPOB during their own time. I never saw any IPOB person with a gun. Then they started doing that, what they call
Python dance.
You know, they started doing camping and all that, saying that they're this one. But even at that, I did not see anything that could make me as a state feel bothered. But Buhari did what he did because he felt like you just need that kinetic energy to just go there and oppress. He still had that archaic way of thinking. He did not manage that kind of situation very well. And I hope that Tinubu will manage this Igbo situation very well. Because it is not just right. It is not right that he's outside of the country.
As well as in Nnamdi Kanu.
Do you understand me being in jail? You understand what I'm saying? If the court has said, leave this man alone, why are you still holding him? To what extent?
All right, let Adale Koko respond, and then after his response, we go on to rational mind.
Yeah, your contribution is meaningful. So, but you know, Tinubu should show leadership. We have crisis in Nigeria. Crisis galore. Economic crisis, security crisis, political crisis. It should use its position of leadership and you know, look at certain things it can do with Nnamdi Kanu case, Igbo case, and just let us solve that problem politically and let us move on as people. Look,
let Igbo be there 3 years first before we start talking about this. Let him go to DSS dungeon first.
Okay. So, look, the man of the people, whether we like it or not, the man of the people will remain the man of the people. It happened to Awolowo. 2, there was no peace in Nigeria until when Awolowo was released, particularly in Yoruba land.
I'm sorry, Igbo is not a man of the people.
Hold on, man.
It's not my man.
I don't
He's
care.
never
Whatever you
been
want
my
to
man.
talk.
Yeah,
it's not my man too. I raise up my hand.
Yeah, you guys cannot like him and not like him, but millions of Yoruba people.
So much enough for Yoruba nation.
Millions of Yoruba people.
This is called Baju, eh?
The guy is their hero. The guy is their hero, whether you like it or not. So, Tinubu should see how he can put to rest this matter, and he should be able to listen to leaders of both Igbo land that are calling for Nnamdi Kanu.
Oh, because to give a soft landing to Igbo, you are now talking about Nnamdi Kanu. You see?
So he should listen to the call from the Igbo's leader. All the political leaders in Igbo land are calling for his release. Are they stupid? Do you think they're stupid people? Even the governor of Anambra State said that he's ready to stand for him as a surety. That is the governor of Anambra State. It's not the governor of his state, but he believed
and it didn't work.
He believed he can secure peace because they know the people. They are closer to their people. They listen to their people. They know what their people want, and they are calling it. And some people are saying they are not going to do it. You don't run a country like that. Obasanjo did it. Obasanjo released Abacha's son to to Sultan when the leaders in the north were calling for the release. So look, there are certain things that leader must do in honor of leaders from a particular region. When you see the leaders of a particular region in our country calling for one thing, the president should listen to them. The president should lead it because we have nations within that Nigerian nation, that Nigerian state. We have nations in that state. That state called Nigerian state. So when you see all the Igbo leaders calling for this guy release, the president should listen to them. It will be very, very stupid and lack of sense of leadership not to listen to them. All right.
How very convenient.
That's my own. The same thing to happen to you.
It will remain in Benin Republic.
This.
That's all.
How are you?
I was not there.
They can't bring him back now.
It's not going to happen now. But at least they have started the call, and before you know, it will start spreading. And Tinubu will listen.
It won't happen. He must spend the same months, years in DSS dungeon. There must be equalization with Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay, let me leave it there one more so that others can talk.
Better leave it there, Aja.
All right, you're up next, Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, I'm going to come to you. If you condense it in about a 7-minute roundabout monologue, and so that we can get to all the voices.
I'm sorry, 1 minute. Sorry, quickly. Could you make it a point that a rational mind should allow us to interject every sentence it makes?
Yes.
I'm waiting. I've cocked my gun. I've cocked my gun.
It's already at 7 hours already with this interjection. I'm not sure. But
let me just go through one real quick.
No. Let me bring you in with this Rational Mind. Let me play you this clip, and then I'll ask you a question, and then you can pick it up from there.
Abuja, fire has got to the section of the Supreme Court complex. The inferno started at about 6 a.m. from the Justices' chambers, specifically from Chamber 5 on the 4th floor of the Supreme Court, located behind courtrooms of the Apex Court. According to the Director of Information for the court, Mr. Festus Akodi, the fire was a result of electric spark from the Chamber 5 of the court, which is occupied by Justice Mohammed Salawa, from where it spread to 2 other offices. Although it has been put out, the fire destroyed valuable documents and office furniture in the offices affected on the 4th floor of the Justices' chambers.
What happened was just a normal electrical problem that resulted in the fire outbreak, and the staff were able to effectively douse it with the use of the fire extinguishers that are strategically placed in the Supreme Court. Every floor has a lot of fire extinguishers, and they were able to combat it effectively, and they put it off, so it will not even spread far before the firemen were able to come to also give their own support. That was what happened. We have the soft copies of all the documents that are there. So we have e-library here. So those are just hard copies, and then the soft copies are still there, so they can still be we can still replenish the Gaunt library, which each chamber has a library.
So Rational Mind, why do you think the obedience are trying to burn down the Supreme Court?
Well, I saw that was one of the reasons I came running to your studio today. When I saw that, I was like, "Woman, want me to come online?" Because the way you just stated it, like, "Oh, yeah, right, it's the obedience, right?" Okay. Anyway,
it has to be now. It has to be, but carry on.
Okay, I heard you. Anyway, I don't want to sound like patronizing, but I just want to say, friends all over the world, please like and share this broadcast if you can still share it, and subscribe if you're yet to subscribe. So we appreciate everybody. Yeah, for me, I think there's another angle I want to come with this. You see, we've had history with government facilities, buildings burning in the manner that we've seen since the 70s. It started with Obasanjo's time. I think the one that culminated in time of Shagari, that was one I could remember very well. When NET, I don't know if some of you know what they call NET. It's NITEL. We call it NET at that time. Got burnt. I think was it Umar Diko was it the minister, or what was there? What was his position then? And so you see, what I'm trying to just say is this: we've seen history of government facilities burning, and usually during the Buhari time, when it came to light, I think there was some panel that was set up that time that led to Madiko. They were trying to repatriate, they were trying to bring him back, like they did the treatment they gave to Kanu. They were trying to sneak him back into a diplomatic bag and all of that. I think it's all based on whenever they've done some kind of corruption, they've steal stuff, they find a way of trying to burn down documents that could really reveal those secrets as to how finances in that ministry was handled or mishandled. And that's how they burn evidence.
Can I interject here? Sorry.
No, you cannot interject right now, because I remember you particular, Emeka, you said yeah.
Why I say so is that, see, we Nigeria
same thing. I want to make their thoughts straight first before.
Okay.
No, you can interject me, don't get me wrong. I just want to make this sure. So we've seen that pattern over the years. But what is surprising to me is that we don't learn. We never learn. That building I'm seeing, I think is a new building, if I'm not mistaken. That I don't know, maybe I'm just thinking about something else. You see here, again, I want to use an example here. Somebody who's just recently foreign into a new profession, which is construction. We have what they call automatic sprinkler here. Virtually every government building, federal facilities, and even state facility, local government facilities, they have sprinkler. In fact, there's a building code that stipulates that you must have it, a form of it, either automatic sprinkler or some kind of form of sprinkler to automatically go off whenever. In fact, let me not bore you guys with all those sort of details, but I'm just trying to say is that as soon as there's a trigger somewhere, the alarm will go off, and then you alert. In fact, some facilities are linked with fire service. Immediately when they get it, they'll come there. They'll just put it off, and yeah, even before they come, the sprinklers will just automatically just go off, go on rather, and then we just start dousing the fire. I think we should look into that. I think we should have learned lesson with nets. When a whole building of nets near State House there in Marina there, when it got burned down, we should have learned our lesson from there. Nigerian government should have devised some kind of new policy that every government facilities henceforth will be installed with an automatic sprinkler. Maybe we need to train our architects, take them back to school to start learning how to design buildings whereby they could also they could fit in automatic sprinklers so that way it doesn't, a whole building and vital information does not go missing like that. Because that's what Nigerians do. If they want to cover their track, they want to cover some shenanigans, that's what happens. So in respect to this Supreme Court issue, I don't know exactly, but one man you can say is obedience. Well, the last time I know the obedient don't have access, they're not in government. The Supreme Court is heavily guarded, I'm sure. They must have some security there that is heavily guarded, and even maybe DSS are also there. They have their men, they're stationed there. Because these are justices that their lives are no doubt being haunted by some people. So I'm sure those facilities and wherever they work will be heavily guarded. So I don't know how any obedient could go there and set fire on it. But like I said, for me, I just believe is that somebody's trying to cover a track here. Now let me go on another angle to it now.
Let me just jump in with this.
You never allowed me when I was trying.
Sorry, just a quick point. Sorry, just a quick.
I remember trying twice.
I agree. I accept. There's no mischief here. Why I say so? You made a valid point on our architect or building safety material should incorporate all the sprinkler. Valid point. I think in Nigeria we do not take safety very seriously. Security and safety, we do not take it very seriously. Like what the spokesman for the Supreme Court said, that it's from an electric supply, spark, right? And I know clearly it happens with frequent. We always have power outages. Even when you are changing over, all those things cause problem. And we do not have power surges, especially with our ACs. That's where it starts from. When we do not invest in all those building safety materials, it will result to all these electric fire. So I can tell you from experience, working. I think Ola is here, who has worked in a financial institution, a well-reputable financial institution. There was a time when there was series of fire outbreaks, and those fire outbreaks were attributed to electrical surges from the AC. When there's frequent power outages, once you take the light, you bring the light again, you take the light, you bring it up. Because we do not have surges, it begins to result to fire. Most of the branches were even some votes. We are even getting caught up with this fire incident. So this Supreme Court is just that all eyes were on the judiciary, and now all eyes are now on the Supreme Court. So there's no mischief in this. Honestly, immediately I hear when you said it.
You people are so funny. You people just come here and just defend some kind of thing.
No, I'm not defending anything. Immediately, when he said it, that electric, I knew it. He just said it to show you, and he said all flaws. No, my brother, wait. If it was, hold on now. He has already said it that even if the hard copies caught fire, there is soft copies of judgment. So the materials are not lost. You understand? There is still soft copies, and truly, if you follow up rulings of Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, and even up to the High Court, you can go online and get the judgments. Just put the case and they upload it there in their materials, and it's all there. There's no mischief. So we like conspiracy theories a lot. Well, I enjoy conspiracy theories; they're very sweet. But this is clearly an electrical surge incident that resulted to the fire. I know from experience. I know.
My brother, from experience, I know that in the history of Nigeria, whenever we have such fires, especially on government building, something is being burnt. So this thing you are saying that from experience, I don't know what experience you have.
I have to say I agree with you, Joel. Something is
Every
clearly being
time,
done.
anytime it happens in Nigeria. So let's be
it may not be to do with the petition, but it may be some land deal or whatever. But
yes,
sadly,
yes. No. It has I'm not talking about the petition now.
yes,
But
something is being done.
there's a cover up they want to do, and they'll burn it, and it's on hard copy. So it's not everything that you see in Nigeria that have gone online. Most of
You know why I say there's also no mischief? It happened during the daytime, right? So if the ones with mischief, where I will be suspecting a little bit of mischief, right, is okay, maybe it happens late in the night. Those ones, I was like, okay, why? But this one happened during the daytime, and people came out quickly.
Early morning.
Very early, during when people were going to work, right? There were individuals there that quickly took fire extinguisher to try to address and arrest the fire.
Hold on, Emeka.
Please, for Christ's sake, let's cut these guys a slack. Let's cut them a slack.
Emeka.
Yeah.
Chere, hold on. You see, sometimes I just don't want that. Well, let me not say, I don't know how old you are. I don't need to tell me, but I'm telling you from my experience. I'm not saying direct experience, but growing up late 70s, and as far as I can remember, as someone who can use his sense as an adult or as a young adult, then I can tell you it's a pattern we've seen. Now you're talking about electric surge or whatever you call it, or circuit breaker, or whatever you call it. That
yes, you know here in North America, right? There's always circuit breakers. I know. Don't worry, you will get there. Don't worry. We have circuit breakers. We have surge protectors. For voltage. But in Nigeria, we don't have all that. I'm honest. We don't have it.
Dude, hold on.
We had circuit breakers that can break any high voltage coming into the system. We had it.
You see, they just come here because Tinubu is there. Hold on, I know where they are going with all this their narrative. Rational
man, my brother. To support what you say, this is a family house. Every apartment, every building in Aba had what they call circuit breaker. That is what they call it.
Circuit.
Yeah, circuit breaker or whatever. So
circuit breaker.
Circuit breaker. So that is what they had. So
you're right. Go on.
Circuit breaker. So once there is power surge, it trips off. So that is how it is. So I wonder why that is not in a facility like as big as
to do the shenanigans. They want to steal. They want to create corruption.
Defended it, everything.
You are designing a building, a government facility. You don't have all these things incorporated in them to bring about safety of life and property, and even important vital document. You see, Nigeria is a criminal. It's a crime scene.
I agree. Rational man, I'm not disputing. See, your theory can be valid, right? I'm not disputing your theory, right? I'm not disputing, and you've laid a valid point. We should, and I know Nigerians, we do not take building safety seriously. And I know that not only has it happened to the Supreme Court, it has also happened to NMPC for multiple times, multiple occasions, right? And most of the one with NMPC, that man might have a little bit of concerns because the fire was really widespread. But this one, it just is within a small it was well contained. It didn't spread that bad. It was the few offices, three offices,
Let's
just three
Let me
offices.
just move on.
And the spokesman was really direct, and he said it was from electric surge. And I agree with him. I do agree with him.
Emeka, let me continue because I have other things I want to say. That one man was going to ask me. Now, let me just go straight to the point. Now, but then another angle to this matter is this: it's up to Nigerian government and whoever is in charge of the Nigerian building, the federal buildings in Nigeria. I don't know. This is when we have a country that doesn't work, a banana republic, a jungle where everybody just live anyhow, they do anyhow. Even the governments, even the one that leads the country is himself a criminal. I don't even get it. That's what we get. Now, let me go to another angle. Another angle to this is this: that I see a pattern here. Tinubu nobody entire office finish. We get a Supreme Court case coming. Now we are seeing this kind of thing happening. Remember when he had this issue with his bank account. What was that? The Bureau of what's that bureau of whatever you have to sign? You have to declare whatever asset or whatever foreign asset you have.
Code of conduct bureau. Code of conduct bureau.
And the case, we know how the case ended. How the whole building that was housing the whole document got burned down, and then we never had it. That was the case got thrown out of court for lack of evidence. You see, my brother. You see, I'm reading something here, but I just don't want to speculate because I know when I start speculating, you say, "Oh, you are being emotional. You are going within your." Well, I'm seeing a pattern here. When Tinubu was there in office, when he was in office, I remember some buildings were getting burned left, right, and center within Lagos when he was there. So we're seeing another pattern here. Is this how it's going to begin again? We shall see. One man for me is that I'll just go to that aspect of safety that we are living in. Nigeria is not yet a country. It's not. I mean, why am I even say it's a country? It's not even yet a nation state. It's not even yet maybe a country because of geographical territory, but it's not yet a real nation state in the real sense of it. We don't run, you don't run country like that. I bet you if Nigeria were to be like the United States, that most of us, or UK where some of you will stay, or in Europe, I bet you none of us want to go there. Oh, look at it as the same as Nigeria. So why go there? What are you going to also there for? No, but because they have structure here. Everything here is structured. To the very thing you have to do here, everything is orderly. But when you don't have order, you don't have law and order like we have here. You don't have it in a banana republic like Nigeria. That's what we get. How can a whole Supreme Court, where you have justices that rule over matters within a nation state like Nigeria, they don't have sprinklers? The architects are not even told to even install. They design those. That's to tell you that everything that is done in that country is done with one possibility. Eventually.
Have you heard of situations where sprinklers failed in some circumstances?
Yeah, we go again. You always say, you see, good, dude. You see, let me just make
this is a fact of technology.
You keep telling me, you see, you people will always throw spanner in the wheel. Not spanner
in the wheel. You talk in all encompassing as if one it's a given. No technology is a given. What will go wrong will go wrong. It's Murphy's law.
Hold on.
Murphy's law is at play in all our lives.
Hold on. It works here. Sprinkler works here. Automatically sprinkler works here.
It can fail. I've had power surge here. I've had power surge here.
Is sprinkler foolproof? If we have sprinklers, why do we still need firefighters?
I wonder.
I'll tell you that sprinklers only. It suppresses. Well, in fact, they have different kind of sprinklers. Some will suppress fire from spreading until when they get in. Doesn't mean it's a kind of a done deal that is going to take down the fire.
Oh, you are making an adjustment now.
It is a rational mind.
You people always look for one thing to just say. It's up to.
I'm not looking for anything. I'm only telling the reality of technology.
And most of you are all here. Most of you that are talking here. You always
rational mind.
You're all here in America. And then you'll be making excuses for them.
No. The way you talk as if it is utopia here. That is what gets my goat. In a country you talk about security, safety, and everything. And this year alone, we've had over 400 mass shootings with 25,000 dead, amongst which we have 870 children.
You see, dude,
and they were arrested, right?
I'm not here to do about
hold on.
A black boy tried to knock a wrong door, and he was shot through the door.
My brother,
But they were arrested.
My brother, did you say 25,000?
A black woman was quarreling with the neighbor because of her children. She was shot through the door.
Arrested.
I mean, what is all of this?
Arrested and prosecuted.
I mean, what are we going with all of this?
Whether they are arrested or not, it's not the. It happens.
Where are we?
No. You're making a nonsense of your argument. The issue there is this. Hold on, one moment. The issue there is this. If you commit a crime, would they come for you? Yes.
For sure.
In Nigeria, that's a huge difference, because what happens is that we have over 300 million guns on the streets of the United States. If we decide that we're going to be criminal and there is no repercussion, then everybody will do what they want, because you have the weapon to harass whoever you want to harass. In Nigeria, it is different. There is no repercussion for anything that you do. So stop coming here to.
We are under police.
Hold on.
We are under police in Nigeria. We are building. We are not. We are not 240 years independent yet.
It does not matter. Even when America existed, when America was 60 years old, they did not have another America. Am I making sense? They did not have another. They did not have like developed economies where people have done stuff and it is working. We are only 60 years old. By the time we came into being, we have seen many countries that have worked. Look at the areas the white men built in Nigeria. If it's not working in a country, it is your fault. It is my fault. It is everybody's fault. It's not my fault.
Government didn't drop from heaven. Government did not drop from heaven. Did government drop from heaven? Did God create a president for Nigeria?
No,
we voted the president in. The president came from our body.
Allow rational mind to make his submission. Because this interjection here will keep us long for a while here.
When again they just mention people like this and just talk against.
No, I will not stand here and allow you to destroy the country.
No, you see, here you go. See where you see. Can you see where he's taking the whole matter?
You're not.
That's what you are doing. That's what you are doing.
You are just a guest.
What have I done?
Calm down.
Hold on, Vin. What have I done, my friend?
Wind back and listen to yourself.
Oh, God.
But we are all guests here.
I don't know. You see, don't play this game of this enigmatic game with me here. It doesn't work with me anymore.
All right.
Telling me I'm not patriotic or you are more patriotic than me.
Rational mind.
I will not denigrate Nigeria because I live in US. Never. I will not do so.
I'm going to mute you for a moment. Rational mind, carry on with your monologue and then give us your take on maybe one or two more subjects or topics. Then we go on to Baba and then Prince.
You see, guys, let's stop this whole thing. Like, if we are here to provide, somebody said something, we don't come here, we only talk about accuse Nigeria. I say, when you don't critique, you don't identify the problem, how can you provide solution? I began by telling you the issue of, when one man asked me the question, the issue of these things burning. And I said, we never learned our lesson that we should start incorporating sprinklers or I can't even think right now. There's this device that suppresses fire until the fire people comes to put off the fire totally. In fact, even with the sprinkler, even though if the sprinkler puts off the fire before the fire people arrive, it is still the duty of the fire people to come there. It is still their duty. That is, I'm telling you, because of that's what I do. That's my line. Even though if fire just starts in the building and the fire sprinkler goes on and start pouring out and then push out the fire, it's still their duty to still arrive there, because they have to, they have to put it into report. It's part of the thing. It's not like the Banana Republic of Nigeria where
rational man. Do you know that it took firefighter over an hour to get there? Over an hour.
And they say they are not far from there. They're not far. There's one fire service that is not far from that building. That's Supreme Court Justice building. There's one that is not far from there. You see, we come here, we just make Taban profile solution, and we're trying to critique the problem. Some people will say we're not patriotic. They say we like to support the image. How else can we talk about a nation that you and I were passionate about? If I cannot critique it, you want me to be sounding like you every time. I'm praising your Tinubu for whatever crap he has done. I'm not stupid. I'm well read. I'm well exposed. Even maybe far more than your Tinubu, perhaps. Very likely. Forget that he has the money. He has whatever. He has people that he controls. I'm well traveled.
Rational mind. How many professions have you done in your life? Just a curious question.
How many?
You've done teacher, you've done construction, you've done Ajala, you've done IT.
It was a lawyer too. Don't forget.
Your name now Flint. Our man Flint.
Now I've never done a lawyer. I've never been a lawyer. I don't know what you're talking about, one man.
But rational mind. But just on the flip side, I wanted to ask you a question, right? These sprinklers, right? They work with pressured water.
Exactly.
Right? Water. So where in Nigeria where we don't have good power, good water source?
There is no water supply.
How do you sprinkler go to
do that? You see, a lot of things.
Rational man, please. If I can seek your indulgence, one man, please. One man, listen to me. And if you are not an engineer, when I'm speaking, you keep quiet. If you are an engineer, we can have this conversation. I am electrical and electronic. Let me finish now, please.
Okay, go on.
If you are novice about electricity, how it works, please just don't interject me. If you're an engineer, electrical and electronics engineer, then you can interject me. One man, some people are very novice about electricity. That is my field of, that is my line of training. You know that. Only socket in your house can start fire. All those extension cords you see, they can start fire. So bringing conspiracy to this fire, it's always it embarrasses my profession. Some people don't even know anything about electricity. They don't even know anything.
What is it about talking about now? What is
please, can I please speak? How sure are you? No, Thomas, how sure are you?
No.
How sure are
I
you
didn't
that
say,
it wasn't?
Hold on, please. You don't listen.
Wasn't?
You don't listen. That's the problem.
Okay,
I said only extension can caught fire in your office. Did I say it's the extension that caught fire there? You don't listen. That is your problem.
No. You
so
said,
let me finish. Can I finish, please? No, you are not an engineer. Can I finish, please? No, you are not going to talk. You are not going to talk. Let me finish, please.
No.
You are not. 12. Mute yourself. No. Please, let me finish. Please.
I beg you, talk.
You are a nurse. Please, mute yourself. Yeah. So, when engineer is speaking about electricity, you mute yourself. I have said it earlier on. If you are not an engineer, electrical engineer, don't interrupt me. So, when we are talking of electricity and how it happens in the house, one man, only sockets of an air condition can start fire. How did this thing happen? If you are running a socket for an air conditioner, it has to be a strong cable. Sometimes we go 20 mm, sometimes we go 15 mm. Because AC is very powerful. But all those engineers, they will contract all those buildings. Some of them may use 10 mm, some of them may use 8 mm. When AC worked for so long, the socket started melting, it can start fire. All your sockets in the house, all those extensions we put in the house, some of sockets, they are just 5 mm. Then you plug something that is very high voltage on 5 mm, it will get melted and it will start fire. So anything electrical can start fire in the office. It's not everything conspiracy. It's not everything they deliberately burn documents. So if you don't know something, ask for people that can educate you about something. Thank you, one man.
Expert, can we ask you a
Let me
question?
ask you a
Expert, can we ask you a
No,
question?
let me round up.
Now let us ask you a question.
Let me ask him a question now. Let me
Okay,
ask
go ahead, Babata. Go ahead, Babata.
Let me
Go
ask
ahead.
Hold on, Ajale. Before you ask him that question, are you an engineer? And even if you're an electrical engineer, because you're not an electrical engineer.
You gotta, we got to change his name. It's no more. It's not a military. What is it?
They want to silence you.
It's not General Thomas again. Thomas the engineer. So
no, he's the expert.
As the only other trained electrical engineer, Thomas is right.
Thomas
is right.
So Thomas.
We know all of this now. What's new about it?
Let me ask you.
New about what he's talking about?
Okay, Thomas. Let me ask you this question.
I'm listening, Baba.
Okay, this question is this. So in that kind of incident, how long that it can take them to detect or to confirm what is responsible for that fire? Fire. Yeah. How long does it take? Like in that situation now, how can you easily detect that, oh, it is electrical problem? How would they know? How long would it take you to know the cause of the fire?
Ajale Koko,
like that.
Yes, I've been in investigation for a fire outage. If somebody tell you they vehemently knew what happened in fire outage, they are deceiving you. They just say anything to the world. Ajale Koko, if a whole building burned, how will you determine that this is what started the fire? Everything is always BS. You can never. It is very difficult if it only is a small fire. If it's a small fire in a room, we normally dictate it. But the rest is the story. It's a blatant lie. They tell you they knew what started fire. That is a lie.
I agree with you.
Yes.
Thomas.
Anything can start fire.
I disagree with him.
But I also disagree.
Maybe your level of training does not allow you to come to understand.
One man, let's move on.
Rational man,
you all these nosy people that doesn't know anything.
Rational man, you are an engineer. How can you disagree with that?
Rational man, I agree. I agree with Thomas.
Don't agree with Thomas because Thomas may be wrong. The only person
I agree.
You know, they always, at least when they do fire reports in this country, they always tell you the source of the fire. And if it's an electrical spark that started off the fire, they
Ajale Koko, man, I said in Nigeria. Don't say abroad. We are talking of Nigeria. Yes, we are. I said I've been in investigation of a fire outage. We just sit down within ourselves. Let's say it's the socket that caught fire in Nigeria. I didn't say in abroad. So don't get me wrong. I didn't say in abroad. So confirm that Nigeria is always BS. Nothing.
So which means there is no fire dictators in Nigeria now. There is no fire dictating equipments in Nigeria like and abroad in advanced countries. Rational mind.
We
Yes.
got the smoke detector here. Yeah, smoke.
All right, bring it to rational mind. I want to try and get to Zeta as quickly as we can.
Yeah, I know there are other people waiting. Is there any other topic? Let me have done with that topic. I don't want to flog it.
We were talking about the Nigeria not being able to pay its debt. You know, they had this forward contract also. Actually, do you want to? Okay, no, let me not give you this one. Yes, we were talking about Nigeria not being able, or let me give you this one instead. Breaking tribunal affirms Sanwo-Olu as governor of Lagos State. So as much as you are railing against the Tinubu victory, surely you concede that Sanwo-Olu won fair and square. And certainly the tribunal thinks so. So what are you then making then of Chinedu Rose Vivo losing yet again?
Well, I wasn't expecting to bring this up, but then, you see, one man, you see, when some few weeks ago, before this appeal court, this tribunal that gave their ruling, you see, when people were agitated and they were, speaking on many major platforms, somebody came here and accused them of being unpatriotic some days ago. You expect a country that is in economic woes, economic crisis. The majority of the young ones are not even doing anything. What do you expect to do? They'll go online and they'll start, if here in America, my kids, they go to work, they don't even care about what's in the politics. It's only me that just care, because I think I have the time sometimes. So they don't even talk about Trump or Biden. They just tell you, well, I don't care. Just go and vote if they don't want to vote. So what I'm trying to just say is that, you see, when we say people are agitated, they knew that we have fake justice system in Nigeria, a phony one. In fact, one of the things I would prefer if a military takeover happens in Nigeria is a total overhaul of that justice system. It's so corrupt. I was just when I was arguing with somebody a while ago, I said, somebody who did not contest in a contest eventually emerged as the one who clinched the ticket, who eventually as the winner of that election. That's Ahmad Lawan, who never contested. So the Supreme Court affirmed him. Oh my goodness. And when people see that something like this, and you don't want them to be agitated, you don't want them to be, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying people should be violent, go touch their family.
There's nothing wrong with our justice system. But some judges are corrupt.
Do not interject me,
but there's nothing wrong with our justice system. Please.
I'm going to mute him. I don't want to do that myself. Please, I beg you, please. Emeka, I'm not trying to be rude or whatever. Just let me land this point. Now, when people see things like this, and that's just an example of so many examples of the failure of the justice system in Nigeria, where people just do things on technicalities, they uphold things that are not. Now, let me go straight to what this judgment of Sanwo-Olu. Did his deputy fail to declare that he had a dual citizenship? He failed it. Did he violate the Constitution there? He violated it. Now,
stop talking like that now. They already ruled against. There's an early ruling for Saraki that, come on, man.
You see, the thing is, perjury is what we're talking about here. It's not. You see, when you people talk about, people will just come here. You just. They are talking about perjury.
Did they take him to court for perjury?
Yeah. You lied.
Is that what they charged him for?
You lied under oath that you do not.
Rational man, why do you keep saying you people? You are one of us too now.
Yeah, one of us was out.
You are one of us. You keep saying you people.
You said you are Nigerian too. Oh, yes.
When I say
you are one of the liars. Too.
Hold on. When I say you people, I'm saying you, the Agbado people. That's what I'm saying. I say the Agbado people. The Agbadonians. I'm different from the Agbado. So I think we have about two factions here. Maybe only one man is trying to be balanced here, trying to be like one minute obedience, 1 minute Agbado. So
no. 1 man is full Agbado. Forget all the.
So my point is this: is that all these things, if you read that thing out, it's on technicalities. They threw that case out. One of them is when they were talking to what's his name, this PDP, which that guy has a very good case. In fact, I think he has a good case more than this Labour Party guy.
Chinedu.
Yeah. I think he has more. He hold these guys, the two of them, the Sanwo-Olu, and he hold them in the scrutch. He hold them because he had evidence that this guy submitted a fake.
Rational man, he has no good case at all. I think his own.
But the only thing that's
they struck out his own evidence.
They struck it out because they said he included Vivor. Yeah, he included him in the case that he's not supposed to have done that. I think there was a section in the electoral law or whatever act they call it that it's only when you have a case like that, you only the winner and maybe INEC. That was why if you look at this what's his name, Labour Party, they did not include PDP in their own. They all said INEC and Tinubu and his deputy and APC. That's what they did. So I don't know whoever did that case for him, maybe, but that for Sanwo-Olu had issue with his WAEC. You see, all of these our criminal leaders. They went to go and do Oluwole. They went to go and do some kind of certificate racketeering on. They have somebody sit down for them to write their WAEC or GCE. I know all of these guys. From what we're seeing already, all of them, they have issues with their certificates, their school educations or education. So my point is this: does he have? But that case was thrown out of technicality. Oh, because you did not, you are going to go and put Vivo in that European inside the case. For that reason, your case is dismissed. On technicalities. What has happened to justice? That did he lie under oath that he did not declare a second citizenship? Well, yeah, you're right, Kulata. Kasaraki case, I think I read a little bit about it, that if you were born, not as if you acquired it, you were born, but you are of Nigerian origin, no problem. Yeah. But if you declared it, that yes, I have a second citizenship, like in the case of this guy who acquired it, he was not born a US citizen, but he acquired it. So you did not declare it, you lied under oath. And so why could the justice not look at it from that point? But they had to look at technicalities. Oh, you did not fill it in time. You go and include this person. What kind of justice system is this? That everything has to be on. I know I said it some time ago, woman here. I said we are entering a dark phase in that country. With Tinubu there, that guy is a master at corruption. He will turn the whole thing upside down. And this is just the beginning. More is yet to come. Let him finally settle down and maybe be able to get the Supreme Court judges on his side to throw out the case or do whatever you call it, magic you want to do on that this article case, and which I don't really believe that maybe they could get justice there. But I would be surprised if they do. If the Supreme Court throw Tinubu out of office, I will be surprised. But I said I won't be surprised because I know if that is justice. But I'll be surprised that they did that, because why could Tinubu not influence them? Why could not get them to rule in his favor? Could it be that these guys, they were like being really wanting to do the right thing? Well, I'll be surprised in that instance. But that Tinubu, being the man, the president, number one man, the same guy that had Lagos the way he had Lagos for many years, and now he has. We're talking about ITEC now. ITEC trying to, which he has interest in, and then some of us here are saying that there's nothing wrong with it. See, some of us, it's only God that would really heal us mentally, because I don't understand the phase we're going into, whereby this guy just make people start thinking in one direction. Anything he does, you see him as, oh, he's right. Even though he's doing the wrong thing, you rationalize it for him. You make it look as if there's nothing so big about it. I wish Nigeria to be like that here. The way we need to have Nigeria, maybe all of us will remain here in America or wherever we are in those developed countries where we live. For me, one man, Sanwo-Olu's victory is not a justice. It is not justice. Justice is judgment. And like somebody said, it's just a judgment. They only give a judgment, but justice is yet to be done. But do I believe that they take it to Supreme Court, you're going to get justice? I don't see that happening, because Tinubu is a master at this corruption. It will corrupt who anybody is able to corrupt. Either he buys you, he threatens you. Look at what is going on with this David Udoyin now. And not just David Udoyin. We're talking about this guy in the Republic there. A lot of them, I don't believe that these guys, they'll be hunted down, because if they are against his policy or whatever he stands for, you will go. Tinubu will dare you do it. Go and tell that to this guy Williams that died in Lagos. You see, for me, I've said my case. I've looked at Tinubu, not because I hate him as a person, but I hate his politics, all he stands for politically, where he stands for politically, all he has done politically. But as a person, if I see in front of me, I might smile at him, talk to him, but it's kind of politics, the corrupt politics he plays.
You don't hate. Did you say you don't hate Tinubu as a person?
I don't hate him.
I'm just flabbergasted, man.
I don't hate him.
That you wish the man to die. Now you don't hate him. Are you kidding me?
Hold on. You see,
if you are doing this much and you don't hate him as a person, then what would you do if you hated him as a person? Why be funny?
I'm telling you, I don't go about carrying hatred in my heart, in my mind. But boy, I don't go about carrying hatred. Even though if I don't see eye on eye with you on some matters, I will not hate you for that. But I will hate that thing you stand. I hate what people stand for. not they, because I try not to hate them as a person.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. Okay, well, you don't believe me. That's up to you. So my point is this: this is not justice. Someone lose victory at the tribunal is not justice. Justice is a judgment. They only give a judgment. We shall see if justice will be done. But I'll be surprised. But I don't expect that to ever happen.
But that's what I'm saying. You know, they should have named you. You're all Abi. That should have been your name.
Don't trigger him, please. Now, don't trigger.
Rational mind. I wanted to ask one man because this is very
all right. Hold on, Joel. Ask that question. Give a very brief response to it. Rational mind. Only because Baba and Prince have been and Zita, we've not still heard from Zita, but ask the question, give a brief response, and then we'll move it on.
Okay, rational mind. I didn't want to talk about the Sanwo-Olu because I knew the fraud was massive, and since we've started seeing a pattern, from the Supreme Court, down to Enugu, we started seeing people getting off the hook based on, forgery of certificates. And when I made a statement, and I made a statement with Mesoma, people attacked me. I was like, oh, why would you call Mesoma? I said, this is what we are trying to do. And now it has happened with the Lagos state government. It's okay. But my main issue, rational mind, is the AI construction company that will be working on the coastal. What experience do they have? That was the question I wanted to ask you. That they did Ozumba by the way, or those roads they did in Admiralty, which is where I stay. I stay off that road, so I saw the road. Nothing really special, right? I saw the road. It's just off my street. So my question is, if that road is a road that anyone can do, to walk on a coastal road requires a lot of engineering design to be done, a lot of technicalities to be done, to be put in. So why are we not giving it to reputable companies? Since this is a legacy project, why don't we give it to something like Angelos Beja? Right? I mean,
yeah. You see. Let me see so that other people could talk. You see, for me, do I think they have the capacity? Well, I can't really speak to that, but I will just go by what I've seen in, that Babbage. You know that Babbage now.
Yes, I know.
Those state houses that are there that we have by Babbage here, near that used to be First Atlantic Bank.
I know the area you're talking about.
So that whole house, so all those places will be flooded. Those government quarters that were way back in the 60s and in the early 80s, they used to be
liaison offices.
Thank you very much. Liaison offices. That's what I'm looking for. So that place used to be flooded when Babi just everywhere would just be flooded.
Mm-hmm.
Guys did a very good job by pushing back that water. And they reclaimed some land. That was what they created that co-Atlantic there. I mean, they did a very good job there. If I were to go by what I've seen there.
Were they the one that did that Eco-Atlantic?
I think they are part of the contractors, but I'm not saying I don't know they are the main
because that's a massive.
They're the main ones. They're the ones that did it. Yeah.
I know they were. I used to see their.
They're the ones that did it.
Okay. But what's the problem with the Eco-Atlantic? Why haven't they finished it all this while? What's the stop to it?
They have finished it now. People don't have money to buy now.
Has been abandoned. What happened?
No. They finished. People don't have money to buy. It's too expensive.
Okay.
I just go and buy one plot if you know you want it finished quick.
Okay, so real quick. So my point is.
All right, land data, and then we.
Real quick. Yes, I agree with you that we should look for a more reputable company. I think there are some Italian companies that are very good at that. I saw some coastal roads that they did that were done in Berlin. I mean, we could go ask them, but then I don't know. You see, like we said here, did they even put a bidding process out there where people can bid? You see, when we do things the way we do in Nigeria, I guarantee you. In conclusion, I guarantee you, this project that he wants to start, he will never finish it in 8 years before him. The same thing we saw with that Lagos rail. He will now put a stooge there, like he did Fashola, so that he can. You see, this guy, he has captured Lagos, Abi. He's going to capture Nigeria now. Let him finish his 8 years. He will put somebody there that will be his own puppet, like Fashola was, and he will continue putting people there so that he could continue that project, that Lagos, that coastal road. He will use it to continue making money, however he wants to make money with it.
Won't you prefer Tinubu to continue and do what he managed to achieve in Lagos than putting Buhari? Wait now, than putting Buhari there, and now you cannot even pay $10 million. You understand? So
this you people's hypothetical situation that you always create. Like, what about this? I mean, come on. I mean, Buhari, no Buhari. See, my point is this. See, you are
all right.
One person
rational mind. Let me move on to Prince Daddy. I think it's yeah. All right.
Yeah, let's move on to Prince Daddy, man.
Yeah, Prince Daddy, you're up next. If you're still with us, Prince.
I'm around. What is Mike saying?
No, I say you should just move on to you, man, because we are not getting anything from Rational Mind.
It didn't land. Rational Mind never lands.
But Mike, why are you doing this now? What's the problem? Why are you doing that all the time? Every time you want to poke on Rational Mind. Yeah. What's the problem?
How did I poke?
On Difalori,
What Difalori your Rational Mind?
Anyway, I mean, well, you will not check out yourself because you never land. So I've never met a human being that just can't land. So you're going to have to check already.
Rational Mind is so eloquent.
Is that
Rational Mind is so eloquent in misleading people, and I was enjoying it as it was misleading people while I was even driving.
He doesn't even mislead because he doesn't lead anywhere, so there's no way he's misleading. No?
You know when they say Rational Mind never lies, I always wonder if it was an euphemism for something else. But Prince Daddy, rescue us, take us to a better place. Prince Daddy.
Yes, one man. Hello, everyone. Yeah. What's going on?
Do you want me to line it? Do you want me to line it up, or do you want to free flow?
Maybe can introduce some topics along the way, but I was just going to talk about this Ajuri Ngilali guy. You know, I'm not sure what the guy is doing. I mean, there's one thing to be is a spokesperson for the presidency. At the same time, he's a salesperson, and as a salesman, you don't have to be overly specific unless you have to. This, making up all these stories about, things that are easily verifiable, it didn't make any sense. I mean, the things they lied about or that were untrue were things you can just go to your browser or Google and just do a quick search and get all the answers. So they're easily verifiable things that he lied about. And these are on first errors. I'm not sure why. I don't know why he's doing it. Of course, the guy's eloquent. I've seen him on CNN and other platforms. He can express himself. He knows how to respond to questions. It's very good. I mean, and I heard the one man also, you've recommended him to that position, actually, if I'm not wrong. So we all respect him. We know he's a good speechifier, but
Prince, that is CNN appearance. It was. I think that was his best moment ever. It was quite, that was epic. But sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I agree with you. So I mean, so he can hold it down. There's no doubt about it. He knows that he can rebuttal real quickly on his feet. I mean, he's good. But maybe he was just overly excited. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to do that. I mean, and when the opposition came out, the PDP people and what do you call it, this guy? Their spokesperson, the lawyer guy. What's his name? The Danny Buhala. They're gonna jump on it. So they need to call him into account. Say, dude, just do your job. I mean, anytime he speaks, it is well, people listen to him. He commands the space, and he respond very well. So you should just get out of that business of trying to um, I guess defraud Nigerians. What can I say? You should stop that. That he doesn't get it. I don't give him a break. I don't give the Tinubu administration a break for that. It's just unnecessary. We don't need that. It doesn't serve any purpose. It doesn't even make any sense. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. And to this space, Sanwo-Olu, I mean, this is still at the tribunal phase, but do you expect and would you recommend that they progress this Sanwo-Olu matter to the Supreme Court, because his margin of victory almost 3 times the nearest person, which was Rose Vivo. So should they just let matters lie? They lost, and everybody sort of know that they lost. So someone who gets the consent, the approval, the affirmation from the tribunal, so should matters just rest now?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I thought it was Jandor that's doing all this stuff. I'm not even sure where Rose Vivo or Viver is on this matter. Jandor, he himself is like the obedience and Atiku. I don't think he's claiming that he actually won the election. He also was talking about what heck results and some other, I guess, technical reason why someone should be defeated or should be canceled pretty much from winning the election. So Jandor in Lagos is not going to fly. He has no chance in Lagos. As long as they stay within the Lagos court, he's not going to go anywhere, and I think he knows that. For the labor with Rose Viver, I know he wanted to. Well, actually, I think he did actually submitted a case in the International Criminal Court. I think he did, and I'm not sure what the grounds were that he took the election to the international courts, but that's where we are. I think well, I guess they've followed the footstep of their what do you call them, their principles, right? As long as Peter B and Atiku are in the courts, they too would follow suit and pursue the court avenue as far as they can go. That's what it sounds like. So what can we say? To me, it's a waste of time. I mean, there's no. I mean, perhaps the obedience have more chance or opportunity on the federal level than they do in Lagos. So good luck to them.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the space print. $10 billion debt, CBN default on payments to banks, dollar near $1,000. So it's the narrative of some forward contracts that CBN had to pay, but they didn't have the funds. So to meet that contractual obligations, they borrowed, I think, the money from commercial banks, and they called it deposit banks. So they borrowed it from that space, giving them a timeline to pay. But then that timeline has expired by a few weeks now, and CBN not able to cough up money. So we were mocking Ghana the other day, but are we headed in the direction of Ghana is the question.
Yeah, forward contracts on what commodities, on what things actually. I didn't read the article or know about the article, but if they owe, well, so according to what you just said, they owe the money to the Nigerian commercial banks, right? And
sorry, Prince. The gist of it is they have debt obligations which may well be international debt obligations, which they had to meet. So to meet that, they sourced the money from Nigerian commercial banks, giving them timelines to pay them back. But that timeline, all right, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I got it. So if they've met the obligation of the $10 billion, now they owe the money to the Nigerian commercial banks, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, they still owe the money. So, but to the local banks, locally now. So then, well, so then what happens if they don't? if they can't fulfill their obligation in the nearest future to these banks. Do they, I don't know, collapse? What happens? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's the naira.
You know that's one of the things affecting the naira actually, because those commercial banks now are not then able to to transact dollars with their customers, etc. It's going as far as affecting people being able to to apply for funds to pay school fees and all of that wrapped into that $10 billion narrative.
Yeah, by this time, really, it's given Nigeria's size, wealth untapped, and all these other capitals that we have, Nigeria should have right now to its name at least $100 billion line of credit somewhere with a bank. I don't know, Chase Bank or even the World Bank, if it's possible. We should be able to, given our size, but chasing after $10 billion for a country as such is just almost ridiculous, if you ask me. We begin.
I agree with you. When I read some of the figures, sometimes I wonder if it's not even a check that a rich Nigerian can sign.
Yeah, I mean, they can get a couple of these billionaires together, including Dangote, of course, and trying to get the money from these people to bail out Nigeria. Nigerians in diaspora can bail out Nigeria and wipe out its debts if they wanted to, in a reasonable amount.
Fidelity Bank has bought over Union Bank.
Huh?
Fidelity Bank, because Union Bank was Union Bank, yes, was failing, so Fidelity Bank acquired it
recently.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
There are about 10 banks, or how many banks they said they are very unhealthy, and they might, if they do collapse, they might cause some kind of tsunami in the financial
Well, I mean, that shouldn't surprise anyone. I mean, again, for 7 years, Emefiele could not produce a report to the Senate on the affairs of the central bank. So, I mean, so who knows what is going on behind all these things? Nobody knows. The whole banking thing is such a fleecing of the Nigerian people too. I'm not sure the regulations. Don't get me wrong. Here in America, also they abuse the consumers, the banks. Ooh, I mean, I think a few years ago, the banks in America made like how many billions? Let me just throw a number, which is not far fetched, like $100 billion from fees, late fees they charge consumers. Not selling any product, not on loans, not on nothing, just on fees, late fee for overdraft. That's what I'm talking about. So the Nigerian banks also, they take few naira here and there, they fleece into the Nigerian people too. And the central bank, with their regulation and policy is behind it. They are supposed to be watching out for the consumers. But I'm not sure to the level in which they do. Maybe somebody knows on this platform. There has to be a consumer reporting agency that looks into Nigerians' consumers' complaints about this banking and other aspect of the country. I'm not sure we have one. If we do, it's I can say it's almost non-functioning. That's what I would say. But to the debt, really, yeah, it doesn't sound like a lot of money, but Coletta was explaining earlier about all the dynamics going on in the and other people chimed in when it comes to this naira dollar price escalating. We say, you see, a lot of people overseas, the diasporans or overseas, they too, believe it or not, are sending money back home. I can guarantee in the past couple of weeks or so, the rate of remittances going into Nigeria is huge. It has to be huge. I'm telling you, maybe up by easily 20-30%, because people are trying to capitalize on the exchange rate. In so doing, there's a lot of
Where is this figure coming from?
Huh?
This figure of remittances going to Nigeria that are huge. Where are you getting that from?
Rational mind. I'm a human being. I mean,
no. Okay, you're a woman. Okay, you're a human being. Okay, you're talking as an Agbado people, right?
No. See, rational mind. We're part of the system. See, I have people around. People are talking.
One man's platform is a fact-based. One man, that's what you say now. Let me repeat what you said.
I didn't quote any source.
All right. Because I just want our listeners to understand that you are the one just making that, just conjuring that out of a thin air. Okay, go on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I say, but in the past 2 weeks or so, I can guarantee that remittances to Nigeria is gone up by at least 20 or 30%. You know,
Prince Daddy,
yeah.
Please, sorry to just cut in. Please, let me just cut in a little bit. The issue there is that the numbers does not prove what you're saying, right? So yeah, the money might be at $1,000, but in what sector are you sending it into? Most people that are sending money, they're just sending to the informal sector.
Yes,
so
yes.
So all this, what I'm saying is this, right? Because there was a video one man played earlier on talking about Obi, what Obi said about putting your house in order, right? I believe that if Tinubu has the trust of Nigerians abroad, that we can easily offset whatever thing or loan whatever money that that it is required. I believe so. But the thing there is that Tinubu does not. I don't think that the government is really geared towards marketing Nigeria to those in diaspora. They still believe in going to India, back America. They're still doing that. Showboating. I believe that Nigerians abroad can fund whatever project, even with whatever project that is been going on in Nigeria. That's going on in Nigeria. Or you just have to tell us and say, if you put in this is what you're going to get, whether in forms of shares, whatever way, bonds, or whatever way you want to sell it. But intentional and direct. Thank you.
Yeah, I see your point. See, right now, the only thing that the government can do is improve the diasporans economic activities in Nigeria. They can improve it, but what individuals are doing themselves right now, trust me, it's plenty. And that's why the Nigerian economy, I said before in this platform, that if the government collapse, the Nigerian private sector with the overseas interaction can sustain the country for 2, 3, maybe even 5 years, because they spend a lot of money. The Nigerian economy is afloat because of this remittances that come into this country. Last time, maybe a couple of months ago, we were talking, and I said I made a comment that maybe that remittances that come to Nigeria is almost as large as the money we get from the foreign exchange from crude oil. People push back, but we did a quick search, and it was almost back in 99, 2019, the remittances were about $20 billion, and we got about 40 billion in crude oil. That's about 50% of the crude oil, and it's been improving since then. Last time somebody quoted a number, I think it's gone over 22 billion in 2022. So that's a huge money. So we're not really getting that much money from this so-called crude oil that's so corrupt in every way possible. But the money that comes in, if you look at the money that comes in from the private people, Nigerians, that goes into the country, they actually go into different parts of the economy, and they help the economy stay afloat. So we can actually make an argument that the money from remittances actually, as a foreign reserve or a foreign currency, it's better serving the Nigerian people than the money from crude oil, quite frankly. So it's a big market. It's huge. Again, and I think there's a lot of money going in. People are sending money right now. They're trying to capitalize on the exchange rate. And some people are hoarding the money, thinking that the naira will jump up to 2,000 naira per dollar, of course, and of course the money is coming in, and we're not counting the money that people travel with. All this money, when it goes to the straight traders, you know what I'm saying, the people that exchange the money, they eventually are siphoned, or those will take this money to the bigger banks or the bigger people. So there's plenty. There's plenty of dollars in the country. Plenty of dollars in the country. There's no doubt about that. There's plenty of it, but the concentration of the dollar on this foreign exchange is the problem. The CBN of the country does not have a good grasp on how this money flow, and a lot of people, just like most markets, are they're manipulating the economy. They are. So if this new guys,
sorry, Mr. Mati. Sorry, can I quickly just say something to you? I just want to share
right?
my experience. I said I wasn't going to. I thought one man was going to ask me that question about this. You see, the European system, from the little experience I had when I was in Europe, was that if you go to any bureau de change, you want to convert your whatever currency to local currency, they will make you fill out some forms. You will fill out forms. Like I use banks mostly. They will enter your name, they'll get my passport, and then enter stuff in the system. So that way they can keep track. Now, apart from financial issues, also for secure, national security or whatever it is. Maybe they felt somebody's coming to their country to sponsor some terrorist act, whatever, terrorism, which is also some kind of could be financial terrorism. So what am I trying to say here is this: can we put in place a centralized system, database, whereby all this BDC, they'll be linked up. Whatever how much dollars you're having with you in your BDC account or whatever, you're paying out. Whoever is buying from you, you're entering their name into the system. That way you can keep track of who has what and who is not supposed to have how much. Have this, because we need. Like for example, I was reading.
Yeah, rational mind. But you got to keep in mind. You got to keep in mind. We run on a really vast informal economy.
We keep making this excuse. Can we just start? If this policy makers could be hearing us,
let me say something to what you just said.
Okay.
Even still in the Western world, right? We still have roadside exchangers.
Where?
Now,
Canada,
the road exchange we are talking about.
In your Canada, you have it there in Canada. Roadside.
They have it here in the UK.
We don't have it here. We don't have it here.
Okay, rational mind. Where you want to send your dollars to Nigeria? You have for a Nigerian that say, okay, do you have Naira? I want to send dollars. So what exactly are you doing?
Listen. This is you. Oh my God.
I just asked you a question. Okay. Wait,
that's a different situation. Those are not BDC.
We have people.
We're talking about registered BDC. People who are registered as money.
I'm needing you to somewhere.
Financial money, financial something. People that that do anything that has to do with money and all of that. You have to have a FinCEN license to operate anything like that. So
I know.
If you do that, I want to exchange your money. They will take your whatever document from you. They will have to enter your name in the system, and whatever money you want to convert or you're getting, they will enter it. So they can keep
mind. I'm leading you to somewhere. I got your point.
Okay, go on, please.
In Nigeria, if you go to Bureau de Exchange, forget about those people in the on the roadside. If you enter the proper Bureau de Exchange, they will ask for everything too. You are going to fill form, just like they are dealing with you in the banks. They will deal with you. Then you are now shifting to those people on the roadside. That is what you are mistaking for the real Bureau de Exchange. Now, those on the roadside, they have the capacity to, although they are representing some of those Bureau de Exchange.
They do not have what you're talking about. I've changed money in Mutala.
To buy dollar.
We change dollar to Naira. They don't ask me for anything.
I said there are some there that will document you.
They do not. You people, I don't know why people have to always have to put up some kind of excuses for whatever.
If you've not experienced it doesn't mean it's not happening. I'm telling you that
they do not have it in Nigeria. All Aladia and Mustafa, you go to him. How much you get for there? I get $1,000. I won't change. Okay, you can't put that inside his counting machine, and he collect your $1,000 from you. That's chicken, and that's it.
I said there are some Bureau de Exchange that
where?
Yeah, that's the same Nigeria you are talking about. Because you go to Aladia, see. We have.
I don't know.
Inside airport. The question.
No, inside airport. I'm not talking about the one outside. Though I've changed money with the Mutala inside Mutala International Airport. There, in one of their.
I'm not disputing that. I said there is a proper Bureau de Exchange in Nigeria too.
Where?
If that's your Mutala you are talking about. On that Island Avenue you are talking about, that you enter the office that they will do proper documentation.
And people here,
if you enter airport hotel that you do proper, you can do both on the road, and you can do the one you want to do inside, and you do proper documentation. You understand? So the thing is this: whether you like it or not, even as the system is, you will still see some people that still go to the roadside and they still transfer their business there, As you have the official, you will see how those people that are these speculators and those people, let's say black market people that will still do this on the road. So here in Canada too, even no matter the level of bureau de change you put in place, we always have the roadside people. And the roadside people, if you see the volume they transact, my wife did this thing for some time too now. When the bank don't even give here, we open account for her. That you collect license when you are doing it. But bank no go free open account for you because you are competing with them. And you have to report all the transactions you do. You have to still report to those people monitoring all those transactions. So don't think that this system is perfect. That's exactly what I'm saying. Canada's system is not perfect. I believe American system is not perfect. You will always see the roadside speculators, no matter how smart the system is. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Prince.
Yeah. So yeah, this Naira dollar issue in the country. It's I think we can understand it from a different perspective. I think there are many variables or factors affecting this rate. It would be nice, really for this new CBN governor or chairman and all these financial people, the minister of finance, both of them or either one of them, to come out and really educate the Nigerians on what is going on. And we can claim to know one or two things. I mean, I just mentioned one of the factors, even though it may not be official, but that's just the reality. I mean, yeah, people are sending money back home than they ever did before, and people are actually this 1,000. By the way, this 1,000 Naira exchange rate to the dollar was anticipated about a couple of months ago. I heard about it, and people have been preparing for it. Really. So when the time came, people started pumping money, and yeah, and money come into the country through different sources. There's so many ways to send money right now. Gone are the days of waiting on Western Union or going to the traditional bank to do your transaction. No, just pull out the app. Is it Sendwave, name it, remittance, or whatever they call them. There are plenty of apps you can send money right now, and boom. It used to be actually there's this app called Sendwave. If you send money back then, like maybe a couple of years ago.
You know that's dead now. I don't know what happened. A lot of YouTubers used to advertise it, Sendwaves. Is it not dead now?
Oh no, not dead.
No, it's still working. It's
One
still
man,
working.
one man.
I even used it yesterday.
You reach out to Sendwave, you can get some kind of something from them to do publicity on your platform. Because
that's true. Yeah.
Just now you can do that. Just reach out to them. I have their app, and I use it from time to time sometimes. So I also suggest you do that because I think they can, since your platform is more of Nigerian based and all of that, I'm sure they would like to.
I thought they were dead. There was a time you couldn't go on YouTube. There'll be some person advertising Sendwaves.
No,
because they've grown. They've grown. They've grown a lot, actually. I think they have.
Yeah, they're waxing stronger. Yeah. In fact, they're into banking now too. Now.
Yeah. They're forming partnership with banks. They're growing. And it used to be, again, so you guys know what I'm talking about, that if you send money to Nigeria, you can only collect the money in Naira. Then I think they give you the option of Naira and dollar. Then finally they change it based on the ruling of the central bank, that if you send money, the money can only be received in dollars. You see? So that's one platform right there, and many other platforms. And and again, people send the money back home through friends or when they travel. There's so much money in that country, but the problem is, again, is data analysis or understanding how the money are coming in, where the money is being spent. That's the challenge. Yeah, that's the big challenge.
Like I told you, most of this money goes is being channeled to the informal sector. And that's the reason why. So you see, Nigeria, they might host a party, right? They might buy clothes, they might look good, they might eat and all that. But getting those money to invest in critical sectors of the economy, the government has not been able to build that relationship with the people of the diaspora, and that is my main concern.
Yeah, to that point.
Also, it has to do with but I know for sure, if it was an OB that was elected, I know for sure that the diasporas, like they will queue behind
How can you
Igbo.
say you know for sure now? How can you say you know?
I know for sure. You know why I say?
How
You know
do
why?
you know? How do you
You
know?
know, see as an cough.
Hold on now. Hold on now. Hold on. You know what? You know why I said? You know why I said for sure? Because we knew who had the highest support from the diaspora during the last election. So it is not money has no base. Money goes where it is needed, right? So if, for instance, it doesn't matter if Obi, let's just speak, for instance, Obi won that election and they're doing something good in Nigeria with diaspora fund, wouldn't you donate? Would you stay? You won't. You will go and make money like other people are making.
Let's not sound
So that's my
Let me
point.
tell you
So
something.
I mean, I'm
You
not
sound
just I'm
comical.
just saying. I'm not but see. I know that it makes many people uncomfortable, but the issue there is that with people in governance, when we talk about people in governance and people in government having the people's trust, it is very, very important.
Joel, let me tell you something.
No. Hold on now. Let me finish now. It is very, very important. So all I'm just saying is Tinubu should build that relationship. It is not like if you don't have it before that it can. I mean, if I'm here and one man tells me there's something going on in Nigeria, do this under the Tinubu government, you make money. Why won't I put in money? That is my point. It has nothing to do with Tinubu. I'm just saying that he must, as a matter of fact, build that linkage between those in diaspora and the Nigerian government. And past government have failed in this aspect. And when we're calling it out, it has nothing to do with party. When we're talking about Nigeria, let's stop all this. If you talk about Tinubu, you start shifting your asses. No, stop it. Elections are over, and the honeymoon period is almost
okay.
over.
Can I counter you now? See, Nigerians in diaspora, they are well informed, and we are such people that we look for opportunities that sometimes we get information even more than those people on ground. When Obasanjo returned to power in 1999, he did not even need to inform the Nigerian diaspora before so many people started returning no, because they could measure the way the economy was going, and people were returning.
Exactly.
I can tell you,
trust.
wait now, I can tell you some people that were, because mostly Nigerian diaspora, they will go into a small, medium scale enterprises. So that's where you find them. Even within the axis of Ikeja alone, when you go to a background, you will see some people all of a sudden, they started doing mechanical engineering properly, not on the roadside. They started having job, started competing with the Koskaris and the Lisa of this world. You see this guy at ATVA too. So like within that Lagos alone, you can even mention like 25 of them. Then you see some people go into local manufacturing of plastic and a lot of things. Just because this thing, there's no way to measure them enough. People will assume that things are not going. But if you talk to those people, let's say in all those shows, is it Genco, all those people that used to connect these people to the grid, to the distribution grid, they will tell you the way things goes. But now, if Tinubu, what he needs to do is to talk to external people that are not interested, not we Nigerians that we know what is going on, that we are already looking for the opportunity without even telling us. I speak today, some people who are still taking vehicle to Nigeria, some people, look at those people, your people you see now. Those shops you see there, you will find out that many people that own that shop there overseas there, that they tear engine and they take those into Nigeria. So it's not as if we are not informed, but asking the external people that keep hearing bad news about Nigeria from those people that are campaigning against Nigeria, you will need government to go out and counter them and tell them, look, we are going to guarantee you, come and invest in our own country. So to me, the way the economy starts growing, we normally direct the Nigerian diaspora to invest. So I believe we Nigerian diaspora, we are pushing money to that country. Honestly speaking, that's just my opinion.
We're the ones who said it.
Okay, last.
All right, back to your Prince. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say last on this topic. See, there is a relationship between manufacturing or lack of manufacturing in Nigeria and foreign exchange markets, right? Usually, when you export, you get foreign exchange, but we have such a poor manufacturing base that we don't really get much from exporting due to manufacturing. But nonetheless, we're getting so much money coming in. So I think we're getting so much money, as much as, if not more, than if we were manufacturing or a strong manufacturing base. Because this so-called number one export foreign exchange money maker, the crude oil. No, just remittances, official remittances, according to the government, it's about almost 50%. Right now, more than 50% of it. Then, if you add the informal ways in which money come into the country, it's huge. So somehow, some way, we Nigerians have so much money, foreign exchange dollars or whatever, in the country without being a manufacturing base. So what I'm trying to say, maybe Collective is there can chime in. This, the remittances somehow, some way, has leveled or address our issue of manufacturing. Not because we should not embark on a manufacturing projects or invest in it, but somehow, some way, we've been able to escape that. Because if we didn't have the strong remittances from overseas, Nigeria would be in a big mess. In a huge mess. And I think after India, Nigeria is the second country that has the most remittances that goes into its country. So that is really helping us a lot. That's something we don't factor a lot, but it's just like I think it was our last talker right now. Was that there's so much businesses that Nigerians are doing. Yeah, a lot of people are aware. Of course, we are aware of what is going on back there, especially those that do business. They're keeping track of what is going on in the market, in different markets. They have idea. So when I'm saying also that people are in the past couple of weeks, there's been a lot of money sent into Nigeria, because it's a reality. That's people keep track of what is going on down there in Nigeria. So it's something. It's a big market. This private sector, or this non-governmental sector of the country, it's huge. It keeps that country afloat. And not that many countries around the world have that opportunity. They don't. And Ghana tries its best, but they don't have as many people as we do overseas, and we have much than they do. Which other country can we mention? Is it Kenya, or is it South Africa? These people, they don't travel that much. So the Nigerians, it doesn't matter what sector, you name it, from top to bottom, people are commanding foreign exchange, and they send them back home. So we are really, really helping that country. So to kind of wrap it up, it's always nice, just like Baba said and other people, to always have this disposition of goodwill towards Nigeria, to encourage people to want to send the money back home to invest. You can't always keep talking about the negative things about the country. Of course, the country has challenges, just like many other countries. Nigeria is not unique in that regards, but we have to think holistically. It's for everyone, and not just be negative about everything. Anyways, next topic, if any woman.
All right, excellently put, Prince. Take us to. Yeah.
One man, please. I'll be taking my leave. You guys should continue the good job, and I will see you guys some other time.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Joel. Of course, Joel of Nashville, inimitable, one of one. Thankfully so. So thank you, Joel of Nashville. Thank you for joining. So thank you, Joel. Take us to the space, Prince. The Sunday Igbo Professor Akintoye space. So now that Tinubu is in situation, the Yoruba space are trying. It's almost like a pardon that they are inviting Tinubu to grant him. But do you think, because the counter argument, of course, is that there you have Nnamdi Kanu in prison, the keys thrown away. So why should Sunday Igboho get a soft landing? And if he does come into the country, Baba was saying he should serve a minimum of at least 3 years in prison. So what are you then making then of the Sunday Igboho space, testing the waters?
Yeah, I heard Baba when he was speaking earlier, and I think Rational Mind and Angelico. So really, I don't, unlike Nnamdi Kanu, right? We know a lot about Nnamdi Kanu, right or wrong. We know a lot about it. Things that have been said. We've watched his video over the years and a lot of things. So they probably have more more baggage on him as opposed to Sunday Igboho, even though they may do too, but to the public, it is not that well known. I know about Sunday Igboho, right? Yeah, I'm not sure the length of his crime, and I know it's agitation for the Yoruba nation, fine, but has it been caught with um weapons illegally? Well, somebody said earlier, well, the weapon he had was legal, officially obtained. Somebody said, well, what about if the DSS planted some weapons in his home, all these things. So to me, it's something I can delve into. But if it's against the Nigerian state, they can't just use a baby gloves to deal with them whilst Nnamdi Kanu is following in jail. That would not be fair. So I mean, on this issue, I think he's a Yoruba person. Baba is a pro Yoruba, pro Nigerian. So I will defer to his opinion on this matter that perhaps Sunday Igboho needs to be put in jail at least 3 years, maybe. You can't just let him go and leave Nnamdi Kanu in prison.
All right, Brendan. Let me play this clip.
Quick question.
Sorry, yeah, Mike.
Yeah, is Professor Akintoye also in exile? I thought it was only Igbo.
No, I think it's in exile as well. I think it's in Benin Republic.
Oh, so he's due to be arrested in Nigeria. What? I mean, I don't.
No, yes. Was there not a time that they went to try and shoot his home? Or his home?
One man. He said that until Igbo came back to Nigeria, he too will be in exile. So that's the last thing.
Yeah. Yes. Right. So that's more of a voluntary exile than being forced out.
No
exile.
voluntary. No voluntary, because that Baba granted interview. He said they hinted him to move out because they were coming for him. So, and him and the other man, they ran out because he actually, because the interview is on YouTube.
Those Baba are inconsequential. Though nobody.
So I should not believe you. I should not believe, because you are saying your own now. I'm telling you what the Baba said. So why should I believe you more than what the Baba said? You understand? So there's no basis for that. The Baba said it. So let the Baba now over time now show that it's not incredible. But this Baba we are talking about, he has built credibility over several decades. So why should I just come overnight just because of this event now? All of a sudden we lose his credibility. You understand? We know how the thing they go now. So if Sunday Igboho didn't run out of the country now, even as he ran away now, some people will not still believe that they were after him, right? That's how it is, until something happened. So when Mohbad was talking the other time, people say, you don't back until it happened. So don't let us just when they are after someone, threatening someone's life, don't let us just take it like a child play.
Igboho has been allegedly as a criminal. He should come back to Nigeria, face the court of law. Simple.
Okay.
All right, simple. So you're still in play, Prince. Zita has not spoken. Baba has not spoken, as neither has Ola. But I'm going to hand over to Thomas at this point for reasons of sleep. But before I hand over to Thomas, the administrative stuff, Ike Ogeme, he clicked off the super chat space. AB joined him. The excellent Prince Daddy, who we are mentioning with some regularity, every day mentioned that's how you're doing, as he always does. And you know, of course, Ayo, he rattles off AK-47 at the space. So that's Ayo again, and Ayo again, and Ayo again, and Ayo again. So Ike Ogeme, he comes in again. And then we had Kaizo doing his bit there, and Chioma makes a comment with a super chat. So those are the super chats so far. That's not to say that should be all of the super chats. Keep them coming, but keep them coming now under the excellent guidance of Thomas, General Thomas Idobalogun today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I think I can say ladies and gentlemen. We have Madam Sira. Oh, do you have Madam Sira?
Someone, sorry, before you move on, one man already dropped.
Yes, is one man left. Yeah, what's it?
I wanted to ask him why was he the one that put me on backstage or removed from the platform when I was stuck.
I don't know about that. I just took over just now, so you have to ask him
Okay.
tomorrow. Yeah,
It
thank you.
wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Thomas,
Is it that Thomas or rational mind?
No. Don't put me in that game, one man. I don't do that. I
Because
don't do
I
that
was
stuff.
they say Benin said that there's a parable in Benin said a witch fly in the night, a baby died in the morning. As I was accusing one man or something, and the next thing I found myself boom on the backstage. I came back again, second time, third time. So I took
No,
my
I
leave.
didn't know what is going on there. Yeah, I'm very
But
sorry.
it's okay.
All
right, no
yeah, thank you. I have this video for us. I think one man has been avoiding this video. This man, we just have to talk about him. Listen and carefully. Thank you.
I came back there and told somebody, you don't go to look for foreign investor. Anybody who tells you going around the world to look for foreign investor is wasting everybody's time. Foreign investor is like bee and honey. If you put honey here, how the bee will come in, nobody will tell you. I told you Macron finished G20 meeting, flew to Bangladesh, because Bangladesh has just ordered 10 Airbus 350. So you have to go and see them, because they're coming. If you look at all the economic analysis, go and Google where Bangladesh will be in 2030, where they will be in 2050. Nobody knows where we're going to be. With all this lying joke and everything, and people think it's about A or B or C. No. A deputy governor was just asked, you didn't go to school. He said it doesn't matter, but you filled it. You were the one who said, I went to this school. Nobody forced you. If you know it doesn't matter, you would have said, I didn't go to school. So we imagine your ingenuity as somebody who didn't go to school and was able to come up to this. But don't say things. We have now reached a country where, like Ben said, where people say something and do something else. I asked a woman to queue. He told me, whenever I queue, I don't get anything. This happened to me last year. So whenever I queue, I don't get anything. And after the tribunal decided our case, I called the woman and said, I'm sorry. Whenever I queue, I don't get anything. Because we had somebody going around the world saying this is how he's going to conduct the election. Everywhere he goes, he said, it was the night that I heard what was called real time. Suddenly, he said, no, he can do it anyhow. Why didn't you tell us it anyhow? So that we can behave anyhow when we are voting as well. That is your country. That is what Ben is preaching today.
Thank you. Do we have Madam Sita? Yeah.
I'm still on one.
I don't have Madam. Yeah, no. One man section is gone. So this is my section. No, we start from please. Yeah. Do we have Baba?
Yeah, I'm around.
Yes. You've just listened to your brother. So first of all, what is the problem of Peter Obi about Bangladesh? There is no comment he will make without talking about Bangladesh. I don't get it.
Obi sounded a rational mind because he didn't really learn anything.
Formerly, it used to be Malaysia, and later Vietnam, now Bangladesh. Well, really,
But
I
Baba,
don't think.
what is wrong with this man? Why is he disgracing himself all over the world? What's the meaning of what we just listening now? Please.
Tommy, let's talk about how to rescue our country. We need cash right now.
But he's demarketing the country all over the place. We have to talk about him. He should stop all this.
He will
He
not
should stop it.
His followers will not stop. They've determined. So the wailing will continue for 4 years until
And the
their
gnashing of
horse
teeth.
and the
Oh
gnashing of
God.
teeth. I just pray if it lasts 8 years, I hope they will not turn into skeleton. Let's leave that aside, Thomas. I think my suggestion in this era of cash crunch, I'm looking at our refineries first because we
But Baba,
we
no, don't run away from there. You say no. I know. If you run away from there, I will move you to another person. We have to address this guy. He says somebody is going around the world looking for investors. Is this guy has brain at all? Did he has any brain?
Thou sayest.
Is it not the
Thou
right thing to do?
sayest. Well, I think what I observe here is the first time he's coming out actually to shoot directly at his perceived opponent, which I think is a good thing anyway. He's now showing his hands. He's been hiding behind one finger all along. So it's good he's come out to start talking. And I hope he doesn't talk himself into trouble or allow the Itomi or what's the other guy's name, IBT International Bank, to push him into something excessive. Because the way I see it, right from the time they did the Nigerian Summit Group debate, that was the period I made up my mind to support Tinubu, not APC, but to support Tinubu. Each day, I think it was 55 minutes each. I listened to all of them. I even replayed again. I listened. Atiku, as far as I'm concerned, he is about just selling assets. He had nothing to offer. When it got to Beaton, it was like, I'm a trader. I'm one of you. You just teach me. I'm ready to learn. And he wondered why containers come into the country and leave the country empty. And I asked myself a question. I said, you are an importer. Ketchup, Maggi cube, sugar, salt, everything, spoon, toothpick. But the containers you brought in, what did you put in those containers to go back? Because you have to walk your talk. I don't have a point to ask that question, but he didn't. I don't think he has answer for it himself other than rhetoric. But when Tinubu said, talk about the gas, I was surprised because I've always been listening to this Baba hand they shake, Baba leg they shake things, even though I didn't really wholeheartedly believe that narrative. But it made me to look at him not 2 times, 3 times. Every move he makes, even if he scratches like head, I want to see. And he was articulate, and he hits the point. I will bring in gas, this, I will do this, I will do that, point by point. He scored for me that day. And from that day on, I made up my mind because realistically, the 3 of them are one and the same. But among 3, there must be top. So I chose Tinubu as my number 1, Atiku number 2, and Obi number 3. And that's the order the election took. And even 6 months to the electionary period, I've told those who care to listen to me, friends, folks, family members, I say, look, if they leave the 3 of them to their own devices, Tinubu will come top. Tinubu will come top. He will beat all of them, the 2 of them. And that's what happened. Obi candidacy, I think, is not for this period. In fact, we dodge a bullet. If he were the one in Asorok at this moment, all we'll be hearing is propaganda, intimidation, batting opposition down, not from him directly, but from his supporters. We've seen examples. It's not like Tinubu is doing very well in the PR office, but at least he has a big heart to take all the shots. And those shots will straighten him up. That is my take.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, maybe I'm a bit very little brash, because when I listen, in the first comment they made, it said somebody is going around looking for investors, which I think that's the best thing to do, because we need investor in the country. That is a good move from Tinubu's side.
Can
He said,
you please play it again if you don't mind? Let me listen to
yeah,
it.
I can play it again. Yeah. Let's listen. Maybe people don't. Yeah, let me grab it. Oh Lord.
I came back there and told somebody, you don't go to look for foreign investor. Anybody who does is going around the world to look for foreign investor is wasting everybody's time. Foreign investor is like bee and honey. If you put honey here, how the bee will come in, nobody will tell you. I told you Macron finished G20 meeting, flew to Bangladesh, because Bangladesh has just ordered 10 Airbus 350. So you have to go and see them, because they're coming. If you look at all the economic analysis, go and Google where Bangladesh will be in 2030, where they will be in 2050. Nobody knows where we're going to be. With all this lying joke and everything, and people think it's about A or B or C. No. A deputy governor was just asked, you didn't go to school. He said, it doesn't matter. But you filled it. You were the one who said, I went to this school. Nobody forced you. If you know it doesn't matter, you would have said, I didn't go to school. So we imagine your ingenuity as somebody who didn't go to school and was able to come up to this. But don't say things. We have now reached a country where, like Ben said, where people say something and do something else. I asked a woman to queue. He told me, whenever I queue, I don't get anything. This happened to me last year. So whenever I queue, I don't get anything. And after the tribunal decided our case, I called the woman and said, I'm sorry. Whenever I queue, I don't get anything. Because we had somebody going around the world saying this is how he's going to conduct the election. Everywhere he goes, he said, it was the night that I heard what was called real time. Suddenly, he said, no, he can do it anyhow. Why didn't you tell us this anyhow? So that we can behave anyhow when we are voting as well. That is your country. That is what Ben is preaching today.
Okay. I think Obi mix a lot of things together. So, you know, sometimes you may want to put your idea and you're unable to put it properly. So it just on that foreign investor that he talked about, sometimes I've even seen some of us say that we say, oh, we don't need foreign investors. And I still wonder how we manage to get to that level that we don't need. Even America needs foreign investor. United Kingdom needs foreign investor. Germany needs foreign investor. Japan, China, all of them, they attract foreign investors.
That's the established country, even that they are doing well for themselves.
So we are talking of economies that they are already approaching. Although this one is theoretical, it's not genuine. This one is just my own hypothesis. It's not genuine. That's the economy that can say are approaching saturation. And America will tell you today to get your green card, if you have a little bit above $1 million, come and invest. Maybe it's only a coffee shop you go buy there. Just to that's a coffee shop will give like about 5 to 10 people jobs. America needs you. Canada will gladly take your 1 million and give you PR for you to come here and invest.
America is 800,000.
America is 800,000. So if all those countries, you understand, that already, you understand, they are already rich, they are advanced country, are inviting foreign investors. What about Nigeria? How much? See, for us to develop our power sector, in fairness to him, but he has not talked about it. I know that, okay, Bangladesh, for example, they are doing better than us in terms of electricity.
Ola, please, if you mention that Bangladesh, it always trigger me. That guy.
No. We can learn. See, no matter how developed you are, because you have to still be humble. You know, do you know those people that I see? Those people that when you are talking of humble people, there are those people in the academic that they've seen it all, professors. I'm not talking of the professor in Nigeria that will be harassing the ladies, students around. I'm just talking about those people that they've seen it all. They are the one that's supposed to be bragging, but you find out that they are one of those people.
Ola, hold on, please. At the very face of the last of the comment, he make a comment. He said, "That is the country you have." This same guy, let me finish, please. This same guy that wants to rule a country and is planning to come back 2027, he's talking down on the same country. If this guy, did anybody, this guy had an advisor? And did this guy know what he's saying? You don't understand what I'm saying.
It sounds like those iPod we saying that country.
Mike, did you just listen to what this guy just said now?
I know it's that country. Like on Dane, we say Nigeria will happen to you. That country is useless. All those kind of things. So it shows that he's one of those people that have the hatred for that country. Like, he wants to rule it.
Obi is you guys are just full of what he's saying, because I cannot really pinpoint
what did he say.
Particular thing. Wait, rational.
Hey, like if you can hear me 1 second. So, what exactly are we trying to learn from Bangladesh? That they bought plane from France? Do they have any innovation, or do they have? Unless it's telling us a special way that we can acquire planes for.
If I want to spin it like they will spin it. Macron went there to give them receipts of the payment of the 10 Airbuses.
No, hold on. Let me say my own. Let me tell you what we can learn from them. Bangladesh, hold on. Bangladesh. Let me say my own rational mind now. And this I've not been talking since. Now the thing is this.
So what I think is what he's gone there to do.
As I speak today, Bangladesh has like 25,000 in stock capacity for electricity. That's something to learn. You can learn from anybody. But the only thing is, this man is not talking about the particular thing we are supposed to learn. That's why I say it's incoherent. Okay, now, Bangladesh is a debt reading. You understand? Bangladesh too is tending towards, maybe not immediately, but if they don't manage their debt properly, they will find themselves where Ghana is. You understand? They can go
but what concerns us about Bangladesh buying 10 Airbus? What's does that make any sense? Does this guy have brain at all? What concerns me about Bangladesh?
There's nothing wrong in comparing to a 10 Airbus, because the 10 Airbus, because if you put in a perspective, what would they be doing with 10 Airbus? He's talking about development in the aviation, because if we put a perspective, it simply means that the aviation industry is growing. That's the way I see it. If you
said Macron went, hold on, please. He said Macron went there because they bought 10 Airbus. Does that make any sense to you?
Airpiece, just 2 weeks ago. But that's 7 aircraft, Embraer from Brazil. 7. That's an individual company.
Hold on. You cannot compare.
Exactly. So if the country Bangladesh is buying airplane, what's the big deal?
Okay.
Yeah, airpiece owners is more of a big deal.
Oh God! I mean, the big deal here is this: that's a huge money for the French government. You know, the billions of dollars billions of dollars that 10 Airbus Airbus makes a very, very, very
Russian man, that's not the story.
We know Airbus, Russian man. Don't
Give
explain
us something
Airbus
more.
to us.
Give us
We are not
something more
illiterate
insightful.
now.
Give us something more
Come on now.
insightful.
I will tell you. I'm trying to give you. I'm just developing it. Now, 10 Airbus. That's a huge money to the French government, to the French economy, and they're bringing it into that economy. And now they, in turn, they're getting an aircraft that is made that will develop the aviation sector. Do you know that in Asia, travel in Asia is a huge industry in Asia? And so, if you can have a lot, that's on the one side. And now Bangladesh makes a lot of clothes for U.S. market here. U.S. market,
I was going to say that Rational Mind.
Hold on. Like
Walmart,
Walmart,
second largest exporter of ready-made
fabrics that they make.
We hold on, please. We can't talk on each other, please. Let Rational Man land, please.
So
Rational Man land.
The goods that they are supplying to the U.S. and Canadian market, not just even the Canadian market and the U.S. market, even the European market, and they're bringing in. That's a huge money. What are we talking about? And so this guy is talking about
Rational mind. So far, you've not said anything. You've not said anything so far.
Wait.
I didn't say anything so far, right?
Rational mind, just a second, please.
You see, you people are just
know that the garment industry employ 4.4 million people.
That is it.
That is why I'm saying that we should be able enough to learn something. We don't just write off.
So they need planes to fly those garments around the world. Is that what you're saying?
They are the second largest exporter of ready-made. When you go to the Banana Republic,
So they need 10 Airbuses to fly the garments around the world.
It's not.
Say, okay. Well, let me tell you. Allow me. Say, hold on. Say, what you're saying, and Russian mind, perhaps you're talking on a much broader interrelated economic benefits or what Bangladesh has to offer. But Peter B's comments about 10 Airbus planes trying to make it a big deal of news without really any strong narrative behind it doesn't make any sense. That's an isolated instance.
That's why I said it's incoherent. Bangladesh is a good tourism center. Because see, there are a lot of things that when they say things like that, the first thing
go and read up on Bangladesh. Go and read up on them. If you don't know anything, go and read up.
It's a poor country that is coming about. That is fine. That is fine. Listen. Okay, Bangladesh, a very poor country. Even at that, even with the export around the world of their garment, it's still a poor country. But don't get me wrong. Over the 5-10 years, they're becoming along. They're doing okay because now we all know what is going on with China. China is moving up. A lot of American companies like Walmart, Apple, they are exiting the China market. So countries like Vietnam and Bangladesh, and they're getting the businesses. I understand that. So we too see if people are going to lecture us and show us a way on how we can attract foreign investors or all these OEM manufacturers into our country. We want to listen to him. But this sorry story about 10 airplanes being purchased by Bangladesh is ridiculous. So you can try and paint it as much as you want.
What have your Tinubu said so far? What has Tinubu said? Your own Tinubu, what has he said?
We are not talking about Tinubu. Rational mind, please. Please. Hold on, please. No. Don't always go to Tinubu, please. We have to advance in our talking, please. No. It's not everything you know. No. We are talking about. Hold on, please. Go,
I'm listening to you.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. We are talking. Moderator. Now,
yes, I know. Yes, no problem. Yes, please. We don't have to. No, please now. We don't have to go to Tinubu all the time.
Thomas, you said you don't want me to.
I'm not telling you what to say, but we are talking about
Tinubu. What does that mean?
I'm not arguing with you.
Okay.
Hold on, please. I haven't landed my thoughts. Please hold on. You will talk. Everybody will talk. We are talking about Peter Obi now. Please let's focus on Peter Obi. We have been talking about Tinubu in one man's show. I brought this video to people to analyze it. I don't say you should not side Peter Obi. You have the right to side him, but to me, he's talking nonsense to me. It doesn't make any sense throughout.
No, Thomas,
so you have your thoughts.
Thomas.
I respect that. That's everybody have their own thoughts. Yeah, please let's rest from One Piece. One Piece wants to come in. One Piece. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just getting. I don't understand what's going on this platform right now. Though you brought about this. Sorry, my COVID is still disturbing me. Obi, but you brought the topic up, and I was wondering, there's no obedience on the platform to take on you guys to push it back. I thank God that's
I
not
don't
my
care
idea.
about no. Don't go there. I don't care about obedience. If they are here,
Thomas.
Hold on, please. I don't care about obedience. People are here, they are human beings. So we have to talk about what I want them to talk about. If you don't have any say about that, the next
Listen to my
person can have a
English.
say.
Listen to my English, Thomas. I mean, calm down. Now you're talking to what? Please calm down. Don't be like talk. Listen, I said talking about Obi. You allow obedience to push back. It's not a monologue now.
So I
It's
should
a
wait for
conversation.
obedience.
Hold on.
I should wait for the obedience before I bring a topic or bring a video. Are you saying
Thomas,
that's what I should do?
I've not correct you on your section. I've not. People make a lot of reports. I've not. As one man, I don't call one man off the section. Anytime I want to talk off the section, it's business or just life. I don't talk about whatever up on this platform. But I have the capacity to talk to you, Thomas. I want to talk to you.
Well, you can defend Obi now. Defend Obi.
Who's this guy speaking?
He's human being.
Then quiet. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the coordinator.
You can defend
I'm not
Obi.
talking to you. Don't take this thing tribal. First of all, calm down. So just calm down.
Hold on.
First of all,
No. I will not let you go. No, hold on. You know how I can mute you from here. So hold on, please.
It's not a matter of muting me. You can kick me out from here. And when I come back, I'll straight everybody.
Hold on. I have the power to mute you. Hold on. Did Kumi talk about tribal now? Where did you get tribal from? Kumi, unmute yourself. Yeah. Did you talk about tribal now? Why is the tribal coming from?
I just asked him to defend Obi. That's all I said.
That's what he said. Why is the tribal coming from now?
I never said.
Come on now, let's be adults here now.
I just asked him to defend Obi. Yeah. We don't need to wait for obedience.
I don't need to wait for obedience before we talk about Obi. One piece. Where do you see tribal?
Thomas, hold on. Thomas, hold on. You're not talking to keep. Hey, Ola, hold on. Thomas, calm down. This is they don't do it again. Don't. I know you condone your show. I don't
have the power. I'll still do it again. I can still do it again. I have the power here to mute you. I have the power.
Thomas, am I impeachable?
No, this is my section. You have to abide by the rules and regulation. Where did you see tribal here? Ola, where did you see tribal in what we are talking here? Did anybody mention tribal here?
I don't discuss tribal. So Thomas bring up his back anyway.
Come on now.
They just don't want us to talk about the man, but we will talk about the man. The same way
hold on. Let me speak. Thomas, I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to anybody on this. I'm not talking to anybody on this platform. Can you please calm down? You that is speaking, try to defend who you're not supposed to defend. Who I'm talking to can speak for himself. This is the problem. When I speak here, people feel that they are so smart. They cannot use their common sense to use the education they learned in school. I was talking to Thomas, and you're jumping. And you start lecturing now. You say, I'm going with the route you don't like. I'm talking to Thomas. I talked to Thomas and one man here on his show. I talked to him straight on the show. I don't talk to people behind. I want someone look at this written. You are using power drunk stuff. Don't do it like that. For the first to control the show, you don't just throw people back floor. No, don't do that. This is the first I'm telling you this. I don't do that. Please, and let me go to where I'm saying. You were talking about Obi. I didn't say anything. I didn't respond. Till obedience came out and Obi supervisor came out to speak. And I said, I thought there was no obedience on the floor. Because he wasn't there talking to this guy. You actually give room to his people to push back. That was my English. Did that say anything different or anything wrong right there? I cannot be hearing one side of the story. It's not a monologue. It's a discussion. We are going to learn. You speak for this side. I will speak for that side. Hold on, please, Daddy, please. Hold on, please. Hold on. I'm a neutral person. Hold on, I'm a neutral person here. I'm not obedient. I'm not party-fied. People have called me a few days. Why not? Should I like? I'm getting tired. The obedient as well as toxic as the party-fied. If party-fied, the obedient talk with hate. They want you to hate anything that concerns the government. Why the party-fied hate anything that you speak against the government. What was this? It's nonsense.
We are talking about what people did.
Sorry, my guy. When I'm talking, relax and listen.
No, don't tell us that now. You don't why now.
Interject me. I'm not asking you to interject. If I give you the right to interject, you interject me.
What's wrong with
This
you
is the
now?
problem.
Calm down, please.
See, this is the problem. Before I send a message on private start, you didn't listen. This is your problem. You feel you can defend and jump out. I'm not speaking to you. If I want you to listen, if I want you to interject me,
please help us settle this matter.
If I want you to interject me, I will take to interject me. Allah meant to interject. Let's stop. Preach that said stop, and they respectfully did them. What make you feel? No, come on. Why don't you talk to me? What make you? Yes. Why don't you talk to him? I talked to Prince Daddy. I talked to Ola. I'm not the guy down there, but they respectfully respect what I said. What make him feel that he must continue and push this line? Is it true? This is the problem.
Oh, please, why are you stressing yourself over Peter Obi?
No,
Obi is an
Mike,
idiot.
calm down. No, Mike, calm down. No, Mike, you my guy, calm down. But I don't like when some people do something certain times. When you control some people, when you try to correct them, they take it to the other side.
I know, but don't stress yourself out. Obi is not worth it, man. Let's roast Obi, man.
Hold on. This is the problem. I'm not stressing about
intimidation. No intimidation. We will continue talking about Obi this night. No intimidation.
Who cares? Who give it? Who give it? Who give it? Who gives it?
Obi is an idiot. Forget Obi, man. Don't forget Obi. Don't stress yourself out.
Please, guys.
One voice. One Piece. You know, I just yes. Yeah.
No. This thing. Thomas, hold on.
Please, let this slide.
Why everybody gagging my mouth?
Everybody hold on.
You never say anything now. You just yelling now. You never say anything.
It's okay.
So people are gagging
everybody, please hold on. Yeah. War Peace, let it be me, become me up War Peace. War Peace, if I put you backstage, if you find it insulting, I'm sorry. But if I said hold on, please hold on. You guys know me. If I said hold on, I want you to hold on, please. I said I'll always say please. So hear me first, then you can respond. So we don't have to wait for any obedience to be on the Obi wants to be president of Nigeria. The last time I checked. So we will talk about him again and again and again and again. If people don't like it, they can go and hug Transformer. We talk about Tinubu, we talk about Atiku, we talk about all of them. They are public figure.
Go and hug Transformer.
Okay, so sorry, Thomas. Any public figure, we have to talk about them. That's what I'm saying.
Nobody is telling you to talk about it. Even at the time Baba wants to move away, you said you will bring it back or you remove Baba for because you want to speak about the topic. And I just said about 4 or 5 people have spoken about the issue, and there's not been to push back, to counter back. I was wondering, this guy came in and you jumped and said you don't have to wait for them. Did I say you should have to wait for them? I said at least bring somebody in that will push back so that it will be a balanced platform.
So that's why Kumi came in. Said we don't fight for them.
No, not Kumi. I'm not speaking of Kumi. I think I was already speaking. Was rational mind. And when I got to my daughter, so when I got to my daughter, I thought there was no bill on the floor. I was just speaking to the platform that there's balancing. And this guy jumped outside screaming, you must. That's why I said, you want to try to take it to tribal because I'm speaking to Yoruba man. Talking about that Yoruba man.
There is no tribal. There's nothing tribal.
I know we are not fighting. I'm just talking. If I just hold on. Let me just talk.
I crave your indulgence, please. The audience are getting peace as at this moment now, and people are
okay. Let them get. Sorry, there's somebody pissed me off. Wait.
No, what please?
Wait, hold on.
I beg of you. Wait, please. We spent 10 minutes on conflict alone. Wait, calm down. I'm begging you. We can't be going into conflict instead of we getting ourselves into a profitable discussion. When are we going
let me go to profitable discussion because so far what's going in Nigeria for first 3 months. What's going to Nigeria first 3 months? There's no profit in it. In democracy, every government have 10 days to 100 days to show the country the blueprint where they're going to head to. But all we say here now is all lies and adjustment of lies and lies and lies. Is that how we're going to leave this country?
Mr. Thomas, please, we are talking about Peter Obi. We're gonna go back
Yeah,
on Peter Obi.
we are not live there. We are not live there.
Okay.
So
what is
hold on.
I want to hold on. You will talk. Let's say hold on, please. Hold on. Ola, you're talking about the comment section. They are pissed. They can be pissed. And
no, don't say so.
Hold on, please. Can you let me talk, please?
No.
Please. Can you let me talk? Please.
No, see, Thomas, I will say
can you let me talk, Ola? Please, I don't want to put you backstage. Can you let me talk?
For you and get it.
You can leave. I don't care. You can leave.
I don't want to get involved in something that's not profitable.
Please, can you let me talk? Ola, you can leave. You can leave, please. Let me talk now. You are not the moderator here.
Why am I correct? Why am I shagidi?
No. You cannot correct me. You are not paying my bills. Let me talk. I'm the one leading here. Please.
Someone funded the forum.
No, let me talk. Ola, I have to put the background. Please. Rational mind. Talk to him now.
Thomas, I beg to leave. It's midnight here.
Come on now. Let people talk now.
Good night, folks.
Thank you, Baba. Really? I don't care about comment section. They can say anything in the comment section. And if you say anything there, you see anyhow, we put you in the backstage. This is not platform you talk nonsense on our comment section. We put you in backstage or we banned you. That is it. This is not, we know platform that they can write anything, talk rubbish on the comment section. We will put you on the background, put you somewhere. Ola, please, let me moderate this section, please. Please. I'm begging you, please.
But Thomas,
come on now.
Thomas, Joe, you should have also let him speak his mind. You are the moderator.
I said, let me. But I was in the middle of saying something. Please, now we are adults here now. I wouldn't say please.
Okay,
please.
Okay.
Can I please speak?
What piece?
Yeah,
just let this matter go. Let's just let this matter go. Let Thomas direct this platform however he wants to do it.
Thomas,
you guys, let's just cooperate with him. Please.
No, rational mind. Wait. I will say something now. If you like.
No,
wait.
Oh,
if I don't speak my mind, it is see. Whenever you are in a position of trust, it's a privilege. You understand? This position you have today, I have privilege to do it. It's only that I don't have time. And whenever you find yourself in any privileged position, don't abuse it. Now, just look at how we are doing here now. You just grab a power. You are not even like the president of the country. And you are already abusing. Just find yourself, you become the governor, you become the president. Then how are we going to put you side by side Abacha? Just for someone to tell you, to correct you, the next thing you send into the background. Really? Do you think, see, let me tell you one thing. I normally have a good runs with one man.
Are you calling in General Abacha? Come on now.
I'm here to learn. I'm not here for personality. If I'm here for personality, you won't find me here. Just to correct you, the next thing you send me to the background. Switch the role. If I were in position, you are correcting me. The next thing, send you to the background. How does it sound? We should be able to self-regulate. Assuming that I'm even far younger than you. Let's assume that I'm younger than you, that I'm not older than you. We should be able to respect ourselves. Respect is mutual. You don't say because you are holding power and you just abuse. It's not good. When you say you don't care about the comment section, the host gave you power to hold this in trust for him. And you should be able to help him to promote the forum, especially when all of us we are learning here. And you're saying you don't care. Come on, my guy. So we should have someone who got clan control. We should be able to talk to one another.
We're so sorry.
If tomorrow
this is what
you
we
can
get
ban me from forum,
whenever
it will
we are
stop me from
talking
learning.
about
The only thing I won't do is I won't come to the surface.
but when they are
Calm
when
down.
they are talking
Hold
about
on. Kumi, hold
attacking
on
Ola has
for
become
him.
everybody,
obedient.
Let him finish. Kumi, what is wrong with you?
no. This is what will happen. Whenever we are talking about as you are
We
doing,
know
everybody will
we
come
know the
down. But
genesis.
whenever we
We
want
don't
to talk
don't
about
need to explain the genesis to us.
I will
Let Ola
explain
finish.
because tomorrow
Ola
again, if you
was
want to
on
talk
the
about
Simba,
platform.
you
Is
two
you
have become
everything now?
obedient. Let me talk now. Simba,
they
which
don't
one
want us to
you
talk now. They just want to intimidate everybody. Why waiting now? You are intimidating us. You've been criticizing us since more than 5 hours today. But now we want to talk about the P2B. Everybody has yelling. So we should just stop all this, man.
Can I
This
talk?
is totally rubbish.
Can I talk, please?
Someone is criticizing
Rational
Asiwaju
mind.
is bringing investors to Nigeria. Someone is attacking direct attack. But we
Can
can't
I
talk about the
talk,
person.
Kumi? See, let's calm down, please. I don't know all this rambling. Thomas, please.
I don't say anything. I just say someone to defend P2B. They bring tribal. Anytime we want to talk about
Can I
P2B,
talk?
they will bring tribal. That's the same thing they are doing in Lagos. They will be playing victim game. We should just stop all this rubbish, man. Wait
See,
now. We can't talk about
Kumi.
P2B, but we can criticize Asiwaju.
Okay,
The man
thank
is
you. Thomas was next, please. Thomas was next.
who's
Let me
next? Yeah,
talk.
who's next?
You see, I just keep quiet.
Wait,
Ola,
sorry, Thomas.
hold on.
Sorry.
If I said hold on, please hold on. Don't let me. You said they will put you in background again. Please, let's have something in on this my section. If I said hold on, please do so that there will not be we put in the backstage, you put in the front stage. Please hold on, please. Let me have this word, please. Ola, if I put it in the background, it's because I said hold on and you don't want me to speak. That's why I do that. And I bring you back. If you find it offensive, apologies. But please, if I said hold on, please hold on. We've been talking about Asiwaju in the next couple of hours now. Nobody frowned. There was no fight. Everybody was enjoying it. Immediately I brought Peter Obi's video. Some people will wake up from their cocoon. You will saw them on the screen. We will talk about Peter Obi. We will talk about Peter Obi.
Thank
You
you.
should stop all these shenanigans. He's doing
Can I
around.
talk, Thomas?
Yes, you can
Thomas, let me
talk,
talk.
please.
Wait, can I continue my section? Please, everybody, relax. Let me say what I want to say. I'm not obedient, and I'm about to fast. I'm a obedient man, so you put
Don't
more.
pretend. You are pretending what is. You are not obedient. What are you?
Simba,
Don't
you
tell us
don't know me.
nonsense.
Hey, Simba, you don't know me. And you don't
I don't know you. I know.
hold on,
I
please hold
don't
on.
know you now. You are the only one that know yourself.
Hold on.
You can say whatever you want to say, but don't pretend.
You are
Say whatever you
interrupting
want
me.
to say.
You are interrupting
Simba,
me.
calm down now.
No, you were interrupting me. Then you said, if I use words that you say, you start getting aroused, like, oh, you relax. I'm not speaking, you relax. You hear the house. You cannot just put word into people's mouths.
Continue what you
And
want to
affect
say.
it.
Don't lament.
Don't shout at me, please. Please don't shout. So,
Please,
I'm not obedient.
what is
I'm
land
not,
it, please.
yeah, I'm not obedient and I'm not pacified. But this trend is becoming too much that the country is going on hit. Both sides. I said it before. As Thomas, when I entered the section, when you gave me section, you gave me the opportunity. That was the first thing I said. True of us. Said I'm tired of being obedient and batified. So obedient feed on hate, and the batified do the opposite. You can't criticize anybody constructively anymore. They must read a meaning to it, not just a meaningful meaning. Either tribal, hate, let's divide the country, or you don't like Tinubu, or you don't like Yoruba people. It's too much. The obedient want you to hate what they don't like, Everything they hate, burn it down. Why can't we argue on a normal common ground? If you lose, take it like that, lose the next 4 years, and continue. We must put the country down. Now, if you want to control, if you want to criticize Tinubu on this policy, let's have a fair criticism. Don't always drag it to a tribal or have somebody a batified. obedient. So if I just say anything about Tinubu, automatically I'm obedient. Not to see how funny it is. And if we say anything about the that means automatically I'm satisfied. And some people just came to this platform shouting. This is my 2-year plus year. Before you call me obedient, you are going to check my trajectory.
You are a veteran. You are a veteran.
We started from when you're going to talk about everything to even when you know people are brought to come and give us I brought people here. Come on, man, I don't like all these things.
That was what I just tried to say.
Hold on.
Say what are you saying now? Congratulations. Say what you want to say. Are you here to come and be lecturing us? Say what you want to say. You can be here for 5 years. Are we here to congratulations for being here for 3 years?
This is what you guys always do when you're shouting about people.
But what we have to move forward.
I don't want to meet anybody here.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Let's get back to Obi.
Hold on.
No,
I keep quiet.
What peace? It's okay. Let's just move on, please. Let's move
on. Let's get back to Obi.
Hold on. What I'm saying is my personal experience. I'm not speaking for anybody.
I know.
No. Wait, hold on. I know. Hold on.
What is I know you. I know some people know you.
People don't know me, and he just keeps shouting like he's controlling me. Tell me something.
Hold on. Let's please, guys. Let's bring it back home. Back to Obi. The next voice I want to hear.
People back home. When everybody happens against everybody.
They don't want us to talk about Peter Obi. Can we just
continue? Thomas, there's next.
The next voice I want to hear. Haven't you finished?
Thomas, can't you just tell when you can shout here and say this is not a travel platform, we can talk about Peter Obi? Why can't you tell your own followers that they should not read anything to Peter Obi when somebody's talking?
Which followers?
Which followers? Come and just starting there. What must talk about Peter Obi? Who is not talk about Peter Obi?
Which my followers? What do you mean by my followers?
Man. Thomas is a little general.
Please. Hold on, please. Let me clarify something. Who is my follower? What are you talking about?
I mean your panelists.
Your panelists?
Shouting. Yeah, why is it shouting? Is it coordinator?
You
said it. How did you shouting?
What please? Yeah, you think to this time? Come on now.
Hold on.
You need to cook Obi, man. Come on.
Right. I don't know.
I will give you. Hold on, please. I will give you the next 2 minutes. Can you finish what you want to say? You are holding people hostage.
If behaving irrational, I will never land.
Simba, sometimes I take joke, sometimes I don't take joke. Well, you don't know me. You don't know me.
You never take any joke. You always mean. You are very mean.
No, what piece? You need to understand that some people are joking here. Just let it. I said, just let it slide. Not everything you just have to just let it slide.
Anyway, most of the time,
Thomas continue what he wants to say.
I know. I'm going to say what I'm going to say. Most of the time, nobody can manage their point because we always start to how you feel. Anyway, what I'm talking about, I don't want to talk about because the election is over. But Thomas wants to talk about it, so that was giving joy or whatever. It's fine.
Peter Obi, election is not over. Peter Obi is still going around the world saying they will do election like this. They didn't do it like that. So we know
he's still fighting for his mandate.
He's still looking for the stupid mandate around. This guy is a nonsense guy, man. This guy
he's a bloody headache. I don't give a out about him. Of course, he's not going to get anything from Supreme Court. So why is he wasting people's time? Like they will say, his followers that don't have sense. It's catching around them. So we have serious issues on ground, economic issue on ground. Look at 25 NYC students were kidnapped. But people are protesting for Mohbad. I never spoke about Mohbad issue. I never was a very useless
issue. They have already addressed all those issues.
I'm not talking to you now.
Rational mind can be weakness. Rational minds have already mentioned all those
get where somebody's coming from.
What is? I have to move on. Yeah, let's move on,
No,
please.
yeah, I think I should move on. And the rest of this section is not making sense. You cannot make sense of it.
Hold on. The next voice I want to hear is War Peace. 1 minute without anybody that interjected you, I will kick them out. 1 minute, round up. We can go back to Obi. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys can do a big issue. I don't have interest. But what I want to talk about is that the Nigeria economy, the Dangote, is going to import fuel into this country on dollars. And we're just shouting here that he will start the production by October. Now we find out he's going to import fuel. That's one. Two, our crude oil. People don't even know about unproduced crude oil is we want to borrow it out. We don't have crude oil to ourselves. Our forex, same thing. Our credit scheme, same thing. Now, if Tinubu don't come on and shout out at the Buhari regime, the damage Buhari regime cost, because Buhari bought all this money, then he will have the same to blame. Everybody will keep blaming him, and will keep shouting this but people keep getting mad that they are blaming him unnecessarily. This is not time to play politics. But anyway, let me use the floor that you guys should do what you want to do.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, for letting us do what we want to do. Yeah, I think Des has been coming to try to come in. Yeah, let's hear from Des before we continue about Peter Obi. Yeah, Des, you have the floor.
Yeah.
Thank you for being patient. You are trying to come in since all these Agbado people will not let you come in. Yeah, you come in now.
Des, are you not supposed to be on the sea by now? What are you doing here?
No, it's tomorrow. We're flying out tomorrow. I don't want to talk too much. I'm with my roommate, so I don't want to shout. So we're talking about Obi, and I see some people basically not understanding the concept or the context of what he was saying.
Des, hold on. Nobody ever understand the concept of Obi. Every time of this, you need to advise Obi to just go for holiday in Bangladesh or in Egypt. Maybe just go and cool off his brain. This guy needs some time off. Go on.
I'm sorry. It's a very simple thing. Anybody with, like one man normally said, if you have an IQ digit of more than 1 digit, you should be able to understand what he's saying. He made a statement, and if I believe him, I quote, his first statement was, foreign investors are like honey and bee, right? When you keep honey here, bee comes. And he made an example using Bangladesh.
Bangladesh again. Go on.
I'm coming now. He made an example using Bangladesh. So it's a very simple thing, yeah? He making an example that Bangladesh.
Are you sure Peter Obi is not from Bangladesh? Where is even it's not in Nigeria.
Let me finish, Thomas.
Thomas, let Des land, but Des, then you have to tell me why you think I'm pretty dumb. I really want to hear that. So go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm saying that, I don't mean like you're dumb. Like, people here are just basically making a dumb statement without not understanding what he was saying. That is what I meant. If you don't understand what he was saying, that means you're just, outrightly, not an insult, I guess dumb, but I'll just use it. So him saying that Emmanuel Macron, because of what Bangladesh is doing, had to go to Bangladesh. He's simply narrating his example of, if you put honey here, bees is gonna fly in and come there. It's a simple example. So when people are just trying to twist or try not to understand this man, I feel he's basically maybe out of hate, because he gave you a really simple example.
Do you think his level of intellectual or his brain is much much better than all of us here. Maybe that's why we are not understanding him.
Probably because
Even Des couldn't explain what Obi said. Because all Des is telling us that Obi said if you put on in here, be with fly. That's all you just
Okay. Now, Des, now tell me, what did I say that was done? That was pretty dumb. Tell us, or tell me.
No, you are saying that you don't understand what Obi is saying. So in that context, for someone not to understand something as simple as that example and that narrative, it basically means that people. I'm not talking about you because I came in when you were making the
it's
comment.
obvious you don't understand it because you didn't explain it to us.
Sorry, I'm not talking to you, Mike.
You just told us, we asked you to explain it. You're telling us, you said, if you put on it here, be with
Come
flying.
on now, Mike. I specifically attacked you,
investment.
Prince,
Don't forget
because
you mentioned about the investment.
I
Nobody
specifically
can bring.
attacked you because I came in when I saw that video you were making a comment. That's when I came in. But when I now understood the general that everybody was basically dumb, I would have just made a general statement, you know.
Okay, now
sorry
so
about that.
everybody is dumb on the platform. Okay, that's fine. I guess I'm part of them also. That's okay.
You know when you look at Prince Adie, when you look at the drummest person on this platform that I've ever seen is this.
Simba. I'm not talking to
So
you.
and they say that everybody on the platform is it takes a drum person to know another
Let
drum
me tell
person.
you. It's a very, like I said.
You all from your mouth, you say somebody is dumb.
I'm okay, fine and good. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it today because I'm not gonna be here again for like 3 months. So this is just the truth. Because if you don't understand something as simple as Macron to be the Prime Minister of France to come to Bangladesh, how many times have a president of a country come to Nigeria to basically do something? They don't have no reason.
Who owns the question I want to ask you?
Can
Who
I
owns
talk?
Airbus? Which
Please.
country owns Airbus? If you don't know the reason
Can
why I
I
went there.
talk? Can I talk?
Continue your dumb presentation.
Thank you. So you have to understand that this president or whatever, my prime minister, had to travel because Bangladesh was doing something impressive. Do you get? They're moving the right direction, basically. Do you get? Even if France owns it and they purchase it from France, they are doing the right things. And the prime minister has to go there. He don't necessarily have to go there, but he has to because they are going the right direction. I mean, Nigeria has purchased military equipment from other countries. You don't see their president coming. No. What P2B is basically saying, if you're doing something right, world leaders and investors are gonna come to you. It's a very simple narrative.
And that's the dumbest statement any person can make.
Well,
That's the dumbest. Listen, hold on. Okay, hold on. Since you talk, let me quickly interject. So, why would it take a president of a country to go to another country because they bought some product from them? I mean, what is so special about that? Why did he have to do that in the first place? Well, number one, it tells me for sure that it's beyond the Airbus. It's not possible because they bought 10 Airbuses, airplanes that it went there. It's beyond that. Because unless you hold on, unless you're telling me that that's unless you're telling me that's the largest purchase ever in the trillions of dollars, then that would make sense. See, Bangladesh is a poor country. The reason why, Macron, just like Tinubu and all the other leaders, they are the salespersons of their country. So I understand that. So this analogy or this metaphor about Ani and B that Peter B is making is for kindergartners. See, listen, you try to make Peter B as smart as you can, but is a dumb person. And personally, I don't take it personal that you call me dumb. That's okay. That's up to you. But I just wanted to hear why you said that. But normally, for people that you don't know, it just I don't know where this comes from. Why would you be insulting people in the first place? If I'm older than you or not, it doesn't really matter. If you were 18-year-olds, I wouldn't even call you dumb. It's not necessary. You may disagree with my point. Hold on. You may disagree with my point. That is fine. But going to please, obviously I'm dumb. I don't know. So tell me.
You don't know the meaning, but you think it's an insult.
Where are we going with this dumb or no dumb? Please, can you make your comment and we just move forward, please?
So,
Des,
obviously, Des himself doesn't know the meaning of dumb. And let me explain to you. You said somebody is dumb. That means that person lacks intelligence. That is the meaning. So if you don't know, I'm telling you now.
I think
just
go do your service to the nation.
You just answered your question now. No. So if I say someone lacks intelligence, that means I'm insulting that person. Is it how even what are you talking about? If you lack intelligence, that means it's
Okay. Let's go to the dictionary. A dumb person is lacking intelligence or good judgments. Stupid person, dull-witted, lacking the power of speech. Offensive when applied to humans. Temporarily unable to speak. So which one of the definitions that do you think fits me or anyone on this platform?
Obviously, in the context of you, like I said, it's a very simple thing.
You really make my day.
Thomas.
Hey, Des, hold on, Des, hold on. See, listen, I like, hold on, I like you just everybody else. So, see, take correction and apologize, and let's move on. Don't insult some people. It's not necessary. It's not necessary.
Prince. What I said was when I came in, when I heard you, I attacked you personally, yeah, because I heard you first, but it wasn't meant to you. When I first said for you not to understand what this man is saying, which is lacking intelligence, which means you're dumb. That is basically my explanation. I don't have to go far. Maybe the word I used was too corrosive, or maybe you don't like that word. But I'm just saying that you lack intelligence. Like I said, if you, like I use one man's word, if you have an IQ above 1 digit, you should understand what he's saying. Simple. Maybe the word I used was corrosive.
What is IQ above 1 digit? What does that mean?
You think you can get anything out of this? You people are just wasting your time. He's the dumbest person on this platform, and he says somebody is dumb. Just leave him. You can't get anything out of him, man.
Des, go and sleep. Let me handle this. Let us leave you. Just go and let me handle this with myself.
Yeah, Ola, yes. Hold on. Let's have Ola here.
Okay, thank you. You see, one thing Des is this. In as much as we are here, I just want you to be brothers and brothers keeper as well. No matter how, whether you use it in analogy or you try to play around it, using dumb on anybody directly, especially when you are personalizing it, is an insult. There's no way we can explain it. Like I said it here before. Even saying in Canada here, someone is talking to you and say, yes, of course. Do you know it's offensive? Unlike in United Kingdom, that every little thing, of course, yes, you hear that. If you say in Canada, the person you are telling will not find it funny with you because you are telling it it's like you are telling it that so you are not smart enough to get me. That's the way they interpret, yes, of course. So I would say personally.
Okay, I'm just gonna say I'm sorry to Prince Daddy. That is what I'm gonna say. But Ola, let me make an example.
Apology accepted. Thanks.
Ola, if I put my hand in the fire and you tell me that was dumb, what's that?
No. Don't let us go to that place because I know, I was trying to interpret what was being said because a person like me personally, I know I'm not as eloquent as Prince Daddy or Kulata or Rational Mind. So sometimes I speak, I know that the tendency of people interpreting my message is there. So that's why I'm always so aggressive whenever I'm caught, that you don't let me finish my statement. When I listen to Obi, I put it in perspective, and people mistaking me for be obedient. Not obedient. I'm only saying that we cannot be criticizing everything 100%. When someone is speaking, we just have to form perspective. It could be Obi could be someone like me that maybe is not driving his point very well, and people misinterpret.
Hey, but if you don't know how to talk, you should go and learn how to talk.
Baba, it's not like that. Oh, now me, I'm not eloquent.
How will a person wants to be president open his mouth say they don't need foreign investors?
Thomas, I'm not eloquent speaking, but if I write mail, you will run. Because if I write mail, you will run, because everything that I cannot speak openly, I will put in the mail and I put you on your toe. So it's not everybody is not gifted.
In writing.
Yeah.
Some people are like that. Yeah, you are right. Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying that, okay, when this guy was mentioning aircrafts, the first thing that flashed through my head is, okay, the aviation is growing. When he said Bangladesh, because this man has been talking about Bangladesh.
Sorry, do you think Macron will travel to Bangladesh because Bangladesh bought 10 Airbus? Where did you get that from?
I think France has
stake in
National man, please, can you help us check what's going on in Bangladesh? Please, sir.
Oh Lord, this guy is so. It sounds so ridiculous to me. I don't know how you guys are listening. It sounds so ridiculous because.
I think France has stake in Airbus.
What is Kumi saying? Kumi, what did you say?
Yeah, I'm just asking you to help us check what's going on in Bangladesh. You know, maybe you can help us out. What is going on in Bangladesh?
Oh boy,
No, sir.
No.
Because
serious.
I know you can enlighten us, sir. Please.
But I've just said a few of them here. I said
no. Because
hold on. I just said, and Allah also corroborated what I said. That Bangladesh has a huge clothing market. They make clothing for many U.S. chains like Walmart, and
I think they said Trump even have a factory in Bangladesh, if I'm right.
I don't know of that, and I'm not aware of that. But yes. They are making a lot of garments for many European countries and for America. Do you know how huge that is? That's $1 billion industry. Those are $1 billion industry. So
they are making $45 billion there. $45 billion revenue.
If Nigeria can have 45 billion, even just a half of that money coming into Nigeria market, is that not something? You know how many people will be employed? You know how many people will be coming on social media to be talking about this?
Rashima, we accept that, but tell us the connection. No, see, what you're bringing in was not mentioned by Peter B. Tell us how.
He has said it in the past. Have you listened to him?
I know he has said all the things in the past. He likes to quote stats and numbers. We get it, but on this issue, there's a connection here. Tell us, there's a connection between Macron, the president of a whole country, France, going to Bangladesh because they purchased 10 Airbuses. Tell us.
Okay. Let me give you an example. Was it Trump? Did Trump not go to Saudi Arabia when the Saudi Arabia bought billions of dollars with fighter jets from them? He did not go to Saudi Arabia because of that. He went.
No. I'm not disputing that he went there, but that was just part of his visit. No, he traveled. Not.
Here you go.
What did Ghana or Tanzania bought from America that Vice President Kamala Harris was there?
Dude, what are we doing? Why do we like to do this mediocre kind of argument? I said to you that Trump went to Saudi Arabia when they bought billions of dollars.
And I'm telling you that he didn't go there for that reason. You're not getting that part. You're missing that part. He didn't go there for that reason. Of course, he's a trading partner as an ally. Hold on. See, what Saudi Arabia bought from US. What Saudi Arabia bought from the US is less important than the friendship and the allyship that they have with Saudi Arabia.
Asking when Biden went to Saudi Arabia, what did they bought from US when Biden came to Saudi Arabia?
Good question.
Let me go, because these are other people. When people just argue here on this platform,
you cannot just say something and go with it now. You don't want people to come at you. Why are you running away?
Everything is Agbado now. Rational man.
Come on now.
Argue blindlessly.
I'm supporting you like Kulata supported you today now, so you can't run.
You see, I just said to you that. Hold on, Thomas.
Yeah.
When presidents go because they have trading partners. They show appreciation for the bilateral agreement or whatever bilateral business agreement they have.
The memorandum of what they
So
understand, what they call it.
if do you know how many billions of dollars that is? One Airbus, you know how much one Airbus is? It's over 300, over $300 million. So you are buying 10 of that. That's $3 billion of money coming to the French government, French economy. So why would you not go there and show appreciation for okay, you guys, we appreciate you. We are making an official state visit.
I don't think that is enough.
That might not be the reason why.
It could be part of his visit.
It could be part of the reason.
Obi was saying it vehemently that is why he went there.
Thomas, I agree with you. It's not everything that Obi say that you have to take it exactly the way he's saying it. It could be that yes. Hold on, I agree with you that he said it. But what I'm saying is that if he says, the French government, Macron has to come. Maybe I know sometimes he embellishes things sometimes. But the point is that it is what world leaders they do when they have trading partners and they buy huge stuff of I just said to you, when Trump went to Saudi Arabia, they just bought some fighter jets from them. They paid billions of dollars to the US government.
Russian land, agreed.
I'm not saying that could be the entire reason why he went to Saudi Arabia at that time, but it's part of the reasons.
So, what is the moral lesson for Nigeria? Tell us.
You see, you are Agbado people are the one making issues.
Answer the question, rational mind. What's the
we want to learn. What is we want to learn? Seriously, this is a serious question. Actually, tell us.
The moral lesson is that let us position ourselves like Bangladesh. If we can position ourselves as Bangladesh. All this one that Agbado and this Agbado man, your criminal leader. Can I talk? The criminal leader is going about looking for validation, saying that he's going to have a meeting with Biden. It never happened. He went to UAE. He has lifted the visa ban, and nothing happened from there. He will sit down at home, put your house in order. Somebody was suggesting here, invite the diasporans, come back home, sit them down. Make sure all your cabinets, people that are working your cabinet, they are competent. All these trips you're going, code, and people are getting from that. The small dollar that we don't have in the system, they are mopping it up, taking it outside. Some people are using the opportunity like this idiot. What's his name? Your Minister of Aviation that went to come and buy a house here. He could not build a house over there in Nigeria. He came here and buy a house. How did that money even go to the central bank? You know how much $500,000 would cost him to go to central bank to come to America here? This is what we're talking about. When Keyamo, that's just one example. You know how many people in Tinubu's cabinet that has investments here. How did those dollars filter through the central bank to come into America here or other countries? I was saying we don't have enough dollars. Dollar is skyrocketing in Nigeria. When the little one in the system, they are mopping it up and bringing it up. So that's what we're talking about.
Hold on a second. Rational mind. Francis, hold on. France's largest trading partners are Germany, China, United States, Italy, Belgium, Switzerland, Spain.
So what are we talking about? What does that have to do with what I'm talking about?
What you talk? See, hold on. You talk. Let me interject. Hold on. Relax. So, okay. So I was waiting for you to make the connection to the reason why Macron went to Bangladesh, and the plane, but he didn't really make it. He just talking in circles, talking about Trump going to Saudi Arabia, that because they bought some military equipment. This is all trash. This is all trash.
Hold on. In every continent. Okay, let me give you an example.
Again, okay, another example. Go ahead.
Are you telling me that Nigeria is the largest trading partner for the United States, or for the UK? For United Kingdom, no, they have their own largest, maybe in their own continent. Every continent must have some kind of people, maybe in Asia, maybe in Southern Asia. It could be that Bangladesh is the largest trading partner.
Hold on. The lesson that Peter B is trying to teach us is mute. It's a non-lesson. It's not important as usual. He have nothing to teach us. Say it is good at making this. Hold on a second. You be talking. Allow, please. Say it makes a lot of analysis all the time, and it's really for people that are unlike. Some people call them dumb. I'm just going to say people that are uninformed. See, hold on. So, what?
Let him learn the rational mind, please.
I'm trying to help him out.
Let him
I
land.
didn't. I said people that are uninformed.
Okay.
See, when Peter B went to Egypt, also talking about trying to learn about electricity from Egypt, it just shows how much Peter B knows. He doesn't know much. See, many of us got different background on how to understand a lot of things. See, when it comes to poverty, Egypt is one of the poorest countries in the world, relatively to Nigeria. It's not even better than Nigeria. See, Egypt gets a lot of its foreign investments or capital from the United States through military funding and equipment. Egypt as a country.
Prince Daddy. No, that's not my.
I don't understand what you people are. You're just arguing blindlessly.
No, it's not. Let me finish. Let me finish my point. My point here is that Peter B is good at making analogies. See, just like someone was saying earlier, before Bangladesh was China, Malaysia, I think it was Singapore. See, the guy, he can try to paint him and make him into this smart person or this intelligent person because he spews out these numbers and make this analogy. It didn't make any sense. It's for kindergartnens. Peter B.
Let him land.
You know, you and I we talked 3 days ago.
Unless the newest member of obedience.
No, I'm not obedient. No mistaking it. I'm not obedient. I'll be attacking in the next moment, but that's not it. Prince Daddy, you remember how many energy you put before you could even get some information about Industry 4.0 when we were in private session 3 days ago.
Yes.
Like I said, now some people, they will just analyze that thing in 2 minutes. You get it right? I understand that. I tried today to see Obi from another perspective because this guy has been talking of Bangladesh and now went on personal research. What this thing about this Bangladesh? And now put in different perspective. Get this one now. In the 80s, Nigerian textile industry used to employ 600,000 workers. As at that time, so it was like in that industry, or maybe the entire workforce, it was representing the 20% of the entire workforce as at that time, right? Now, that time, I think Nigeria was even, in time of textile, we were a little bit okay, or we were as competitive as China as at that time. But today, Bangladesh is occupying that position and is even the second largest producer of ready-made garment today, making average of $45 billion every year. Now, if Obi is trying to drive that and it's not coming to that point, then I understand it's not as that eloquent. Then when we go to energy sector, Bangladesh is doing better than us when it comes to energy. They have about 25,000 megawatt in stock capacity of electricity for their population. So what I'm now saying is this: I don't want to be taking Obi's words just on the surface. When you speak now, I will go back and see, okay, what's he talking about? Will I still prefer Obi to Tinubu? Definitely not. I will tell you that one for sure, because sometimes I don't talk is cheap. You understand? Some people can analyze, they can do this one from tomorrow, but from what both
but like, say, if you hold on, see, you're like have the same information, but your analysis can be superior than mine. See, nobody's going to argue with everything that you're saying here. This is like facts and analysis. Nobody's going to argue about that, but that's not what we're talking about. If Peter B was making that argument, we are going to be quiet and listen to him speak because we're learning.
Well,
but he wasn't making that argument.
Prince, he actually did. Come on, you just didn't watch the full video. I don't know why this so. He's talked about this so many times about the textile, where Nigeria was with Bangladesh so many years ago, and now look at Bangladesh doing
on the video that we watched, did you say that?
Was he every time?
No, I don't know. Must he repeat himself every time? I don't know.
What do they call Peter Obi? Peter the Rock Obi? What is wrong about him, sir?
Guys, I just
what
is wrong about him?
It's just because Peter in the Bible, that's some of these are
this one is
idiot and delusional, man. How you call idiot? Someone like that, Rock. Or Peter the Mumu be now here.
Let's hold on. Yeah, Mike. Let's come to Mike. Mike hasn't spoken at since. Yeah, what is your take about the video? Mike, you have the floor.
Obi didn't make any sense now. Even the obedience Akim, we're trying to have them explain their, their papa, when they follow, make the airboss translate. They still couldn't translate it. Rational man just did some dancing around as usual. They didn't land on anything, so we didn't get anything. And there's trying to convince us that, hey, we are the one that don't get it. And then we are giving the floor to explain. He just told us about honey and bee. Now, he didn't tell us anything Obi said, So even the obedience don't even understand Obi. But they
Mike, I'm the one that saw that video and said, one man, you must send this to the platform. Let's listen to it. I listen again. Somebody opened his mouth saying we don't need foreign investor. Is that a smart word? It's very incoherent.
When did he say you don't need investor? When did he say that?
Well, let us play the video one more time, please. They are confused.
Yeah. Let me play it. Yeah. Lord Jesus Christ. This guy will kill Nigeria. Prince Daddy said we dodge a bullet. Let me quickly find it. Sorry, guys, I'm driving. That is why. Yeah.
I came back there and told somebody, you don't go to look for foreign investor. Anybody who does is going around the world to look for foreign investor is wasting everybody's time. Foreign investor is like bee and honey. If you put honey here, how the bee will come in, nobody will tell you. I told you Macron finished G20 meeting, flew to Bangladesh, because Bangladesh has just ordered 10 Airbus 350. So you have to go and see them, because they're coming. If you look at all the economic analysis, go and Google where Bangladesh will be in 2030, where they will be in 2050. Nobody knows where we're going to be. With all this lying joke and everything, and people think it's about A or B or C. No. A deputy governor was just asked, you didn't go to school. He said it doesn't matter. But you filled it. You were the one who said,
look at that man is trying to understand what
nobody forced you. If you know it doesn't matter, you would have said, I didn't go to school. So we imagine your ingenuity as somebody who didn't go to school and was able to come up to this. But don't say things. We have now reached a country where, like Ben said, where people say something and do something else. I asked a woman to queue. He told me, whenever I queue, I don't get anything. This happened to me last year. So whenever I queue, I don't get anything. And after the tribunal decided our case, I called the woman and said, I'm sorry. Whenever I queue, I don't get anything. Because we had somebody going around the world saying this is how he's going to conduct the election. Everywhere he goes, he said, it was the night that I had what was called real time. Suddenly, he said, no, you can do it anyhow. What did you tell us is anyhow, so that we can behave anyhow when we are voting as well.
Let me explain what I got.
That is your country.
Just to tell
that is what Ben is preaching today.
Okay, Mike, go ahead.
You want me to stop it for you?
You see?
No, it makes sense, actually. It makes sense.
It makes sense now. I don't know what they're doing.
Hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong. In the beginning, you said
where there's B, there's honey. You say it doesn't make sense.
Wait,
I understand the better answer.
Okay, you said you don't need foreign investors. Anyone that's looking for investors is wasting everyone's time. And then from there, jump to Bangladesh.
You don't need traveling around for following. That's what it's okay. Go on. Sorry.
No,
dude,
wait.
He said,
"Let Mike talk now. Let Mike talk. He hasn't spoken. Yeah, Mike. Yeah.
He said you don't need foreign investors. He said you're wasting everyone's time. You do that. It's wrong. Now he jumped right from there. He said now Bangladesh imported a bunch of Airbus right from China. From France. So what is this idiot telling us? That we should be importing. That's what we need, importing. If you're saying only foreign investor, then the alternative would
Hold on, Mike. Good point right there. Is that what you want? Is that what is recommended for Nigeria? That's a good point. Go ahead.
importing. We should be importing. So Bangladesh is that we should follow importing everything.
If I say people are
Import.
Apparently, people are living with the bias mind.
Don't say
Which is complete foolishness.
The same way anytime as what you talk, you used to listen with bias. That's
I
it.
don't listen with
Because,
bias. Okay,
because
go on.
you listen with bias because what this man is saying.
Can I respond to Mike?
Can we let Mark land? Mark has even land. Let him land, please. Yeah.
He's saying Bangladesh just imported 300 something Airbus from France.
10
so what he's
Airbus.
telling us, we don't need foreign investors. So what we need is importation. Now, if this idiot have some brain, if you're gonna say only foreign investor, I would think the alternative would be, hey, let's manufacture, let's be the one investing ourselves and manufacturing, and that way we don't have to have investors to come in to do it for us. Now, he's not saying that. What he's basically presenting is, the alternative, let's just import, like Bangladesh, imports. That's just that, he's one of the useless people that are over importing rubbish into that country. He's one of those people that go to Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, importing all kinds of junk like cornflakes and bunch of dumb shit that we don't need to be consuming in Nigeria. Over importation is one of the reasons why our currency is so bad. And people like Obi are the reason behind that shit, man. Him and his fellow container importers. They import containers into the country, and the country lives with empty container. We don't export. They don't export, they just import. That's what they do. People like those businessmen like Obi, they are the reason why Nigeria economy is
Mike, it's supposed to be a good example. How many factories has he set up in Nigeria himself?
Nothing.
He's an importer, and he should be shameful. He should be ashamed of himself.
At least the investors come and set up factories.
Let us
we don't need them. We just need to import, like Sri Lanka.
Let us analyze this statement. See, I know where we are coming from. The same way they were misrepresenting what Tinubu was saying during the election. Look at it this way. He said, wherever there is bee, there is honey. Now look at it this way. When you put honey somewhere, when you put bee somewhere, what are you going to get? You are going to get honey. That's analysis of conducive investment environment. Now get it this way now. He now went further.
No, that's not. No. Don't use big word. Don't think I'm dumb.
No, Mike, let us listen to him. Let him land.
You will counter me. So now, whenever you have bee, you will have honey. That's if you have conducive environment, we got products. Now, he now went ahead. He gave an example that naturally, a president of a country, you did not really need to invite him. But when you buy their products, that importation, I understand what you are saying, importation there, but not importation the way you are looking at. But there must be a reason you bought your Airbus. After all, you are not saying they should go and manufacture.
They bought it from outside the country. It's not really the manufacturer.
When you bought Airbus, you become a point of attraction to the president of France. You understand?
So all the things we've been buying from France and everywhere. So he hasn't made all a point of attraction, have he?
Yes,
everything we consume in Nigeria, don't we buy them?
What you are trying to see is not. How can you be seeing this kind of thing? The former Rando.
I know, like you're embarrassing me tonight, man.
You are so biased.
Okay.
No, he's right. Ola is right.
He's right. You know, the analogy. Excuse me. The analogy he gave by saying, okay, anywhere you have a bee, you have a honey. I agree with that. But the example that he's giving is actually against his analogy.
What example is he giving as against an analogy?
Okay, buying something from somebody, is that an investment?
It's an investment.
It's actually more money for France, not for Bangladesh.
No. It's an investment.
It's not investment.
Which investment? Is that a foreign investor? Does it bring money to the country?
Hold on. If I borrow it, I borrow that leg going.
You were not going to hear anything from me. We already know. I got dance around. You don't say anything.
Are we your children?
No. What is wrong with this guy now? I mean,
no. The way you talk, you don't. Let me tell you. Occasionally, try and listen to yourself. You talk as if you are talking to your children. ẹ fẹ́ gbọ́rọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ wo ló fẹ́ sọ fún wa.
Kí ló ń ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ? Kí ló farabalẹ̀? Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀?
Let us
You are serious. Why are you so serious like this?
No, it doesn't go there. Let us hear. Oh yeah. Okay, let us hear.
Now, so if you buy things like that, it's an investment. You guys. Farabalẹ̀. When you went to when Buhari went to go and borrow money from
rational mind.
No, it's saying something different.
Oh God. I mean, you people
Rational mind.
I'm trying to draw a
Rational
line.
mind.
You people
Rational mind.
You don't want me to talk.
Hold on. You will talk. Yeah. Are you still available?
I'm a person. I don't like to. You don't come right.
Yes. Yeah. When you are going, just give me. I need 30 minutes break. Mike, can you take charge from Rational Mind?
Yeah, 30 minutes. Okay, maybe you might.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah,
the
yes,
point
I'll
of
be. Yes,
that
yeah. Thank you.
when you invest, it's an investment. When this guy, our airpiece, when he buy those Embraer, whatever he buys, these are investments. It's bringing them in to make money.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Dewale, could you let
allow me land, please.
Thomas, could you let Dewale in, please?
Okay, Dewale. Okay, let me see. Where is he?
The room is full. The room is full. The room is full.
Well, I thought Thomas is leaving. Okay.
Okay. So anyway, yeah. So my point is this: it's an investment.
You can take me out. I'm doing.
Why will you take you out? Are you
All
not here again?
those people that are not on the screen, I don't think what piece is here. Maybe it's not
Who told you I'm not here? When somebody, this is what I was talking about. You cannot have a constructive argument anymore. Everybody's just talking like with passion of hatred and everything. I'm listening to you guys now. If I entertain you guys entertain me, you guys will like it. This is the problem.
Everybody's adult, man. Come on, we're having an adult. We're not.
Mike, relax. I'm not talking to everybody. I'm just talking the world is happening right here. If I can behave myself and relax, you guys should talk. Why can't other people behave themselves like that when somebody is talking?
What piece is okay? It's okay. Let's just move on. So it's an investment because you are investing money into these things. You are bringing them in to make more money. It's an investment. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Who's investing money? Who's the person investing the money?
The country is investing money in airplanes that will ferry in tourists that wants to come to their country. Let me give you an example. If
Rashomon, allow me 1 minute. You've given it like 10. Hold on, you've given like 10 examples already. It's Mike's floor. You give like 10 examples already. Give me 1 minute, please.
You
Please.
just don't want me to talk.
No, you've been talking like 10,000 examples to explain Peter B. It's ridiculous. It's not working out.
I've been having million interjection. Will you allow me to talk?
No, Rashomon, you've given enough examples. We heard you.
I'm not giving enough in that example. I'm not giving.
Okay, allow me 1 minute then. Thank you.
Okay.
So say the Ani and B that Peter B analogy or example is given. We get that part. So what Peter B is trying to say, I think if you go above that, overarchingly, we know what he's trying to say. We know what he's trying to say. If you make your country photo for investors, you don't have to run. You don't have to run around to chase them. They will naturally come to your country. We get that part. But Peter B is not making that argument. See, and by the way, that is not entirely true. That is not entirely true. If you know business and finance, it's not true. Simply because you have a country, guess what? If you have a good country that you have power, you have all these things that can attract investors. You are not the only country in the world that has those amenities. Other countries have it too. So you still have to go out there and make your presentation and convince investors to come in. So that analogy, that whole, we're open for business. Oh, I have electricity. I have this and that. It's a lie. It's for kindergartners, people that don't know how things work. They don't know economics or finance.
You just need.
Let me finish. I got 10 seconds left.
You're
So,
not a businessman. That's why you're talking like this.
who's talking?
I don't think.
Who's talking?
There.
So, okay, what is wrong with what I'm saying? When I finish, you can interject. I don't know what you're talking about. Again, I'll try again. Maybe you don't understand what I'm saying. Simply because you have electricity and all the features of a country that will attract investors is not sufficient enough for investors to come to your country. You still have to go out there and make presentations. You still have to go out there and convince people. And that's a joke. It's like saying you have talent. You know, you have this. You're the best footballer in the world, but nobody sees you play. It doesn't fly. My point here is that you and many other countries are competing for those venture capitalists and all those resources out there. So you can't say there's only and be like kindergarten, like little kids, and people come. It's again, Peter B. The people he talks to, I don't insult people.
Prince, can I interject? You nitpick a lot on everything. You just nitpick. I mean, what are you talking about?
I'm not nitpicking. I'm explaining to you that Peter Obi is a kindergartner in his explanation. He does not know what he talks about most of the time.
Can I interject? George, the other people who wanting to talk here, and I think
okay, go Remy. Remy can talk. Yeah.
Okay, Remy. Okay, go on, Remy.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and it's nice to be here again. The way I look at Obi's speech is that he's talking from the point of being confused and also being loosened from the tribunal. But I will analyze it this way. Bangladesh is a poor country, even poorer than Nigeria. A lot of Chinese venturists, Chinese business owner, and like 6 or 8 years ago that they decided that they want to go for high-end technology. So most of these guys from a city, from Chaosin, a nearby city, they moved to Bangladesh with their money. And then they started setting up factory over there too. And at the same time, they do this because America put some kind of sanction against them. So this is a way to move their business out to Bangladesh and still continue to be in business. The major reason why they go to Bangladesh is that they have cheap labor. And because of this cheap labor, they went there. And I think we must say kudos to the Bangladesh government too for creating an enabling environment for all of these people to come in there. Remember, this is a shared business. What I mean by shared business is that it's not that Bangladesh is producing all the fabric material, the accessories and everything. Majority of these fabrics and accessories are coming in from China. But the assembling plant now, before it used to be China, which produces most of this cloth, it's now being shifted to Bangladesh, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Indonesia. So in the context of being making a speech, I think Obi is just comparing Nigeria to Bangladesh being a poor country. So that is the way I see it, but it's not connecting it very well because it's talking out of being, it's still very hungry and all this kind of stuff. So it does not connect it very well. I think it's just trying to say, if we make our country like that, but the problem with this kind of this model is that people will see your country as where they can get cheap labor. Of course, it will create employment in the short run. What about in the long term? The long term.
What is wrong with cheap labor? Do you even have any labor at all? You're even talking about cheap labor.
Hold on. I'm not saying nothing is wrong with cheap labor. In the short term, you can have your way, but in the long term,
how is China progressing? What makes China progress?
Okay. I will tell you why they progress. China is not a monotheistic. China has put their hand in various things.
Let's not go into all this.
Let me finish. Let me just.
Finish. I just want to add something.
But not one of the reasons why it
progressed. Give me 1 or 2 minutes to finish, and then you can.
Remy, you will continue. I'm only adding to what you will say.
What do you say?
When you are talking of labor, all Boko Haram forces put them in textile and talk and connect it to the security situation in Nigeria. You understand? Okay. Put 1 million Boko Haram members into the textile industry, then connect it to the security in Nigeria. Because that's cheap labor we are talking about.
Okay,
fine. I don't even know what he's talking about. So you just look at that example I just gave you.
What I'm trying to say is that in the short term, you create employment and people will be satisfied to some extent because these are people that does not have a job. But give them some few years down the line, they will crave for more money because as inflation sets in and so many other factors set in, an employee will not be happy because he wants more higher pay and so many other factors will set in. That's what happened to China. But if you not just oppose it to Nigeria, why you think majority of our people are unemployed? The major problem we have in Nigeria is that our vocational and technical colleges are not really working at the fullest because in terms of skilled tailors, do we have it? I'm not talking about apprenticeship on the street. We are talking about people that went to school to learn this thing very well, or maybe they went to an institute to learn how to sew. We don't really have that kind of, if you are talking about just opposed to Bangladesh. So that's why I'm trying to say this example does not connect to Nigeria very well. You have to look at the skills that Nigeria learned that we have an advantage in, because majority of the people working in the textile or the clothing company are female. what does our women do in Nigeria, or what does our guests interest in? You can't force them to do this or go to clothing. So in a nutshell, there is not a big connector from what Obi is trying to, his message is trying to put across. We do not see that.
No. Let me just stop you there. Let me pause you there. I don't know if you've seen this video of this guy online. This boy Tayo that does this. It does like, I think, like what the
Tayo I know.
There's a lady in Nigeria. He has a huge sweatshop where he does garments. These are Nigerians that she.
Okay, in UK.
No, I think the lady's in Nigeria.
There's one lady, I think he's in UK, that sold this bridal wear.
I don't think, maybe that one is. It's been a while I watched some of his videos, but there was one he did sometime back. I watched. The lady's in Nigeria, on ground in Nigeria there. I think somewhere in VI there. He has a very huge factory there where he employs me. You see, this is not a rocket science. This explanation you're giving, that yes, I know we don't have skilled laborers. We don't have over the years the comatose, the backward governments that we had.
If you have let me,
hold on.
Let me finish my thought in just 20
spoken.
seconds. 20 seconds. I told you to give me 1 minute.
20 seconds. Okay, go on. Land your point. 20 seconds.
So, what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that we don't have the skilled workers on ground. So even if this kind of opportunity should come to Nigeria, how are we going to take it? We do not have this kind of people in terms of millions or millions of, because Bangladesh is a highly populated country, and we don't have millions of people who are ready to learn this kind of trade in this kind of skill, or maybe go through the normal school setting. We don't have that. So we don't. So when you now start to connect or compare Bangladesh with Nigeria, I do not see that happening. So I'm a little bit taken aback from what he's trying to say. So to me, I think he's talking from the position of anger, frustration.
Here we go again. Here we go.
Calm down.
20 seconds is gone. 20 seconds is gone. Now let's hold on.
Okay. Just give me 20 seconds.
Maybe you should go and get a bell. All these 20 seconds are people who speak for 5 minutes. Maybe you should go and get a bell for them. Go and get bells for them.
The mistake we make about skill labor is so simple. See, nobody carry skill labor from heaven. Nobody carry the take on from heaven. The thing is this: they are moving the industry. They are training people. People learn along the line. So it's not as if we now prepare 2 million.
Exactly.
And they bring that thing. It doesn't work that way. You understand? So
it's not
just IT. How many people know about IT before they move IT to?
Can we leave Peter Obi and not talk about how we can improve our skill labor in Nigeria? So let us leave politics. Let us talk about what can improve our country.
Let me say something that Prince. Let me go against.
Okay, go on. I want to hear you. Be quick about
Prince
it.
made a statement about what was the statement about? Basically, the country. My brain is just full everywhere. But what I was trying to say is
you can go back and refresh and come back again. Okay.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say, I remember now. He's saying that people don't. You have to always go and get foreign investors and all that stuff. But the truth is,
I'll let you continue, Des. I'm sorry. I say it's not sufficient enough to just attract foreign investors because you have a country that's open for business. You still have to go out there. And I know you say I don't know nothing about business. You just said it again. But you have to still go out there and make presentations. You have to go out there and make presentations to investors. I mean, what I'm saying is that not common sense. Am I saying something strange?
Prince Daddy, what you are saying? No, Remy, hold on. Remy, let me say this. What Prince Daddy is saying, I don't think is too difficult to understand.
Yeah.
Ola is here. Yeah, I think he has worked in banking industry before. I'm not so sure whether there's any other person that work. If you too many people that have same facilities that you have. So what we're trying to see, what Prince Daddy is trying to say is that even if you have all those things, you still need to market yourself.
Yes,
That
you
is
need some
exactly what the
microphone.
Bangladesh
The
government
same way
did.
Obi Kubana is doing advertisements for.
If you see what Obi is saying, the obedient have been saying all these things, all these. All of them, they are just they are learning from their masters.
You know what?
Who's the master? Who's the master?
Let me finish. Let me even talk. I never even talk for 1
So
minute.
that is
People
what the
don't respect
Bangladesh
me.
government
Remy.
No, I just want to quickly.
No, Remy. No. Hold on, please. Let us guest land. I think he has.
See, what I'm saying is, yeah, Prince, you're right in a sense. If you want some sort of foreign investors, you can still go and, sensitize them to come over. But what if you listen to Obi clearly, we the foreign diasporas are the first foreign investors, and what you necessarily need to do is basically what he keeps saying: fix the country. And those diasporas, you don't need to sensitize them to come. They already know that the country is working. Let me tell you the truth about businessmen, people that are actually trying to make money. They are looking for opportunities, and Nigeria is filled with so many. Nigeria don't have anything. Let me tell you the truth. If Nigeria is working, I even have a business in mind that I'm going to go there and open. That's the truth. We don't have anything, any single thing at all that so many countries have. Like you see in America, we have so many things that you like. Oh, this thing is not in Nigeria.
Guys, I think you are wrong.
So all the countries, all the companies making it in Nigeria, how are they making it?
It's very
wrong.
wrong.
How can you be making this
Go to
type
Kaduna, go and see a lot of company in Kaduna. What are you talking about? We don't have anything.
Okay, let me give
this
you
my stand there.
They are the one demarketing Nigeria. All these deaths and all these obedient and hypobians.
Because I never
They
said
are the
anything.
one demarketing Nigeria. Why investors don't come?
Let me contribute.
Mike and Kubi, why they said Nigeria is not marketable? Why are so many Chinese companies, so many Korean companies?
A lot in Kaduna State. This is how many investors investment in Kaduna State.
And
tomato, they are making tomato in Kaduna. They are making a lot of things in Kaduna, but they you guys, this is not matter of you guys.
There is no country in this world.
Can you?
Nothing is good in Nigeria.
Hello, guys.
Let me to contribute.
No.
I never said anything. I never said anything.
Kumi,
we have been
please,
talking. I never even talked reach 2 minutes.
I don't No. Can you just hold on? If I say hold on, please, can you just?
I'm just interjecting. I never have my say now.
No, please, can you just hold on, please? Okay. I say hold on, please. I
beg
you. We will talk after this. But Des, can you please quickly go? I know you don't where you are. You don't want to be too loud. If I was myself, so my people are complaining here that I'm too loud. So can you just land that point so that we can now switch to Kumi so that Kumi can land his own point too. Go on, please.
Okay. See, people are making statement that we have so many things. Come on, let's not start kidding ourselves, please. Yes, we have some stuff, but you can't compare.
At least you change it now. I like it.
No. When I mean we don't have anything, I'm not necessarily meaning
that.
I don't
listen
now. Can I talk?
Yeah.
I don't mean that we don't have anything going for us. I mean, I know that we have companies, of course. People, if you don't know that, then I don't even know what we're talking about. I'm saying it, I'm making some sort of, maybe I'm exaggerating the fact, but I have to exaggerate it for you to understand that we lack so many things in Nigeria that foreign investors can look at. Oh, wow, these people don't have this. I can go there and do something. Like I said, I have something in mind that I know Nigeria doesn't have. But due to the fucking insecurity, I can't do that. And the social amenities needed for it, I can't do that.
Give me the example of the insecurity.
That's what I'm saying. Come on, Mike, you don't have to say everything. You already
give us the example of insecurity. Is it banditry?
It's part of what is going on in Southeast. That's part of insecurity. And people be never mentioned anything about it.
Must you go there, Kumi?
And we go there. It's part of what we are facing.
Hold on now.
See, that's the problem.
It's only
That's the
South.
problem.
Is it only Southeast that has insecurity?
Okay,
Yeah,
tell
it's
me in
Southeast now.
Southwest.
Southeast and then
Tell me where
Zamfara.
in Southwest that we have
So
insecurity
if
that
there's
people cannot
insecurity
go out
in
on Monday.
Southeast,
Tell me now.
in the
Tell me.
north,
Okay,
yes,
okay.
you can
Let
take
him
your
land. Let him
business to
land.
South
Let him
South.
land. No, let
South
him
South
land.
is there. You can take
Oh
your
God.
business there. Is it must be go to the Southeast? You can take your business around to other regions.
No.
Even South South. South is there.
South South is there for you. Why not take it there? You need people.
Let
You
me
need work.
something. Do you know some businesses are sort of in a way nationwide for it to actually?
You cannot say that you have to start from somewhere. Even MTN and Equinix, they start from somewhere.
They just want to tell us that he has the MTM level of business. He wants to be nationwide. Get out of here, man.
Mike, I know you have the floor, but let him just land, please. Go on. Can you make it so snappy? I know you
Yeah.
just make it snappy so that other
Okay.
people.
Let me. All right. So I'm just saying that basically we are the first foreign investors that Nigeria need, and I believe that a lot of us diaspora have a lot of things in mind to do in Nigeria. And if Nigeria works, I believe that we're gonna come back and do it. But when you want to, invite other the actual foreign investors, not Nigerian foreign investors, then you can say, okay, let me get to talk to these people. That's it. Rational mind.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So Kumi, you want to come in real quick?
Yeah, before Kumi come in, two seconds.
I'm not gonna take too long.
Please,
I'm not gonna take too
Kumi
long.
has wanted to talk.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take too long. Maybe 2-3 minutes. Yeah, my point here is my issue with the video is the foreign investors. Last time I checked, out of 7 governors or 6 governors that went follow Asuwaju to United States, if you go and check all the governors that the man brought along with him, most of the states are very peaceful. I can list them for you. Oyo State, Lagos State, Cross River, Kaduna, and some two parts of the country. And Asuwaju know exactly what he's going for. He's going for the foreign investor that he know that they can make a quick impact. Because last time I checked, last week ago, Indian and Nigerian NNPC and India Gas, they signed almost 7 billion contracts to boost the gas system in Nigeria. A lot of foreign investors are coming to Nigeria, and we need a president that will going to marketing all that. We are not going the same route. But if you go and check what Peter Obi is saying, he's saying from the bitterness of the outcome of the tribunal and tribunal results. You can see how he narrated from A to, and he end up the conversation to the tribunal. My own issue is here is it that you like it or not? As what do we continue? Even we citizens, we have a lot to contribute to sell our country. You understand me? The same way the president is doing it. But if some people saying that they don't want, because at the end of the day, they will say all what is going on in Nigeria. But people will be never come out and criticize what is
Sorry,
going on.
Kumi, could you add targeted investment? Talk about that too, please.
Yeah, people will be never mention. If never the way he always address everything. What's going on in Southeast? What is going on in North Central? What's going on? He never mention anything about that. But the follower at the end of the day, they want to say, all the insecurity. Last time I checked, Southwest, we never have sit at home. We never have all this kind of insecurity in our region. We know where the problem is, and we need to address it. And Peter Obi is a presidential candidate. He can help us to address it, so that we can move the nation forward. You understand me? If we are saying we should not go to this way, we should not go there. We should go to it. One man mentioned it earlier that they want to do one festival. They are taking it to Port Harcourt. If the security is okay in the region, they're not gonna be moving on this thing. And that's what the foreign investors look after too. and Peter Obitu can help us address what is going on in the part of the region. Even he can help us go to North Central. He can help us to see. He never contribute to the national unity or national insecurity. He only talk about Bangladesh, Malaysia. And we can't continue this way. And we have a president. If this man don't go and talk to the foreign investor, we're still gonna criticize this man. So far, so good. This man is doing good. And what I say about this video is the bitterness of the outcome of the tribunal. That's all I can say.
Okay, in addition to what Kumbi have said, not all the region in Nigeria have insecurity issue. And when you look at the security situation in the Southeast, it is self-inflicted. Because when these people are clamoring for they want to disengage from Nigeria, they are killing their people, or their leader, they stay mute. Now it's out of hand. They cannot control them. As any other crisis, there will be so many heads will come out. Lenin claimed that I am the leader. So that's why you are seeing in the guy in Finland and Kanu and the rest of them. It's a self-inflicted wound. What I can say about this is that we try as much as possible in this platform, and Nigerian government also tried to put this into bird, but they did not accept. So they cannot draw us back. Why the rest of the region want to move ahead? We cannot wait.
Why the fixation on this on the people on the south?
Okay, let me put my 2 seconds in there.
Let me finish.
Hold on. No, I want to interject you.
Let me finish.
You will continue. You will continue. Hold on.
Let me finish.
You
hold on, Mr. Host. Hold on a little bit.
Coca.
Yes.
You would continue. I just want to say this to you. Why this fixation on the southeast when equally we have in the northeast, northeast, northwest, and north central, the same killings that we are talking about.
Oh, based on the southeast now, we are talking about.
I know, based on the southeast.
Okay,
that's why we're talking about. Why don't we criticize the people from those areas?
Their leader are not the one coming to talk to us about.
Let me respond to you this way. When the crisis was on in the northeast several years ago, now it is reduced to barest minimum in the northeast. They too initially, some of them supported Boko Haram. They want to go along with them. But when Boko Haram started killing them and marrying their young children out and doing all sorts of atrocity over there, they cry for help. And the government tried their best. As of today, and the northeast is back to life. It might not be 100% back to life.
Borno State is better than many states.
Yes, it might not be 100% back to life, but we can see what is going on in the theater itself. I mean, Borno, Maiduguri. There are new schools springing out, new roads, new everything springing out. But when you look at the Southeast, they are not interested in the presidency of Nigeria before. They want to go away from Nigeria. And all their people, they all support their Kanu. But immediately they arrested.
Where did you get this idea of what their people support Kanu? Where did you get?
Okay, let me finish. You asked me to respond.
No, you cannot be saying things. I
am talking about this is my personal opinion.
I did not listen. I know because of Kanu.
Most of them. Let me change it to most of them. Then say all. They say most. Now, when this thing was at the highest, people condemn it. A lot of Nigerians talk to you have leaders there. They were just waiting. It's like if we cannot have a presidency, we can still go away. At the end of the day, they lost both. Because now their region is in crisis. They are the one they are moving from their region to every part of the country, and all our regions of Nigeria, they are welcoming. They welcome them to reside and do business there.
And they dismarket the Nigeria.
And the look of things today is this. Nigerian cannot wait for any region. If you want your region to remain in perpetual crisis, then that is for your region. Nobody cares anymore. Because we can see the handwriting. It's a self-inflicted crisis. We can't beg them. No. Let's be factual here. Let's be factual.
There's no fact. What you're saying, you're just spinning. What you're doing is spinning. You're not saying any fact.
In this group, there was a day I was lamenting that they were killing a lot of people in the Southeast. They were flogging their children. And it is this same group. People said, what is my own? I should let them be.
Obi didn't even talk about that.
Yes, I was.
Obi never said anything. He never said anything about what is going on in Southeast.
I was moved that day, and
but the supporter will come online here say insecurity in Nigeria. That's the problem. We know where the insecurity is.
Yes. You say you can't invest because of insecurity, and Obi didn't even discuss that.
Yeah.
He never said anything today.
Guys,
you know what? Nigeria, we are so lucky not to have this kind of man as president. To be frank, he is not a very good person.
Hold on, please. Des, you say you have to go, right?
Yes, I'll talk to you guys.
All right,
hopefully
thanks. Nice having you.
before I'm back in a few months. Obi for don't be the president, and Man U for don't win the
Are you going on the submarine or what?
You don't have to disclose that.
You know, Man U for don't win the Champions League and Premier League.
Des, are you going on inside the submarine? You say you are going for 3 months.
Take care, guys.
Where can we launch this your movie on Netflix?
Coca. Hold on.
Rational mind, just a minute. Prince Daddy, I pasted one document here for you to read if you are interested.
Okay, let's see. I'll look at it. I'll take a look at it later. So
National mind, don't talk to me about fixation. You are already fixation on Tinubu for last 20 years.
No, hold on.
But I'm not like you.
Hold on now. Hold on. Let me give you the difference between me and you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my own fixation is on individuals, not on tribe. I don't do tribe.
You are wrong. Your fixation is only not on Tinubu. You also fixated on APC and anybody that supports Tinubu. You are.
But that's not a tribe. That's not an. Hold on. That's not an ethnic people, as in the people of.
I am not fixated on Southeast. You don't.
But you are getting sorrow now.
I won't let you talk because you don't also let people talk. You know me.
I'm letting you talk now. I didn't interrupt you. I only interrupt you if I have to interrupt you.
1 or 2 minutes that people can talk.
I only interrupt you when I have to interrupt you. I don't interrupt you just unnecessarily.
Okay, go ahead.
APC, from my recollection, is a mix of people of different tribe within Nigeria. It's not just only Yoruba or Igbo or Hausas. It's all of them and other minor tribes. But we're talking about a particular tribe or tribal people or particular region that speaks a particular language. So I'm not fixated on that.
But let me talk to
land now, George, or rejecting land. I'm only fixated on individuals that I consider as persona non grata for me. Persona non grata for me, which I can't even stand them when I just look at them and their policies. I cannot stand them. So that's what I'm saying.
National mind, you have condemned Tinubu. You have condemned Nigeria.
I agree.
You do not see anything good in Nigeria. You have demarcated Nigeria so many times.
Can I come in, gentlemen?
Don't do this now. Why must you say demarket Nigeria? You people don't come and spread this enigmatic rhetorics here.
Gentlemen,
that is the truth. That is the truth.
I would like to come in for a minute.
Okay. Can we just allow our friend
Adewale, right? Of course. Let him go ahead, please.
Thank you very. Yes, that's me.
Oh, you come with Dewale. That was what I was.
No, I just shortened it since most of the people on the panel always saying Dewale, so I shortened it to that. It's all the same anyway. If you look at my DP, the picture I put up there, you see the man with the toothpick. He doesn't care what anybody's saying on this panel. He's doing his own thing and he's growing with it. But I think, if I may, the topic that you guys were talking about, the video that you guys play of Obi criticizing Tinubu going abroad to seek for foreign investment. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you say?
You're right.
Yes,
and I think I heard my brother Ola, the only one supporting Obi on that one. You should have asked the question: was Obasanjo succeeded when he was junketting the globe, canvassing for support and investment in Nigeria in 1999? You see, the number one salesman of that country called Nigeria is the president himself. And who else is in position, or in the best position to sell Nigeria to foreigners? A lot of people, even where we all work, who want to visit our country because of the news or the information being put out there, scare them off to the point that they wouldn't want to come to Nigeria. Here in abroad where we live, whether in US, UK, anywhere, whether in Europe, those who live in China, they have crime happening every blessed day. That alone is enough to scare people off. But the crime being reported, if you watch local news every day in America, you'll be scared to even go out from your own house. And here we are, maybe 5% of the crime being reported, and that enough. Look at the what Department of State put out on their website. A lot of states in Nigeria, especially in the northern state and in the southeast and south, have been declared no-go area for American. So tell me, who is in best position? Tinubu is not just globetrotting around simply because he's looking for investment. He's selling the country. And how best do you sell the country? By the word of what comes from their leaders. And when they hear that with a personal, commitment, and that enough is, to, galvanize people to want to be curious about what is happening in Nigeria. I wouldn't condemn him, for doing that. As a matter of fact, I'm expected him to do that because if he had stayed domestically and tried to solve the issue, within the Nigeria, I'll be looking at you. You don't know what you're doing, and for be criticizing him, he still has a lot to learn about being in a position of opposition. He's trying hard to play opposition, but it's not. If he's in that
the way Nigerians describe insecurity in Nigeria, the moment you land in Nigeria, you almost be shaking. The moment you land, you think, I'm in trouble, I'm in wala. But then after like a day in Nigeria, you realize that this is very peaceful.
Someone, if a friend traveled home,
a lot of white people travel. Once they get to Nigeria, they imagine say,
a friend of mine traveled home not quite long ago. He traveled with his American wife. At first, I was like, look, don't go beyond Lagos State. He said, no problem. Had even forgotten that they've traveled. Guess what? This dude called me on WhatsApp. And guess where I was? In Agbo. I was shocked. I said, you took your wife down there? I said, yeah. When I got together, I did a video call. So, look, we should forget about this narrative of the country is not safe or not. You can't solve your problem domestically alone. You still have to go out there. Every day, there are a lot of ghettos in America, and I believe there are ghettos in Europe as well. But how many of it do you see on the national television every day? How many of those places do you see on their movies? They sell what they want you to. Even in New York, as glorious as it looks on the television, it's like the most ghetto-ish city you can find in the entire world.
If you live in America, you know that in America, almost every city, there are some places you can't go.
There are so many ways a nation can sell itself. And when the leader, a newly elected leader of that country, say, you know what, I need to go out there and do more. I was amazed the day I saw Dangote's commercial on the national television here in America. I was full of pride for the fact that a Nigerian national company is projecting Nigeria on the in American soil. To me, it's something that I found so.
What was the commercial all about?
It was trying to bring people to invest in Dangote, that the company is doing well and they should come and see the marvelous thing they are doing.
I've seen the commercial too.
And to me, that
spending a lot. So what's the big deal?
Yeah, but guess what? If tomorrow is trading on the United New York Stock Exchange, it will be a thing of pride that a Nigerian-owned domestic company is doing. Look at our banks. Our banks are
expanded. Can you invest in Dangote? Can you invest in Dangote?
Why not? The company is thriving despite all the log jams and the bureaucracy and everything going in Nigeria. He's still thriving. He's still the biggest, one of the biggest employers in Nigeria. So
if Dangote says share, I go buy Yafu. Don't try.
So to me, you see, partisanship apart, what please? When we look at things holistically, what is expected of any newly elected president as of now is to launder the image of that country, and by doing so, you are bringing people. You are like a magnet. You are bringing people and trying to tell them what you've done, what your policy is going to be all about. As long as they see that transparency in you, they will bring their money. Commitment will be signed and all that. Memorandum of understanding will be signed, and they will come to see what is on ground.
That's what they signed.
Look at the comment of this one candle guy.
That is how it always starts. You can't just go out and say, look, bring your money. I have to showcase what I have to you first.
So thank you
then
very
you
much.
say you commit to you commit to.
Let me probe you a little bit. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It says showcase. Now, a president went in front of the New York Stock Exchange. He said all this grandiose things that he said he did, and which were all for almost 90% of it, not 95% of it, are just all lies.
Let's move on from there.
You see that? You see?
Give us an example of what it is.
Any platform that is. Any platform that is offered to you, you will grab it with your two hands.
Sell your country, man.
Because I'm not saying even if they grant you an access to presidents, let's say 6 of the head of state that are president, you will embrace it. You will grab it with your two hands because you are. But even the Nasdaq what do you call it, bell ringing and all that, it's still a platform. It's still a platform to London.
That's not wrong. Oh, no, get me. You are trying to sell.
To me, I don't think we should be criticizing him on that one. I don't think so.
No. Hold on. This is what I'm criticizing. Listen, I'm not saying that. No, don't get me wrong. It's a good thing. He's number one marketer for Nigeria. The president is number one marketer, and he should use.
Rashama, you're hosting. Can we say a word? Can we get a word in there?
Can I say something? You put a word. Can I just land? I've not even landed anything. He's number one marketer. Yeah, I agree with you. But those things he's saying, how true are they? Back home in Nigeria, you say you are fighting financial crime. Your EFCC chairman is under lock. We don't even know what is happening to the guy. You've not had a new one. And we saw so many allegations. People, your CBN governor, you locked him up. There's no transparency as to that.
What does the former CBN governor?
So is he supposed to tell them that it's not fighting financial crime?
When I'm as an investor, I want to be sure that my money, if there is any legal hurdle that I have to.
So rational mind, Tinubu should tell them that hey, your money is not safe. I'm not fighting.
Is Ola still in the studio?
Mike, maybe you have to handle something.
Ola,
because I can't be able to penetrate.
Is Ola still in the studio?
I don't know if I don't think. Yeah, he's still here.
I want to ask him if he had worked in the marketing department before.
I think he's away. I think he's away from his.
Oh, okay. Look, if you have done anything marketing before, you will sell a dead fish. Is it to Eskimo, or you sell an ice? What I'm trying to say is this: when you go out there to market something, you market your product. You know the way you buy so assorted. You will project it in such a way that this is the best product you could ever come across. And I would not criticize him for saying all what is said at that platform, because it's about projecting. It's about saying, look, this is what we are. This is what is happening. Nobody cares about Mayfield. Mayfield can rot in jail for who knows. Now we have a replacement. Okay. First and foremost, I have personal grievance against Mayfield. Okay. And for the fact that, what happens when it was at the end of affair of CBN, to me, is not a pardonable offense. So he can rot in jail for all I care. And it has nothing to do with this administration, for crying out loud. He's in custody. He has allegations to deal with his Bible, that he's moving around with. As far as I'm concerned, the one you are trying to use, like the rule of law, all those arrests and all that, look, they know how to deal with themselves. It has nothing to do with the economy of the country. If you are found wanting, fine. If not, if you have political scores to settle, that's on them. But what is on ground is we need our economy to turn around. And by trying to attract foreigners to come and invest their money in this country, look, as long as whatever I can say to get that money, get it. That is what I support. So we shouldn't knock him down for whatever he said out there. What we consider a lie. Domestically, we know what's the truth, right? But when you go out there, tell them whatever you want to tell them, sell whatever you want. Just make sure. The bottom line is that once you bring something, that is what people care about. And for Obi that is trying to put himself like opposition, he needs to learn how to play opposition. He's trying really hard. If you're going to use example, don't come and use Bangladesh as an example in Nigeria. That is an heresy. You can't bring a third world country that is even crawling.
Your country is what? Your country is what? Nigeria is what?
We're not doing badly. We're not doing badly. Do you know we've gone to that stage of on the precipice of being close, completely shut down before? But you know, it's not about Ikwerre, it's about proud of what you have.
This is not pride. This
You
is not.
cannot.
So
in that video when he said that Macron went to was it Bangladesh because they ordered a plane. Between the seller and the buyer, who is the king? Can you manufacture it? No. So you depend on me to manufacture it for you, right? So you're going to be the one to knock at my door. Other countries can,
But then when Trump went to Saudi Arabia, when they nearly bought those fighter jets, who is the king there?
Because see. If we are talking about no, the dynamic. Oh no, hold on, rational man, hold on. Now. The dynamic of the relationship between Saudi Arabia and America is way different.
Thank you very much.
Different from the one between Nigeria and America, or Bangladesh to France, or Bangladesh to America, or any other countries. The dynamic of those two, it's go beyond give and take. They have a partnership that goes beyond money exchanging hand. Number one, they have security issues. America depends on Saudi Arabia in that region to guarantee safety, to guarantee peace. There's a way you make somebody will make somebody comfortable enough to make them feel important, but you can crush them. Right? So the relationship is quite different. So America, any day, anytime, whether Republican or Democrat is the one in power, they will ensure that whatever Saudi Arabia wanted, they will grant it. Look at what happens to Khashoggi, the journalist, right? That's enough. The noise that one generated is enough to say, you know what, today we are severing our relationship with you guys. But look at the way they make things seem. It's not a big deal, right? But today, that relationship is still strong, still waxing strong. So we can't compare that. Now, when Obi is making reference to Bangladesh, you should be making reference to something bigger than Nigeria. If you are going to play a position, make it look like, look, you have something that is better that you can offer beyond what is being
Let me leave. I want to leave you guys because these people, I just don't understand.
You can't leave. You can't leave.
If we try to compare Nigeria to US, don't compare Nigeria to US.
No, I'm not comparing Nigeria to US.
What are you people ever going to stand on and ever going to accept?
See. I think what we are.
Leave all of you.
Nigerians are not patient enough. They said when you eat your dinner during the breakfast, you go hungry to bed. And that is what we've been doing. We spend money on things that are not necessary. And when you don't have something that you depend on, you will suffer like the way we are suffering right now. It started shortly after, I would say, Yaradua administration. That was when the governor felt emboldened to the point that I believe that whatever Nigeria is, earning, that they also will have a say in how it's going to be distributed or spent. Now, the money going to the state covers, it's enough to make each state buoyant and develop economically. But even to the point that the federal government unleashed the power of EFCC and ICPC, they still found their way. They circumvent that system to make themselves feel much important. Look at all the president that has been in power since Yaradua. They've been put in place by the governor. Is it Bola Tinubu? The progressive put him there, the APC governors. Was it, what is it called? Jonathan? They were the one that gave him the support. And today they consider themselves the Lord of the Manor because they rule state any way they like, right? So, if you look at that, and the money being spent on frivolous things and sending people to go to pilgrimage and all that, you realize that what we'll be spending money on. There's nothing wrong in taking care of people, of your subjects, but when that money is concentrated or the wealth is concentrated on one hand, only certain minority or uh, number percentage, then it becomes a problem. All right. So that is the problem Nigeria's been having. I think we're on the right track. I think, Nigerians are going to start paying tax. There's no way around it. You cannot escape it. Nigerians will not be able to escape it. Now, how that money will be able to be judiciously, spending is what I'm not sure about. But Nigerians will pay. And when you're able to generate money internally, and whatever you're able to mop up, on your foreign and exchange and all that, then we should be able to be on the right track to be economically buoyant. Okay. Um, and I think that will also enable, productivity um, in the long run because we won't depend more on, importation of foreign materials and all that. But right now, we can't put a stop on importation because if we do, Nigerians will crowd foul. Our taste already changed, right? So I believe gradually we'll start winning Nigeria off foreign goods, foreign materials. And I think, hello? It's a little bit static. Can you, hello? Oh, okay. I heard Thomas clearly, but I think Chris Daddy is the one a little bit cracked.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's kind of like static.
Yeah, that wasn't me. I don't know who was talking.
Okay.
But I stepped away. So I don't know if you talk directly about Peter B's comments in the Bangladesh, because people like Russia might think maybe he was doing the right thing, but I think we have an idea what the whole thing is about. But Peter B is always having the wrong foot forward all the time, so we don't really know.
It's gradually becoming Showore now.
How?
with his utterances, yeah, it's more like let me criticize, not about mandated more. Before he was acting that gentlemanly, like okay, different from others, but now he's sounding more like Showore, those revolutionary statesmen, something that is. And I bet you, if you put them in power today, Nigeria is still going to be upside down the way it is.
Of course, because Peter B is not that detailed in what he talks about. He just he puts some flash. What he does is just I'm not impressed about it, but it's not about to be impressed if he does the right things.
You know what, Prince Daddy? Before I lose my thought, when Trump, sorry, that's your man. When Tinubu went to New York, he talked about dairy production, right? It was making reference to that. How can we not be able to produce our own milk for the children, right? But here is a country. This is how you know that we are really upside down. Here is a country that would not allow the herdsman to have a ranch. They don't believe in ranching, but roaming around the street, in their cities and all that with their cows and all that. So that is to tell you that it's not even the government, but the beliefs, the norms that people stick to, that this is the way it should be. I mean, we've had this issue of Fulani herdsmen and all that. Now, if you're able to build a ranch, you employ people, you put them there, you rear your cow, you produce milk in mass, and you'll be able to domestically satisfy the demands domestically, right? Then we can export the remaining one. But they don't believe. They don't believe in it. That is to tell you how upside Nigeria mentality is. So even when you have a government policy that is suitable, that is the best you can apply, and you have that kind of mindset, it's still going to be, a roadblock to that progress that we all yearning for. So even if we put Obi there today, it's still going to face that same opposition of those who wouldn't want to have a ranch. I'm just giving an example.
Well, yeah, I mean, everything worked together, and that's why, like, Shura does not have that capacity. In thinking about it, Peter Obi does not, and it shows. And after the election, the section of the country that voted for him. So that's the thing. We need somebody that understands, the whole, you know, aspect of Nigeria. How to relate to the people, and I believe Tinubu is the person. But when it comes to investments, it's just beyond. I mean, Peter B doesn't understand a lot of things. It's quite apparent, when people trying to make an argument for him. Sometimes, like people like Des, for example, and other people, we want those people to go. We want those people to invest in Nigeria for sure. They have to invest. We need a lot of people, a lot of such people. But sometimes you need like targeted investments. You have to look at your country. Where do we need large investment in what sector? Then you go out there and court such people to bring the investment to your country to invest, that bring the money to invest in your country. And that's the way it works. You can't just say honey and bee, then investors will show up. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but also something that will benefit the small scale enterprises because they are the foundation of building wealth for the country, not the multinational. When people have business to business model, that is how money, exchange hand and distributed. Um, and at the end of the day, you're able to, you know, uh, the standard of living is going to improve. But when money is completely concentrated on a single hand or just a few majority, and those people are holding up or not, spending it or or plow the money back into the circulation, and that is where you have a lopsided and it will affect economy. And I give you an example. In the past we used to have. Uh, Back in the village, we used to have a goldsmith, a child of a goldsmith being sent to college, right? Uh, they build houses, they buy cars because they have high number of patronage, right? And even tailor, what we call fashion designer now, and carpentries and all that, because people's gonna need them. People gonna need their services, and they get paid. The bricklayers, right? Because people making enough money to build houses, and so when you have such uh, going on and have money moving around, then people are going to be, established and economy is going to grow. Now, the money, the foreign investment that is coming is something that you can look at, let's say, power sector, right? You want to come in, you want to pump money into that sector, establish or be in partnership with a domestic company, uh, and I don't know what, and you're able to, able to expand, uh, have cities, town connected, or maybe transportations, right? That becomes the vehicle of linking businesses together. Those are the areas we need foreign investment, right? We're not talking about the at the smaller level. So, and if we can have more, because no matter what, we still need to build infrastructure, right? So when you have people that believe in all that, then we can have the small scale up, and then government now able to make some certain grants or loans available for, let's say, for farmers, for people that, for ordinary person that can easily at the lower interest rate. Now that is how a country can grow economically. Uh, but before we get there, you also have to have enough. If you don't have enough, you will not be able to do all that, right? So just like some companies, I mean, other countries are looking what and felt what they can do. Dubai has become a good example of how a country can grow economically without depending more on oil, on fossil fuel. because what they've done is to build that country to such a level of reputation that the money generating from tourism enough is enough to, for the country to depend on, apart from the oil, right? So we can look inward to, but I think also that our people need orientation. Our mindset need to be uh, retooled because, even an ordinary Nigerian wouldn't want to do the right thing. If they are alone and you expect them to do the right thing, then ordinary Nigerians would not. That integrity, aspect of it is still have some question mark. Nigeria will want the fastest way of thinking that way. If I don't take this opportunity, somebody else is going to come after me and steal this money and take all these resources and plunder it. So why not just take the one we can take? I mean, I think that's where that slang of "oh boy, shine your eyes," means grab your opportunity and move on. So when you have a country that have orientation that doesn't really
Let me give you
depend,
an example of what you just said now.
yeah.
I heard of a person, a head of service in Abeokuta, Ogun State. This is not money work way. This is not something. This happens. My own sister was there. Do you know what this woman did? Her child that's just been enrolled in university. He has already secured a post for him. Normal, not in a normal sense, they should employ somebody on that post. Do you know what this guy did? He's putting youth corps every year on that seat to do that job for the next 4 years that the kids will graduated in school
Graduate.
and
Can
come
you
and
imagine?
occupy the space.
See that? You see that mindset? You see that mindset? That's terrible. It's not. It's any Nigerian who want to do that, if given an opportunity, it's because you and I were outside the country. See, I'm not trying to uh, make myself look pious or say that I don't have that kind of mindset. If push come to shove, we will do some terrible things. And that is what we want to, Nigerians need reorientation. The lack of trust between people and the government is so wide, right? And also within ourselves, in our own home, the family value is eroded. It's no longer there. You see parents lie in front of their kids like it's normal, and that kid would grow up thinking, well, that is normal. After all, my parents lie right there in my face. Something I like, go tell your language that I'm not at home. When you are home, all of these things contributing to family, value, and that kid will grow up thinking that the emotional aspect of it is taken up. If that child doesn't have emotion anymore, believe that okay, this is the way of life. You see kid telling lies, you can't call them out because you believe that what they're going to gain. You should have your kids cheating in school and you believe that is cool. Your kids are now doing Yahoo, you believe that is the way to life. I understand the poverty out of it, but poverty shouldn't erode or take away our sense of reasoning.
Our sense
And
of
so
belonging.
our sense of reasoning. And at the end of the day, all these things contributed to the same downward side that we're sliding because the people going to the government are human beings and they're also Nigerians. So when you have people that are willing to serve, but they are
They
being
are
compelled,
my wife, they are your
they are,
child, they are your
yeah,
brother, they are your
they
sister.
they hand twisted. They hand twisted to the point that they cannot function. That's why I say even if Obi is the president today, look, Nigeria is still going to be Nigeria. Okay, in Nigeria we have politicians in office. We know how much National Assembly had. We not put it in the white and black, but we know they don't hear much officially, right? But they kept paddling their salary because they have people waiting at their constituency. I don't know if we know any of our senators or House of Representative members, and they go home. There are people already waiting for them at home, even if there's no virtual person like physically present in the house, through the chairman of the party in his ward, through the chairman in his local government, through the king in his town, or one, there will be somebody who already compiled the list of what people needed. People will be asking for school fees. So even if they don't want to steal, they still go out there and steal.
Because they want to secure the next 4 years.
Because of their ego. They want to make sure that they succeeded, politically. So, and at the end of the day, if they don't give, guess what we'll do? They'll start campaigning against that individual. Oh, it's of no good, it's a stupid person. Don't support this, don't support that. At the end of the day, that person will not come back second time or third time. So we have that mindset. You want to do good, but the society, the country would not allow you because you'll be hand twisted. You'll be handicapped. So what we can do is Nigeria need to have a reorientation. They said, okay, I'll give you an example. Recently, Lagos State launched the metro line, right?
Yeah.
Right. And during the maiden edition of that flight, the rails, this thing, people find it difficult to be on the line, queuing up. I mean, as you come, you be on the line, so you know who come after you, right? Immediately that train stopped. I believe that coach was enough to accommodate every single one present at that station on that day. Guess what they were doing? They were rushing. As if it's not going to come back and pick them up. They were rushing. Okay, tell me. Not as if that train is not going to come back to pick them up. And they're still doing it. Why do we have that mentality? Why? Why?
It's inbuilt.
It is in us. We are criminally minded. We are I don't know. Our brain is wired in such a way that we think wrongly first before we start looking at it. Okay, we have this very what do you call it? Critical thinking skill, but we think wrongly first before we start thinking straight. Because we're looking at how would it benefit us, and average Nigeria will not sacrifice anything, whether it's life or anything, for the entire populace. Never.
Never.
No. And here we are. This telephone we are both using now, somebody sacrificed something for it. All right. Research everything. The sleepless night. Maybe somebody loses their life. Right. But today we have satellite up here. We have cell phone in our hand because somebody took it upon themselves to develop for the mankind so that life will be easier for people coming behind. Why can't we do that? So that's why I said, even if the government has the best policy to apply, as far as Nigerian case is concerned, our mentality need to be, to change. We need reorientation, and I think constant education of people. Before we used to have MAMSA that will go on NTA and start putting, that's what we call propaganda now. But it worked to some extent. When the Diagbons and Buhari came in 1983, I believe, no, 83, yeah, when they came, they said war against indiscipline. So Nigerians, anywhere we find ourselves, we must queue up. We must learn how to be on the line.
Unless
we must be patient enough.
You get koboko.
Those people crossing the expressway, endangering their life, get flogged. Even up to the Tinubu's era, there was a task force being put on in Lagos, Jota, Woroshokiro, and all that, and people are still crossing. Even when the flyover was built, they are still crossing. So it tells you about an average Nigerian mindset. It's not just in urban area, but even in the local state as well, local areas as well. So, by and large,
a local government in your state, the state government put up a primary health education there, but to what they call it, to maintain the hospital order, they just maybe card of 100 naira or 200 naira to see the doctor for consumption. Do you know the clerk of the hospital went and print his own receipt?
I'm telling you.
My
I said it on this show that I happens to know something when I was working in the bank there. The Lagos State, and I say it again, I repeat it again. Lagos State General Hospital Lagos State General Hospitals, including Highland Maternity and Nanyike House in Lagos State. Those hospitals are equipped enough to be self-sustained without government pumping money into those hospitals.
Hospitals.
They are self-sustained. Look, I tell you this: those hospital workers that work there, to the point that they will go to Babalawo's house so that they will not take them away or move them to another. Because some of them are already low. They are see. When I was Lagos Center Maternity, the only money that they don't touch is the blood. You know, at the blood bank.
But Dewale, that's how it is everywhere. You know, that's why I preach control. See, I got what you are saying. Look at when I was processing the document with the Ogun State government, for example. They even encouraged me a property that I was developing. Oh, don't put your wife on this thing. They will double tax you. They will do all those stuff. Do you know what those people were trying to do? So that they will find a way to get money from me to say they want to help me reduce. At the end of the day, I may even end up paying more than what I was supposed to pay to the government. But because me, I be alagidi, call Ekiti person, and I am risk adverse when I'm dealing with the government. I don't want story. I went to Abeokuta myself. That okay, if you guys want to help me for 200, even if Abeokuta, the government is going to charge 1 million, I will pay that 1 million. Now, how did Abeokuta, how did the Ogun State resolve this problem? It's what they call, you know, the hard corporate and auto pay solution. Now, if your payment, so they were trying to discourage payment by cash. Just go and pay this thing through either e-transfer or through InterSwitch. They started reducing, similar to what Lagos State did. So the thing, what I'm saying in essence is this: human being want to steal everywhere. I'll give you an example now. You know, as a private contractor, you know, for us to survive, funny enough, I see how some people too that work with me whenever I have serious work to do. To tell you that Igbo they steal. Have you ever noticed before that? Let's assume you have, let me give an example. Let's assume you have Texas Oil and Gas. If they want to employ you directly, go and look at that thing properly. They will pay you, like, let's say $60 per hour. But if they carry the same job, go give one human resources company, that job they are paying you 60, they will pay those companies $200. And they go come pay you, that company go come pay you like 90. What do you think is happening there? Corruption inside that dealing. Because you will find out that even some of those people that are giving those HR company that job, you will find that the director of the company that is working in that Texas oil and gas, you will find that they have hand in that third party they are giving it that into. But how do you monitor? How do all those internal revenue go after these people? They put some kind of control measure in place. So stealing and corrupt enrichment is not limited to Nigeria.
But exactly those people that are going to be in control, they are also going to collude with the people.
No, see, you put them in control. You understand? But you put a structure in place. Okay, look at it this way. In the banking environment, if you are dealing with cash straight away, if you are paying by cash, it is very easy for people to collude. If you use electronics, some people will see jolly, but it will be reduced. Well, those people that already are dining with the devil will still go ahead and see jolly, but they can be caught. That is the difference.
But if you are trying, when it comes to public administration, it's guided by policies, government policies, and procedures. And as of now, civil service or the general civil servants are the one going to be in charge of how things goes in those ministries and all that. And that is why it's going to be so hard putting those controls in place, because as long as human being, Nigeria quote unquote, are going to be the one to be in charge of the control and whatever method you are trying to do to checkmate those um, SSCs and all that, the Nigerians that you think you put in place to checkmate those things are also going to be the ringleader, because they know the loopholes.
Baba, that's why you are private. Okay, let me give you an example now. If you want to process your transcript in Nigeria, those say you will have to give someone money that will help you run. Otherwise, they will neglect your transcript. But today, you don't need to do that again. There are some agency that you pay. They will go through. Today,
I give somebody money. Well, it was my friend anyway, so I gave somebody money to help me process my
transcript.
And it was even my own was even I was lucky. I really got lucky. He went to my school. I spoke with the assistant registrar, and they were both transparent. You see, Ola, to be
No. I understand what you are saying, but we now have agency now that is doing that thing now, and now all those things, because because whatever because the school and those agencies, they are sharing money now. The money now they're taking it to those money away from all those officers that will not do their job. So what I'm saying is this: most
you are in Canada. If I met you are in Canada, right?
Yes.
Please, I would like to have a word with you one-on-one. If you don't mind, I can give my number on the I can contact you. I can give you my number on that.
I will post my WhatsApp number here now.
Okay, great.
If my email you want, anyone you want, I will give you.
Let's do the WhatsApp so that I can talk with you more later on. Not today, but at least I'll be able to communicate. I'll put my own number as well.
I will drop my WhatsApp number here now. So
okay.
So as I was saying, because there are some areas today that we are supposed to use to create value for people, but some people are sitting on that. That's the problem. Look at the driver license issue now. Why should they be handled by the FRSC when you can give it to private people too? Why do you think Lagos State is able to collect taxation, the taxes the way they are collecting?
Oh,
people are always seeing the outcome. Just all of a sudden, Tinubu is dropping. No, if they've not put alphabet there, Lagos State will not be collecting taxes the way they are now.
That's true.
That's what people are missing.
That's true.
Before the people, the Lagos State civil servant will be the one that will be eating the money.
Oh yeah, it's not even that, but I witnessed it, my brother. I witnessed that.
So
Lagos Internal Revenue was a shadow of itself.
Exactly. So that's exactly what I'm saying, because we have those bureaucracy. So if you can
but despite that too, today Alphabeta is still a how do you say it? What should the words I want? This was miss. This what I wanted to use. It's still a not compromise keep coming to my mind. It's still a
it's still compromise. People are still
no, not compromise. It's a debatable issue because people still felt that Alphabeta was owned by Tinubu and being used to siphon the state government money.
Baba, if you know
controversial. Thank you. Controversial.
If you know how many cases in courts whenever companies lose bid to get a contract, you'll be shocked. You have your own company, you want to give contract, maybe you want some people to lease you printers. And some people now they feel they lost out in a way that they believe that was not justified. They can take you to court again for your own contract too. So the corruption is everywhere.
And even those who awarded the contract, you have to give them certain percentage before you even commence the
people
before
think
the
you know
takeoff
they
grant
collect
was
a
given.
and they tell
Yeah.
people say if anybody that thinks say you know they collect a gunje, then the person has never been into say.
I mean, look at that. I know President Ali is not on the show right now, so he will not come and attack me on Senator Menendez. If you're on the show, don't come out. So, President Ali, the man was indicted recently for they raided his house. They found a couple of bars of golds and also wristwatches and also Mercedes Benz that was given to him by the foreign entity, so that they will help. He was the chairman of the foreign committee. So according to the indictment, he used that position to acquire those material things. So him and his wife. That was what the indictment read, and he said he didn't do anything wrong, to the point that they caught him searching for the cost of bar of gold. America is whew. So I mean, look at Joe Biden. Joe Biden has a house worth almost 3 millions in where is he even from? Um, uh, uh, Delaware. I mean, Delaware of all people. Who lives in Delaware that I know of from Nigeria? Anybody in Nigeria living in? Well, you'll be surprised to find Nigeria there. So, I mean, look at him. He built for himself a house worth of almost 3 to 5 million worth of a house. Look at Obama. How much is the salary of a president? Look at what is it called?
No, that of Obama. I don't know whether it's for
Wow,
for
wow,
that, but
Adwale,
Obama is from my high school area. Or we used to
President,
call
don't
him
talk.
our
Oh.
school.
I didn't invite you. Don't talk. Oh.
I know. This is. I heard
I'm
in the
going.
background. Wait,
I'm
but
going
but
against
but it
my
sounds like
people.
you've been fair though. That's kind of interesting. You've been. I mean,
Prince Adi, let me just say Dewale something. You understand? For the fact that he has relationship with our school, University of Illinois at Urbana Champion, if that guy was coming to just give a speech to address us, Namonio. You understand?
Yeah.
Those speeches that he is giving, some of those speeches, they are worth like about $15,000.
But call me some slack. See all this in Abuju Boju. Look at See, do you know that Tony Elumelu is now a regular feature in Bill Clinton's foundation because he's pumping.
Are you saying it's free?
No, it's not
You think
free.
it's
Of course, I watched him. Giving fresh kiss to Hillary. I was like, hey, look at this. Do you think Hillary gave a hoot about him? But because of the money he's going to shell out, and he also is buying his way into the upper society so that he will get connection and will be called and partnerships and all that. That was what billionaire does, and he has attained that status as well internationally. But you have to wet the ground. So the Senator Menendez that has been dragged now by the Fed, was doing the same thing. It just happens that he got caught or they decided to halt him.
so hold on, Adwale, hold on. So Menendez is a Republican?
He's a Democrat.
So why would I attack you?
No,
the
I know
question.
that is a topic you would like to come and say, yeah, that is true. I know you want to come in there because
So Dewale, before I lose my thought, do you know how many books and species of Obama that are being sold now as we speak? We are talking of those books that bring millions of dollars to them. So once they get to that, once they get out of that position, you understand, they are like a deity to some people. Even if they come out and publish rubbish, they will sell millions of copies. So that's why I said their own is understandable. I won't even
so
talk
where
about
did
them.
where did what is it called? Uncle Joe, where did he get money to buy a house worth of millions in Delaware? The house,
$5 million or what? $5 billion.
yeah.
Oh.
Is it 5 or 8 million?
See.
Senator Ted Cruz lives in a house worth of 10 million here in Houston, Texas. Where did he get the money from? His wife works with
let me see Joe Biden if he has published book before.
They always lie, Gary.
I know they are still corrupt. I'm not saying they are not corrupt. That's not what I'm saying. But don't compare to our own senators in Nigeria, for example, that they can't even write their own the story of their own life, the story of their family.
No, they can
Can't
write it,
even
but
write the
just
story
that
of it. So,
they can write it, but it
no,
won't. It
I'm
won't
just
sell.
saying it's an illustration. You understand? I
Oh,
understand.
okay.
You understand? That their own is to dip hand into the treasury directly and loot. But these people, they can use their position to enrich themselves through corruption or whatever. But you will see something they are pushing out. But now, for example, please tell me, how did Dino Melaye become multi-billionaire? Are you see the
That's a
type of
very. In
houses
fact,
he
till
built in Nigeria?
tomorrow, that's the question, and I want somebody to answer me, or even he himself.
Hold on, Mota, does that guy have a lot of money? Really?
Who?
Dino
Dino
Melaye.
Melaye, yeah.
The car in his house alone that he was showing, that we were showing
I know,
online.
but this guy, I don't think he has any business. Does he really have real money? I just want to. I don't. I'm because the guy is not a. I mean, is not a. Was never a governor. He was. I mean, he gets his money from his senate. I mean, where did he get his money from? He doesn't have. He doesn't have access to a lot of money, unless I'm mistaken.
It's what Soyinka called Bajue.
So, because
He
you
used his
allow
position as a senator to extort a lot of people. A lot
Even
of
before he became senator,
Okay, well, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Let me let me say something, because the senators are deceiving us, right? That we earn 1 million, whatever. Look, all those consistency projects, some of they influence the contractors. You understand? Let me give you an example. This guy, who was this former governor of Ogun State? There was a contractor then that
Benga Daniel
Amosu, a contractor brought several millions of naira to him after he executed the contract. He just said, okay, how do people know? Because he made it public that, okay, no, that money, just take it and go and execute a particular project. Just because he spoke, right? If he didn't speak, you don't know how many governors are collecting kickback. That's just one contractor. Then look at Obasanjo today. Even I love Obasanjo, I like his achievement. How do you say someone is corrupt when, because you use your position when you were still in power, you say, okay, you were building presidential library. Although he said when he died that that Obasanjo library becomes is for the public. That is not for Obasanjo. That's what he said. I don't know. That's what he said. I'm just holding him to his word.
With several children, they will fight over it to death.
If he actually will it to the public, there's nothing they can do. If he give something to the government,
the man of Obasanjo, he lacked moral. He lacked a moral standing to be the torchlight or the standard or the golden standard, for how a leadership should be. When he's talking, I'll just look at him like, I don't know. I respect him. I respect him because of old age, number one. I respect him for the fact he had occupied leadership position in Nigeria. But whenever it's actually, he said something in the news lately that people they didn't really knock him down for that. When he was talking about if coup happened today in Nigeria, what can I do? It's nothing I can do because people seeking for liberator. How on earth that man will make such statement?
He is trying to propose that kind of thing.
He's inciting them. He's trying to say, look, man, if you do it, fine. I mean, that speaks completely against what he...
On the contrary, I don't believe Obasanjo will promote coup because he brought the presidential system upon us.
No. What, see, allowed the fact that he didn't say anything. You see, he said he didn't support. Later on, he claimed that he would never support coup. But in that statement, he said, the youth are looking for liberator. And he later went on and said, well, if the coup happened today, what can he do? And there's nothing I can do.
Look,
in the first place, he shouldn't even have brought it up.
Please say something like that.
He should have completely knocked that.
Obasanjo will not go for coup. See, the only reason Obasanjo is afraid of the like of Tinubu.
For this Tinubu, you will.
Wait now. The only reason he's afraid of Tinubu is this. He knows the position of the like of Tinubu about regionalism. Now, the like of Tinubu, if they have their way, we may be going back to something similar to what the like of Awolowo proposed, if he has his way. Now, for knowing that, you are trying to destroy the legacy of Obasanjo that brought upon us the presidential system. That is what Obasanjo has been fighting tooth and nail since. It's not because when you say he's a nationalist, he brought us the presidential system and he has been trying very hard to make sure that he has that legacy to his death. So,
but Obasanjo wasn't the one that brought the presidential system, though.
He was the head of state. He was the head of state when they brought it.
It wasn't.
No, it was his constitution. Now it was his constitution that brought
presidential 79. Yeah.
During the Abu Salam regime.
But we've been mirroring presidential system even way before 1979, though.
Yes, no, that what we were doing was a parliamentary system, not a presidential. The one you see, the Azikiwe you see, was just ceremonial, like
what about the
one right from the 65, we'll be having right from 65, we'll be having unitary system of government. The one that you're just referring to
is not presidential now. But not presidential.
But if you look at it in terms of bringing the country in, having one head of state completely over ruling the entire regions in the country, the only thing that is different is the separations of powers and all those other democratic settings that give power to the states and all that. Other than that, that is the only thing different. And the president becomes the monarchy. That is the only difference. But the moment the military felt, okay, we need to harmonize and bring the country together, and we're going to have one single head of state, and it's going to be in charge of the entire country. That to me is almost similar, but it just expand the government when the 79 Constitution was imposed on everyone.
Honestly, to me, it's not similar. If you look at the structure of the military, that they go on. It's not in
but the Aguiyi Ironsi's administration abolished the premierships and all that.
Parliamentary system.
Yeah, he abolishes it.
Yeah,
you now have administrators in place.
His unitary system was not presidential. It was never.
In terms of the operational and the internal system, it may not, because at that time was a military regime, but the 79 was
as a matter of fact, it was the structure that Aguiyi Ironsi ran was exactly what Nnamdi Azikiwe was presenting. That it could not succeed because Santana or Sokoto didn't want to follow Nigeria. As a matter of fact, the northern Nigeria was the part that first of all decided to secede. It was the like of Awolowo that convinced him that said no. If you practice this federal system, parliamentary federal system, that okay, every region will be able to decide on what to do on their own. At that time the thing was working until the ambitious people, until they find their excuse, to kill our democracy and brought upon us the unitary system that we did not need. Right. So, but I think the problem there is that when the northern leader look at it, you look at this, they kill our leaders now. See, when they were saying, oh, if Awolowo, they could have installed Awolowo, all those in that story. If Awolowo no day inside jail that time, they from Yamutura.
They for killer.
After all, the Yamutu Akintonana. So all the story that wanted to. If you really wanted to,
I don't think they will have succeeded. I don't think they will have succeeded. Wow.
You think those soldiers to no get over?
Yeah, but come to think of it, the 76 coup when Obasanjo was. I was told that this man went hiding when the Murtala was killed. That he was hiding. They had to go bring Obasanjo.
It was that he didn't want to do it. I said he was going, and he didn't want to. It was
And that was
that
why
say, Oga, you will become the head of state, and we support you.
And that is when he has become. He has been a puppet to the North for a very long time.
No, people just say it's the puppet of the North. I don't see him as puppet of the North.
He has always been the kind of the North. They trust him.
When you had a class,
Adewale is a northern sympathizer, no doubt.
Yes.
Which one we call Askisa, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I a different perspective, but I don't see him as.
See, Ola, look at it. Each time he has had the opportunity to govern the country, what did he do? He relinquished power to the Northerner. He single-handedly brought out a sick man to become the president of Nigeria, right?
The politics he played there, I didn't like it. But
and when it was handed over to the civilian in the 77, 78, what did he do? He brought a teacher, somebody who is less
qualified. I think his game plan is somebody he can
control.
Okay.
Right, and he revealed that
at least
in the letter.
If we didn't give it to his kinsman, which is Awolowo, Azikiwe is there, right?
I don't care whether he does not give it to Awolowo, but what I know is that it seems that Obasanjo does not like Yoruba people.
He's willing, but that election was a combination of so many factors. Now, Obasanjo knew what he was doing.
Actually, one second before I go further. See, Buhari was willing to do whatever it takes. He doesn't care to give the presidency to Atiku if push came to shove. Yes. Okay, but Obasanjo wouldn't do that. He could have done the same thing he wanted to. He wouldn't do such a thing.
If not because
look at it this way. Obasanjo understands the policies of that country. See, this Awolowo we are talking about today. If he had won, I'm not saying for Obasanjo has given me. If he had won, Awolowo would have seen be overthrown by the power hungry people. I will be surprised. Two people will have ganged up against.
You know what he would have done? He would have flushed out just what they are doing now. He would have flushed out all those senior officials and put them away from the military.
Do you know why Obasanjo's boys was flushed out by Buhari? He flushed all his boys out from the military.
They've been doing that.
Yes.
No, Obasanjo case is totally different. Look at it this way. If Murtala Muhammad could not achieve that, if Obasanjo could not achieve the same thing, because these are the military people, Obasanjo escaped because he quickly dropped power. He escaped.
Military is different.
Beyond 1979, he will have pushed him out.
No. Ola, you see, military is different from civilian rule, and that's why civilian has really found it really, really easy to purge the military. A military head of state wouldn't have been able to do that. Why? Because some of those coups taking place, the person that they made head of state are not actually the one that harrowed the entire coup. They just select and he do their bidding, and that is why they have council. And when they sit, they tell them this is. I think the only one that is able to successfully be in charge was Sonny Abacha.
Yes,
because what he did was he ensured that all the GOCs are his boys. Even the IBB had to run for his dear life because they were ready to kill him if he hand over to a civilian government. And the person that was even about to be handed over to, they despise him more than shit.
If Asherok was not there and Abacha was in Lagos, they would have overthrown him long time.
And in Lagos State?
Yes, in Dodabara, they would have overtaken. Yeah,
but it's not even
rock they ran to is what
I don't think location has to do with it. You know why? Because what he did, if you know, during the Abacha era, there were two coups that took place. Two coups. And those two coups, he was the mastermind.
Let me tell you something. When the IBB escaped Gideon coup in 1991, how long did it take him to run to Abuja after that 1991? Quick.
Because the person that poured water on that coup was his boys.
Wait now. Now you will normally think because you know what he did before that time. They started relocating all these armory in Lagos. They started throwing them to Kaduna, all those things. You will normally think that the coup will not happen, right? So it happened. So do you know how Abacha managed to reduce that coup? In now all the armor corps, all the armor tank we have now, it just move everything to the border, to the border, move the thing out of the city to the border, and even some of those armor tanks that Nigeria used to have that time, they demobilize some of them just to sustain these guys. So it's not that actually because, for example, there was a time
who ended up saving? Who ended up saving him? Is it not the same Sonny Abacha?
Who say who?
IBB.
That's why no, just because those people planned they executed the thing poorly because they didn't cut communication and they were so in a hurry to announce the banishment of 5 states. You know they did that in an Abacha was the commandant at the 2nd Mechanized Division, Ibadan. You know, so it was there. And you know, when you talk of those people that have boys in that military, it's even IBB because it was the instructor. Some of those guys, they used to be the instructor in the NDA. So Abacha too is another person that understands because Abacha and
do you know that? But Ola, you remember that before he died, the senior military officers were already wearing his badge.
Yes, sir.
That is how badass this man was. Every senior officers that do not do his bidding or doesn't belong to that group, forget it. You are a gunner. I mean, he successfully put his deputy in Wahala straight up. To the point that even the people was like, when you plan this coup. Meanwhile, it was planned by Abacha himself.
Or talk of the former chief of staff.
He almost blew his head off in Abuja at a point when his plane was about to take off. And this guy, I don't know if it was a Jesara or one prayer or whatever, that it was delayed a little bit at the airport. He almost blew his head off. Now, this is a man that even at his mention of his name, other generals are trembling. IBB,
what happened to him?
It was taken out by the foreign power. IBB ran off because he knew if he had stayed longer than, I mean, even Buhari himself said it that when the IBB overthrew him, even before that, he had told the generals, he has told other senior military officers, especially Ibrahim, he said, look, Ibro, if you want this power, come and take it. That was why it was bloodless. Because it wasn't
because Abacha understand. You know what IBB first did when he got to that power. For example, if had Idi Agbon not gone for lesser hatch, then for sure, because those people they knew that with Idi Agbon around, it would have been so difficult because all the military administrators they were reporting, not GOC, they were all reporting to Idi Agbon because he was the chief of staff, supreme headquarters. That was the first thing IBB eliminated when he got to that place. He just canceled chief of staff, supreme headquarters, just create chief of general staff. Chief of general staff doesn't control troop. Or like Idi Agbon that everybody will report to Idi Agbon. Idi Agbon will be reporting to IBB. So nobody was reporting to GIA and all the chief of general staff. They are just nothing. They don't control troop. That was why when they said GIA plan coup then, one guy said, how possible? Because GIA doesn't control any troops. So how possible? How will he have planned that? You understand? Because we need the QCs and all those other commanders just for them to control troops. So
and it's been easy.
So that's what IBB did. Now, because he trusted the Abacha, because the Abacha saved his life, and they used to, I think they have some kind of agreement, and Abacha has some kind of backing or some emirs and all those stuff. Why did the IBB go to that? Yes, at that time, Abacha was already in control. He has already withdrawn the Brigade of Guard.
You have to step aside.
Abacha already withdrawn the
because at that moment, all the GOCs, all the senior officers already against him, allowing Abiola becoming the president. So it's either you do their bidding or you go against them. And if you go against them, it won't take long before a coup take place. And he was trying to prevent coup.
I read the book. I read the book. I don't know how to say. I say IBB told his education, say we are still in power. He said, "Oh God, you are no longer in power."
It wasn't anymore. He knew it. The handwriting was already on the wall for him. I mean, how long can he push his luck? And the generals are already saying, look, I don't know about you, but we are staying. You know, Abacha, see, if there's one head of state for real that actually held the entire country by the balls, it was him.
That was why they promoted the guy. That was why they passed the guy.
Because it was uncontrollable.
You will see that former head of state, nobody they touch them. But no. Even the former, this guy went ahead and targeted the day targeted Obasanjo and Yar'Adua, that the pine Yar'Adua, that the people know that this guy is too dangerous. At that time,
very. He said that them are in prison, that they will not come out alive, and he put them in prison.
That guy was brutal.
That was how you would know how dangerous he was.
Even the outsmarted this guy, Amsa Mustafa, because all those one he was saying that the book I read, they said, okay, IBB already don't tell Abubakar, say, okay, when he got to the office way, he should just go once he have access to that seat, he should just go ahead and sit on that seat already. Sitting there, someone that want to dare him, we have got. You know, Mustafa said he could have decided to be Bonfun. That's that time, you understand? Even that he could have decided he would just stop by man, but he too know the implication too. Because what he was trying to say, because it was the one, because the Brigade of Guard, everybody was allowed, nobody, and Absalami Abubakar could not actually bring any troop in now. Because whenever all those soldiers, any soldier, any commander coming to the office, they could not come into the Ashura with their troop. That's how they managed to. But you don't have to see that Dodan Barrack now. The security in Dodan Barrack now, just once, if that guy just come out from that place alone.
The Dodan Barrack location is kind of like you are cornered. There's no escape route for you. And I mean, the current Hassel Rock now has so many exits, so many entrances, so many. You know, the president.
There was a time that you cannot be in 3 to 5 kilometers within Hassel Rock.
Oh yeah.
All this Hassel Rock. There was a time that you don't even see the picture of Hassel Rock online.
That you won't see. There's a portion of that compound that they won't show on television.
I'm telling you.
I mean, even
it was after IBB. I mean, who they say Hassel Rock before? We don't even know how it be now.
And so, in fact, it was an imaginary place that people would just thought about. Hardly, there's no camera, no camera in the premises. Now we have cameras everywhere, which was strange. Even Tinubu, I haven't taken it to the next level. So many places we haven't seen camera before. We are now seeing cameras. You know,
you see all this. You remember when they wanted to overthrow Le Shagari? You know, say now for Abuja they capture Shagari. Now, you know that time Nigeria used to have Mopo.
Yeah, Mopo.
The first troop they sent to just go and capture Shagari. All those Mopo they find them. They find all those soldiers before they go mobilize, before they could capture Shagari. That was why the first thing they did when they got to that place is that they withdrew all the armored tank that belonged to Popo. They withdrew. They said we cannot run too military. in the country. Because those those guys they are brutal, honestly, they are brutal. But what Obasanjo did for this guy, what Obasanjo just did for this guy is that he withdrew he retired all political soldiers.
Oh yeah. In fact, till he died, this man called this man that went to what is his name? That went to Liberia as well. The one that was the commander in charge of
Jeremiah
yeah. Hey, you know, remember this man that was the one in charge of the court martial for Diako. What is his name? Malu. Till he died, he didn't forgive him for retiring him early.
Because they have ambition to become president, including that.
Yes. You know, if you ask the man, he will tell you he doesn't do politics, doesn't get involved in all those cool, and yet you are being promoted, you are being recommended, you see what I'm saying? You are enjoying everything that ordinary soldier will still be at the colonel level, but you are the one being sent. I listened to his interview. Man, that man lied a lot. He's trying to sound as if he was neutral, you know, but yet you are enjoying all those promotions.
No be under Abacha or Mayasa. When they go say people go just miss for Papa there, they go just carry them go underground.
Marwa got retired and floated an airline. That's how you know.
You know that General Mali you are talking about. I knew him very well. He happened to be the how do you call it? It's my boss then, a woman, very beautiful woman like this. She's a side chick, have 2 children for him. Whenever he comes to Maryland, everywhere you can't believe it, silent. Before he even came, they will have zeroing that bridge. They're zeroing everywhere that leads to this woman's house. And if my boss want to meet this woman, I'm supposed to close by 6 p.m. But I will follow this woman to a clubhouse in Ikoyi. She will be drinking much. She will give me Coca-Cola. We will wait before Malu come. When he now came in, they will now dispatch me to go home. Sometimes I go home by 11 o'clock. I just wonder, how can a woman, but money, you know what? There's money in Nigeria.
And so that tradition has continued, though, retiring them a man.
Money. You know what? We are getting contract from Nigerian Port Authority. The people that will do the contract are the engineers there. And when it's time for us to clear our check, I'm telling you, my brother, all decks, I will drop bribe for them, including the Auditor General, the accountant, up to the Nigerian Port Authority chairman himself. All of these people, this woman know. So you see in Nigeria, and come and see the rivalry between contractors. Then you know that women can go to any length.
You remember not quite long ago when Tinubu was announcing the names of his special advisors, up to the time they also announced the military personnel in charge of brigade, artilleries, and all those strategic locations in Abuja, that way they publicized their names. You remember, right? And people felt like, why is he doing all that? You know? See what he did.
Even publicize the name of his what do you call it, the person that will be in charge of Nassau Rock itself.
Yeah.
What
he did was to ensure that he put his own people that he could trust.
Yes, so
in those so if anything is going to happen, those people can nib it in the bud and fend away all the other people that could easily put it to the heads of all those guys. So he put his own people. I know they will be recommended, for him. But
you see all those DSS you see, you know they were to be protecting governors and the president. Those people, you understand, the military directorate of military intelligence is there, and the DSS now even they go they protect, they go they spy on those people too. There was a time that Babangida go do train some people called National Guard.
Is it not the one that what is it called? Oh, not National Guard. I beg your pardon. Special Forces is what I'm trying to make reference to. The one that
the one Abdul Salam Mustafa. That one he created, I think, with this guy they come here go for you talk about that thing very well. What's his name?
Maswell.
Maxwell, now I ain't go fit talk because he what directly with Mr. Maxwell.
Ola, what about that Sergeant Roger? Is he working free?
They don't release him from prison.
He didn't even go to prison.
That guy is
for prison.
They just use him to eliminate a lot of
you
and
know,
they don't allow him to talk because if he
in,
talks,
Nigeria is a country of absurdity. In a normal climate, the likes of Mustafa would not even see a daylight.
yes, so
The kind of atrocity they've committed.
want to become president. I don't even get
And when you listen to him,
see, Dewali, I'm not a proponent. I'm not a supporter of capital punishment. Look, if someone offend and they find that person, the person don't go, you don't relieve him of trouble. You know they remember anything. But no, the punishment that pay pass is the one that they lock person up in his own life. If they suffer, and that's the real punishment. The person they pay, he don't go. But you can't lock someone up for even 2 years, even for 3 months. No be joke. Even for a month, no be joke. Talking of even locking them up and they don't have access to their freedom. They are not exactly this. Okay, look at during that COVID alone. Look at people who they develop mental health alone for COVID. Baba, I stay for home for like a few weeks. I became very weak. Like just so they waka around the park. Go they waka like almost 15 kilometers a day just to make sure that me and my family will go just set out and we go just the waka. We were tired already. Okay, now we could still move around, right? Because that time, if more children go to playground to play, police will come and go and give their parent ticket. So the thing is, that thing was so terrible that time. Now, just imagine someone that now put behind the bar that cannot do anything. How do you think it's going to feel? So, fine people, I believe that it doesn't give punishment. But locking them up, that's in fact, locking them up is just like when they put a rabbit for cage. Or the police, that's the way it is.
Confinement is a torture. It's torture on its own. When you restrict somebody's movement.
Exactly. So
it's psychological.
Exactly. So to me, that's really punishment those people suffer.
I don't know if you guys discussed this thing today on the show. The Lagos State governorship tribunal or whatever.
Honestly, what were you expecting? You were expecting that?
I think you guys discussed it.
No, the people discuss it, but even I was not even bothering myself to monitor all those things. Did you really think that Owolu was going to lose? Just like people think, Tinubu will lose when they get to Supreme Court. It's all those things are just even if you like, go carry all the Tinubu transcripts, put his name there, or nothing will happen. And I'm still surprised that people still think that it is okay just because Tinubu is the public officer to go and release their own documents like that. No.
There's something called family student protection or something similar to that.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware.
And it's well and alive, though. I don't know why the lower court judge would do that. Corruption. There's a corruption in the country too, though. In America.
That is where people make mistakes. Now there's a lot of miscarriage of justice in America. How come some people will spend like 30 years in the prison for the offense they didn't commit? You understand? The thing is only in Nigeria. It's general. That is why someone say they will prefer to set 99 criminal free than to convict an innocent person. Rather than 99 to go free than to convict out of 1,000 than to convict one innocent person. But now it's unfortunate that in America, okay, look at that. If not because of this body camera that is exposing them now, we've seen police lying against the citizen. It's just the body camera and the citizen around that record them. I used to listen to all this auditor, this guy's auditor, all those police this thing in the United States. That we find a situation that police was even planting something on a particular person so that he wanted to use that thing to implicate, but some people caught him on the camera. So is as they are miscarrying, that there's a miscarriage of justice in America. We find in Canada, we find everywhere.
Because I just wonder what would the educational document do with with the case in to me the county judge, I say county judge, they call it in Texas, we call it county law at county court at law. It's like a magistrate level. So they most of the cases that are depends on the jurisdiction and where you file it. If it is a misdemeanor charges or civil charges, they handle it. But they can't tell me that court is not oblivion of that government policy, that student family protections and all that. Whether now or for in the future, you can't release a student's document as long as it does not what do you call it? It does not infringe on the I say infringe. That's not the right word.
It doesn't create any security threat to the
Yes,
United America.
yeah,
So,
if that is the case, because there is an exception to releasing documents like that. If you're, for example, a terrorist, by law, the school is mandated to release such information. So
I don't even want my information. Okay, like my transcript now, my date of birth is on my transcript. My student number is on it. If I go through, if the transcript is going through clearing, the clearing number is through it. And in information technology, you never know the information that all these cyber criminals will connect together. They can even create account on your behalf. A lot of things can go on. And people think, when we tell people about this in the thing, they will say because we are supporting people. No, because you should ask yourself a question. This document they want to prove, you can't present you can't present set of new evidences when you get to the Supreme Court. You can't. So what exactly are you going to do with those documents? So look, trust politicians. What article will do eventually is that they, in fact, when they finish reading that document, you can get a lot of online manipulation that will be flying about that. Even though those things are not admissible in the court, but just to make sure that Tinubu is unpopular for the next this thing, because they've been working towards 2017 or 2027 already. So
just for discrediting, that's rubbishing.
People will actually think, whether because of eBay, all those kind of things, all this. When are you going? Okay, you say there's a discrepancy between the one is submitted, the certificate is submitted, and the one that CSU issue. Okay, said okay, no problem. CSU issue these people my certificate and let them see, but don't release other academic record. Academic record is not only transcript and a diploma.
I mean, the school already said he graduated from the school. What else do they need?
No, they just want to cause some embarrassment and cause
that's what they are trying to do. I'm glad that they went to that district court, because as a matter of fact, that is infringement on his right as a student. Okay, it's not schools, even the court itself, because it can be argued more. The judge just decided, let me just take side. In America, people go to the court that they believe they can find justice, and that is why if you believe that there's going to be conflict of interest, you as whether the defendant, you can decide to ask the court to reassign your case to another court or another judge. Yeah, because you think there will be a bias in how that case is going to be adjudged. So, and once that motion is filed, the court will now decided to to look at the allegations and decided, okay, we're not going to jeopardize this case because if the case goes to mistrial, the court is going to pay for it because they are the one that knew from the one that that case, whether from technical point of view or all those cases, situation that arises in the course of that procedure, would lead to nowhere. So why would the court allow such to happen? So the lower court that decided to grant that actually we didn't think right. I believe one lawyer must have looked at it. We can explore this avenue by trying to use the lower court to grant this, knowing fully well that maybe they wouldn't want somebody say, what is he hiding? What is he hiding? It's like saying
people don't understand. There was a time I want to do secret clearance. Immediately, because immediately they gave me Excel form to fill. I said immediately I was even filling, but immediately they asked for my mother's maiden name. I said no, I know they do again. Except I can be on servers. People were asking me, say, anything. I say, are you? I was like, I said, are you okay? If I give you my mother's, do you know what it means? You know my immigration record. You can open account on my behalf. Everything. You can decide to go and open account. You can even decide to even go and say, okay, the social insurance number that I use is no longer valuable. I collect another one on my behalf. What are you talking about? Because my mother's maiden name is the last secret. So why will I give you? And the person that was even asking me that I want to present it, an Indian person, I said, you okay, Nibo? I said, if you won't give me this contract, I know they do. Until they now refer me to another clearance from RCMP. And I said that one is okay because you do everything encrypted. But if you see my information at the back end, I don't care. But at least from my own side, I know that this is encrypted. When people are now saying they should release it, I just laugh. I see this is not in Nigeria. This is a person that has lived in America. When I was telling people that some people can create profile in the name of Tinubu, and those people that do not know Tinubu don't know. How many of us went to the bank to open an account with picture?
It's even wrong.
Even the identity card we produce, how many times did they even bother to even cross-check? Okay, whether this is authentic? Because they are expecting you to say the truth. Many times we apply for a job here, who asks for a certificate? Nobody, except the only situation they ask for a certificate is if you want to work for the government.
That's it. Even if you are going to work for government, they won't ask beyond your certificate. Exactly. After all, transcript already says this is what you did score when you were in school. Right. So what else do they need?
People don't really understand the importance of academic record. They think academic record is just a certificate and this thing.
Don't mind that.
This guy is asking for how he entered the institution. He asking for all when you are saying academic record, we include the disciplinary action you've had in school and all those stuff. Everything about you. Everything about you. Along the line where they are processed, where they maybe by mistake they go submit someone that contains the social insurance number. You know, maybe social security is what you call it in America. I don't know, but we call it social insurance.
The FBI is going to release 250 pages worth of reports.
Documentation on him.
Of course, it's a person I said let them go ahead.
No, it's a person of importance. It's normal. It's normal. They must have spied on him and all those stuff and keep gathering.
And you think for the fact that it's still that would not jeopardize the relationship of Nigeria and America? I doubt it. What they are going to give them.
I got your point. I got your point. Why
for somebody who is still in office?
No, they can't really. They don't have any reason to release that.
I mean, there's no ground. There's no ground.
Except they will hide something that can be toxic about him.
You know what they would do? Majority of what they are going to give them is already redacted anyway.
Exactly.
So for those who
if you are gathering intelligence and you are releasing all the intelligence, it's no longer intelligence again. So
at all. That's just a piece of paper.
Exactly. So our positions are falling, you know. Article now, you know,
for somebody who's supposed to be in jail, actually, this the Enros case, majority of people that were fingered in that case
already in jail.
Oh, Atiku is finger in that case too.
Oh, it was the arrowhead.
Is it Aaron or is it Aaron or Aliboti?
Sorry, Aliboti is what I was trying to say. Sorry.
Okay.
Aliboti.
Yeah.
Aliboti.
If they jail him, in fact, Obasanjo will be the most happiest person. Because it was this guy that forced Obasanjo to pick Yar'Adua. Not that Obasanjo wanted to pick Yar'Adua. Yar'Adua was the person that could actually, because what happened? Okay, Obasanjo, not Obasanjo, Yar'Adua Junior, Atiku, and even Tinubu, they were all with Yar'Adua Senior.
Yar'Adua.
So the PDM that Yar'Adua Senior formed is what Atiku was using, and he made a serious mistake to even try to challenge his boss, because you will see how eager, how selfish, and how guru that Atiku has been. You didn't even allow your boss to even finish his term. You were going for a governorship. You were letting the governor pick you, and all of a sudden,
but because he has been, I think he didn't even believe that the military is going to, because if not, he wouldn't have contested for that governorship.
No, as at that time, there's nothing they can do, because the people that we believe that gathered together to pine Abacha. They didn't want that. So because of what happened to Abiola now, so they wanted to use Yoruba were Alagidi, so they wanted to use Obasanjo to pacify Yoruba. And in case of 1966, they agreed that okay, this guy will be the one to go there. So, and he was there, right? Even IBB was supposed to come back to the guy, say IBB Ibrahim, they come again. Just say that because he prevented Obasanjo pretended IBB from coming now. He retired all those soldiers so that could create problem for him. But because Obasanjo left Atiku in charge of coordinating the governors and coordinating the economy. He already coordinated, he started bribing the National Assembly or everybody. So he already get mouth that time. And this guy was traveling around, Obasanjo was traveling for diplomacy to call for investor, all those stuff at that time. And he now believe that, okay, in 2003, okay, he has muscled enough political and social capital just to muscle his brother away. I think all those ex-militaries, I think they caution him. They caution him and they step in and to make sure, because at that time too, I think if we do Agidi, if those guys did not want him there, they would have done something about it.
Yeah, they're the one that installed him.
So that PDM was what he was using. So now, as at that 2007, if this guy had picked any guy, maybe El-Rufai, because some people were rooting for El-Rufai that time. Some people were rooting for this guy in a Calabar, in a Cross River. That our Igbo. What's his name? Donald Dukes. Already they don't cut Ibori, not Ibori. They don't cut
Peter Odilito was also
exactly. Yeah, because he cut him, because those people go do some kind of outside refinery deal. So what now happened now? Okay, now the only way he could defeat Yar'Adua and they could defeat Atiku was to go inside that PDM. Yar'Adua Senior was Obasanjo deputy now. So he just go pick him brother because he has a relationship with them. Now, when you pick someone from their camp already, okay, we want this guy's the prince. We can pay your prince. We want to make him the president. If Atiku over Thomas that's supposed to put us in the background, he don't go. Who go shut this thing down now?
He will come back. Me too. I will soon even leave, sir.
Me say if I won't leave, we are just waiting for Thomas to come and shut down. No. You understand? So that's already he used that thing to break that camp, to divide them. Nothing Atiku could do that time. They say, when in this rule now. no being senior brother created this PDM. So waiting, this one a part of it. So waiting he want again. That's how he just broke his back. If not because of that, article for win 2007. Even this one, if not because Obi and Atiku fall apart, Tinubu won't become president today.
everything work for good, none.
Exactly.
Everything work for good, none.
So it's to me, like I keep saying, and I'm not shying away from it. I think Tinubu will perform. Head of it, Tinubu will perform because I see him as the best option of the three. If Tinubu had not won, I would not have mind Obi too. But naturally, if Tinubu has supported the like of Oshiba Hotel before, maybe that one because of what he did, how he did all those Kaba initially, I would have supported him. You understand?
You mean Oshiba?
Yeah, the only person I never wanted is Atiku or any other Fulani. Atiku or any other Fulani in power. I don't want them because the thing they don't show us during that Yoruba nation, when they put on the other book, they do anyhow. Abba.
So it's Professor Akintoye coming back and you go.
I think if those people enter the country and they're not going to do them anything, they just want assurance.
What do you call it? DSS. We show them what they are finding is still fresh.
Maybe said about Tinubu. I don't think Tinubu cares about all those. See, I don't know Tinubu, but there are some of my junior in school that had that opportunity to work with him, and the way they used to talk about him, and even one of the SSA now, just happened to be my daughter, my sister's friend. That was my junior too in school. I used to show them paper on this. In fact, we go on that time. Why that time we go fight from now to tomorrow? They fight every day on Buhari. That there was a doctor among them that one just blocked me. That one, as in that one they blocked me, I would just go and use another email again. You understand? Because that Buhari, in fact, on that Ruga at that time, we dragged the Ruga, so they say, you guys, now lie you the talk. To me, I think Buhari destroyed that country, and the right person that I think will put that country right is Tinubu. If Tinubu doesn't get it right, voila day.
Obi will do it.
No. See, that Obi will do it is that we are underrating.
Even though I'm saying if Tinubu doesn't do it, then Obi will do it.
Okay, who will do it? Okay, I think
Obi
will do it.
Obi will do it if Tinubu doesn't do it.
Yoruba can tolerate Obi. The northern people cannot tolerate Obi. That's mistake.
Yeah. Obi that is Baba Ahmed will
that's the mistake people are making. Just like between 1978 and 1979, Igbo people could not tolerate make Awolowo win. They prefer to do because before it used to be a good partnership between the northern region in the Second Republic, right? It used to be a good relationship between the northern region and the eastern region of the country. It was when you go because Awolowo then was only focusing on his own strategy for federal, not that two side. When the first time he wanted to contest Christian, it didn't work. Because you need to look at you should have looked at the configuration because as a matter of fact, the only difference is that Yoruba then they were just behaving like obedient. Because they believe Awolowo won. Awolowo never won. And since that time, they've always
with the sinking votes like Shogure.
So Awolowo didn't win, but they say they rigged out. Nobody can. Everybody rigged. Everybody rigged, including this Ilawe Ekiti in 1983. for the when they were in 1983. Now for the Southwest, they rig UPN out. They were unable to rig UPN out in other election like other states like, but in the Southwest there, that's where Olowo Poroku they managed
Where
to
is
rig.
even him? Is the man still alive?
In fact, if there's anybody that's supposed to know, I'm supposed to know. Funny enough.
Olowo Poroku.
Funny enough.
Olowo Poroku.
But the Olowo Poroku, that man brought by Bamaga took or come Ekiti that time.
The state, that's true. And the likes of Adamushi Roma,
you know, the like of Adamushi Roma, you know, they were instrumental to they were instrumental to the creation of Ekiti State. But the Olowo Poroku lobby very well now. The like of
Adamushi, that's true. I could remember very well then.
So
what is the SDP from before they did their primary? Roma came to
Olowo Poroku was NRC, not SDP. It was an NRC.
Was it NRC?
Yeah, it's NRC. You know, it was opposite of what Abiola was. So it was NRC.
That's true. That's true. It was the Siroma that was in SDP then. Yeah, I remember that. You're right. The manga taco.
That guy they bullied us that time. When there was a time that we were doing rally like that electricity went, that he quickly sent his V boot. I still remember that day to go and bring another generator. Chap. In fact, I could not imagine the type of speed that vehicle went, and they brought her. In fact, and you know, politics that time, all those local politics now very bitter one. Then go they cause themselves. They go
bitter and funny. This is like it's like saying
drum.
This is like Moishega, I'm the one doing you, so you know this is not.
You know that I'm the one. No,
I'm the one doing you. Because boju here. It's no. It's even the likes of Rufai of a sleep will have tired. Then there was no. This one they will be cussing each other up like crazy, burning each other's out, beating each other's up like.
And the stories some people never knew about their family that time. One of the politics like this, then go give the story of how the grandpa entered the city. If the person gets one kind of bad case before, then go reveal them for politics. So the stories some people cannot even tell about their family. Politics will bring it. In fact, at that time, some people will say, "Oh, I want to do councillor." Then go remember the time someone helped the person write WAEC. Man.
My dad's house was burnt. His farmland was burnt. His cocoa farm was burnt.
Wow. At least he escaped, right? Because Agbayewa didn't escape.
Yeah.
Agbayewa for Akure.
Yeah, Akure, yes. They didn't find him. It was sheltered by the king, so it was. Oh God. You see, even when I see before somebody told me that Hakeem Mori is still alive, that he's a pastor. I said that's a lie. He said no, he's a pastor now. Is it a deacon or whatever it is? I said to the point that the children.
But Olowo dies 2 years ago.
Oh really?
Yeah, he dies 2 years ago. I don't even know. Because that's okay. If I don't know, I understand. I understand why I don't know, because that's
what happens to his money?
What happened to his money? Yeah. But the Olowo could get money, but he didn't even get money like other politicians like that.
I always see like before that when I was younger, I said this man has money, a lot of money. I say, well, politics.
No, it's not as if it's not that rich, but I know that stupid rich like average, like when we are talking of Dino Melaye today. I don't think but the Olowo was as rich as I don't think it was as rich as
but it was politically rich though.
Yeah, The reason I'm saying that, over time, inflation now, when you look at the inflation, during their time, right, they were rich, like I said, he was using people. He was not using any serious vehicle that time. I think.
But it was popular. It was popular, very, very popular.
He was the one shaking Ilawekiti anyhow now, and they give scholarship. So, and they do cocoa exportation, exports. They do cocoa exports. He has I don't forget. He had Buanko. What's the name of his construction company then at Ado-Ekiti? So, but I know by category we can't even put him close to all these our yell senator today, because all the these are senator today, then just go to the treasury like this and just carry the money. If they give them chance, they go carry CBN. So those are the type of politician we have today. Where Thomas go now? I want to
So Thomas Olowo Poroku. Honestly, we've grown to some level that we just don't know how to appreciate the growth that we have achieved all this while. There were times in Nigeria that you can't even vote, and if you have to vote, you have to start thinking about your safety and all that. And here we are, still thinking that Nigeria is still in that primitive year.
I think what says some of the politicians those is that apart from all those mopo that were using the AK-47, and you don't see mopo anymore, because once you see mopo like this, you remember the name they call them
Kill and go.
And then they look maybe because someone they young, then they look stronger, then they look like they are white.
It's like they smoke Igbo or something like that. I hate those people.
And those days they go come carry the black goggle for face and they come put this MS with a net.
Kill and go.
That time now, the regular police, I think they were still using Mark 4. Abi, what type of gun they use Mark 4?
Like a pistol.
No, yes, they use like a pistol, but they still have one there. Regular police, they still get this barrel, this Mark 4. I think it's Mark 4, right? That one that they use. They know. Now I think later under the military they begin they use AK-47.
No. Before the AK-47, they were using one pistol like that. I don't even know whether it was.
No, they have pistol. Yes, they have pistol, and they have Mark 4, like the one they go carry like now. The forest guard, they are using double, but they were using double barrel.
Yeah.
The forest guard were using double barrel. So their own too. They get one this thing, but not the same. I don't remember again, but I know that. There is like about 4 cock and shoots. I don't think it was even automatic then. I'm trying to figure to picture their gun. At that time they go to the third driver and say they follow for a bridge. That time they see they do the thing with Corsi. Opel, the ones that's come. We'll be waiting for you to shut down. See.
I was called from Togo for another coup d'etat. So I was speaking to the president of Togo.
I didn't come online. I deny you immediately.
Togo long.
We are going to Togo. We are going to take Togo. The military is going to take over all African country. So let's see. Maybe
all those countries, get shaky, so I don't know nothing.
No. See, if they allow us to construct our gas pipeline, I'm okay. If they want to deal with France, it's okay. Let's see what France did.
They will soon run back to France.
What France did to
they will soon run back to them. The narrative that France depend on them, you will still see. This one that Macron already announced that they are withdrawing their troops. They will soon. They will suffer.
see that the uranium they are buying free. Let France see why I don't like, why I want them to deal with France if they can. That's in this thing is that Bakassi still they pay me. And they won't collect some land for Adamawa side now. When they grab Nigerian land finish, waiting won't come remain now. You know,
after some time they will be cooking and eating their uranium by themselves. you know, just like Nigeria, to the point that Nigeria will now be begging countries to buy their fuel so that they can, you know,
they can sustain. Yeah.
When they put sanction on us, we're back. Now at that time we begin to set to shine now. And I always by beg you. When they sanction us that time.
Yeah.
Lord.
the Nigerians and all those Burkina Faso people, they don't know what they've stepped there. If a democratic government controlled country can still be wallowing in poverty like Ghana, I don't know how Nigerians were able to get out of their own the doldrum that they found themselves. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Let's go home. 9 hours.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr. Ola,
you so
I will
much.
call you at least maybe. What time is the best time to chat with you on WhatsApp?
You can shout with me at any time. I will respond once I see it. You
Okay.
don't get my number now, so
yes.
It's 1:19 here now, so it's soon going to be 2. I will close because as they talk to you now, they put data, they do work. They talk, they on data bricks. They
make money. You guys share your money with me now. Share your money.
Baba, now just designing, now just design database for people, all those stuff.
No problem. Thank you so much. Adewale,
All right.
Everybody,
Thank
God
you.
bless you all. Thank you so much. You catch you tomorrow. Prince, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. Again and again, yeah. We've come to the end of the section again. Yeah. What can we do without you guys? It's been almost 9 hours now. We are just here to make Nigeria much better. There is nothing else we are doing here. So thank you, everyone. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow. Thank you. I can't leave you without going this. Thank you.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Biafra. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Olomaje. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya. You Yaya. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹ̀mí tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yẹ́yẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ o. Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.
I came back there and told somebody, you don't go to look for foreign investor. Anybody who does is going around the world to look for foreign investor is wasting everybody's time. Foreign investor is like bee and honey. If you put honey here, how the bee will come in, nobody will tell you. I told you Macron finished G20 meeting, flew to Bangladesh, because Bangladesh has just ordered 10 Airbus 350. So you have to go and see them, because they're coming. If you look at all the economic analysis, go and Google where Bangladesh will be in 2030, where they will be in 2050. Nobody knows where we're going to be. With all this lying joke and everything, And people think it's about A or B or C. No. A deputy governor was just asked, you didn't go to school. He said, it doesn't matter. But you filled it. You were the one who said, I went to this school. Nobody forced you. If you know it doesn't matter, you would have said, I didn't go to school. So we imagine your ingenuity as somebody who didn't go to school and was able to come up to this. But don't say things. We have now reached a country where, like Ben said, where people say something and do something else. I asked a woman to queue. He told me, whenever I queue, I don't get anything. This happened to me last year. So whenever I queue, I don't get anything. And after the tribunal decided our case, I called the woman and said, I'm sorry. Whenever I queue, I don't get anything. Because we had somebody going around the world saying this is how he's going to conduct the election. Everywhere he goes, he said, it was the night that I heard what was called real time. Suddenly, he said, no, he can do it anyhow. Why didn't you tell us it anyhow? So that we can behave anyhow when we are voting as well. That is your country. That is what Ben is preaching today.
We are black and black. What did happen?
Sure. Yes, our guy retired.
What did he name?
Sure, Mobad.
Mobad?
Yeah.
Who be Mobad?
I want Calabar guy when they say he work for your Ghana, Mali. You know, set one icon, send people go kill him.
The Calabar boy work for your Ghana?
He work for your Ghana, and your Ghana won't be, you know what settle him. So the boy come out, now he send people go kill him.